Hello everyone, and welcome to the Fictional Vortex. So we are back with an interesting movie on what if Naruto was fall in love with Lala, Satalin, Deviluke and had Harem. But before we start, I just want to remind you to please subscribe to my channel and hit the like button if you enjoy my content. Let's start the story. Chapter 1. A dying man's last move. The girl who appeared formed thin air and the trouble she brings with her. Dark clouds filled the sky, spread as far as the eye could see, with lightning striking the ground as the sound of thunder roared through the air. The forever rain continued to pour below, causing huge puddles to form, as it was too much for the ground to soak up. Some would believe this was a just natural occurrence from Mother Nature. Others might believe that it was a sign from God as a warning for the people of Earth. However, the true cause was a great battle that was raging on, and the power-emitting form it caused this unnatural occurrence. From the destruction the battle caused, you would think it was a war between two sides, but I can assure you it wasn't. In fact, it was between two individuals whose powers were so immense that the two of them combined could easily destroy the planet itself. To ensure that didn't happen, they held back most their power as they fought, making the battle that should have taken no less than a day last more than a week. And a long week it was, as the two individuals fought tooth and nail, destroying the land around them. It used to be nothing more than a beautiful grassland with a few hills, but now it's nothing more than a desolate place with the ground tore up from underneath it. Craters were scattered everywhere, filled with water from the never-ending downpour, while trenches that seemed to have no end sliced through the ground. You couldn't even tell that this battlefield ever held such beauty, but none of that mattered to the two individuals who were the cause of all of it. They just stood there glaring at one another, trying to catch their breath. Between them was a huge crater, 50 yards in diameter, filling up with water. On one side was a tall man who had black spiky hair with black eyes. He wore no shirt as it was torn to shreds, and wore a pair of black pants with matching shoes. The bottom of his pants had some kind of golden rings wrapped around them, starting from below his lower calf and stopped just before it reached his ankles. He also wore two necklaces, one had small skulls on them and the other had a silver trident-like design tied to it, but his most noticeable feature was his tail. That was a jet black and very thin, with the tip of it in the shape of a trident with sharp razor-like edges. Scrapes and bruises covered the man's body, along with several gashes with his blood seeping out. He held one of his sides with his hand covered in blood as he tried not to breathe too fast, as it only caused him pain while glaring at the man across of him. Oh, and the far side of the huge crater was another tall man about the same height as the first one, but had unruly blonde spiky hair. He also wore no shirt and had 6 whisker marks adoring his face, 3 on each cheek with azure color eyes. His body was in the same condition as the man who stood across from him, however. Unlike the black-haired man, he had a gaping hole on the right side of his chest that he covered with his left hand. It was amazing he was still able to stand in his condition, let alone fight, but thanks to his inhuman stamina and his fast ability heal, he was still able to keep fighting, and that man knew that. It was why he used something to gain the upper hand when he rammed his hand through his chest, giving him the fist-size hole that there was now, causing his wound to bleed and seep past his fingers at rapid pace. In the midst of it, a massive saucer-like ship appeared from within the dark clouds, slowly descend towards the two, stopping right above them, still high in the air. Then a green-like beam shot out from the bottom part of the ship, and once it connected with the ground, behind the black-haired man, another man clad in some kind of battle armor descended from within the beam. When that man's feet touched the ground, he stepped out of the beam and made his way towards the man in front of him. "Are you all right, Gid-sama?" the battle-clad warrior asked. "I'm fine. Just a couple of flesh wounds," the now-known Gid replied, getting a nod from the newcomer. "Then what shall we do about Naruto-sama? Leave him be. I'll be the one to finish him off. But if you continue to fight in the condition you're in, I know what will happen." Gid cut him off, still glaring at the blonde-haired man across from him. "That's why I'm retreating for now." "But, Gid-sama, are you sure? You come across the galaxy just to find him, and now that you weakened him, you plan to leave him be?" "I know what I came here for, besides he's far wounded than I am. He'll be dead before long, so there's no reason for me to stay any longer than needed," Gid told him, then turned to face the man. "Are you planning to defy my orders, Zaston?" Zaston, who is the armor-clad warrior, kept quiet before standing straight and giving his leader a slight bow. "I apologize, Your Majesty." Gid then walked past him and into the greenish beam followed by Zastan before turning around to Fak. Naruto, who was still standing there watching from afar. He gave the man a worried look as he waited for the beam to take them back up. It wasn't long before the beam they started to ascend towards the ship, and was when Gid spoke. "I'll be back to finish what I started, Uzumaki. You can count on it. Until then, live the reminder of your life in sorrow for what you did her. That's if you don't die first, but if you do, I promise you I will destroy this planet instead." With those last words, the beam Gid and Zastan were in took them towards their ship, and once the beam retracted, the ship flew up and exited the Earth's atmosphere. Naruto just watched them leave and glad that their fight was finally over, but before he could celebrate, he felt a sharp pain course through his entire body, causing him to fall to his knees. He placed his right hand on the ground, keeping him from falling face first, as his left hand was still covering the hole in his chest. What he saw next was a huge glob of blood fall from his wounded chest down towards the ground below him, mixing with the rainwater that was still pouring from the sky. "Damn it, my wound can't heal itself thanks to Gid using that plant's poison," he thought as he watched more of his blood fall towards the ground. "With the condition my body's in, with the low amount of chakra I have along with that plant's poison, my body is not able to heal itself, and it won't be long before I finally die. That's something I can't let that happen, because I know Gid will do exactly what he said and destroy the Earth. So that leaves me no choice but find myself a new body." With his mind set on what he had to do next, he tried standing up and saw that his vision was getting blurry, telling him his time was running short, and quickly headed in the direction where the closest town was. Running on pure adrenaline, he made it to his destination and was now jumping from rooftop to rooftop, using most of his other senses to direct him as his vision was too blurry for him to see. Despite not being able to see clearly, he was still able to move as if he could see. However, every time he would jump or land, more globs of blood would seep out his wounds, bring him closer to death's door. He could feel the Reaper's sigh at his throat as he continued to run and jump off rooftop, just wanting to take him, since he cheated death countless of time in his lifetime. However, he wasn't just going to let him have him now, not when the Earth's very life is riding on him once again, and if death succeeded in stopping him, the Earth would soon be long gone. Therefore, he couldn't die now, not until he stopped Gid. After that he could care less about dying. After searching relentlessly, Naruto finally found what he was searching for just below the house he was standing on. Below him was a woman in about her early 20s with long flowing waist-length orange brunette-colored hair with two bangs that framed her face, with one of them tucked behind her ear. She had brown eyes and had a slender yet curvaceous-looking figure while wearing a grayish bottom-up sweater with a red shirt underneath, which did nothing to hide her huge assets, along with a pair of blue jeans. Next to her was another woman about the same age as the first one, with black spike hair and blue eyes. She wore a brown jacket with a white shirt underneath it and wore a pair of blue jeans. She also had a tomboyish look to her, with a very lean frame compared to the woman next to her, and both of them were holding onto their own umbrellas, keeping them dry from the rain. Out of the two, Naruto was more interested in the woman with the long orange hair, as she had more of a bulge to her stomach and knew that she was pregnant. Seeing as his time was on the brim, he only had one chance to get this right, and jumped down, startling the two women before his hand flashed through a series of hand signs. When his hands came to a stop, he looked at the pregnant woman and whispered, "I'm sorry. XXX in Sora's room XXX. A young boy with unruly blonde spiky hair with 3 whisker marks adoring each cheek suddenly awoke from his dream and shot up from his bed, coved in a sweat. He was breathing heavily as his left hand clutching his shirt on the right side of his chest while he stared at his bed sheets. It was that dream again. As he calmed down some, he let his shirt go and checked time, seeing it was around 6:30 in the morning, then let out a groan. "It's this early in the morning. Well, I better go and take a shower. There's no way that I be able to fall back to sleep now since I'm wide awake." Pulling the covers off from his legs, the boy flung his legs over the edge of his bed and stood up, then grabbed his towel and left his room. Making his way downstairs where the bathroom was located, he thought back to the dream, or as he called it, his one and only nightmare. He couldn't help thinking about what he did as he walked into the bathroom and looked into the mirror, seeing A young teenage boy's reflection looking back at him. It's been what 15 years since that day I was forced to find myself a new body and endure another childhood. At least this one I wasn't tortured. With that said, he took of his clothes off and placed them in the hamper, then opened another door that led to his tub and shower and walked in. Turning on the hot water he waited for it to heat up before he took a well-needed shower. It wasn't long until he finished, as all he wanted to do was wash off the sweat that covered his body and got out. Feeling refreshed and fully awake, he dried himself off before wrapping his towel around his lower frame and left his bathroom. But on his way back upstairs, he came across a picture frame. It had a picture of him when he was still in junior high, standing with two women. One of them had long flowing brunette orange hair with a slender yet curvaceous figure with brown eyes and stood just to the left of him with her right hand on his right shoulder. That woman was his mother, or his second birth mother. As for the other woman, she had black spike hair and blue eyes with a very lean frame standing to the right of him. She acted like a tomboy and was somewhat of an aunt to him, but just by looking at her, you couldn't tell she was Japan's karate championship title holder in the women's circuit. He doesn't gloat like most people would, since no one would probably believe him. In the picture, all three of them were smiling on the achievement his class did in the 4-man relay race at his school sports festival. They were in last place from the start, and it was he and his best friend Yukirito who made a comeback and took first place for their class. Looking back on that memory, a sad smile appeared on his face before he placed the picture frame back down before making his way upstairs to his room. I wonder how long these peaceful days will last until Gid comes back. That was his last thought as he entered his room and fished out his school clothes from his closet. You see, this boy isn't your ordinary teenage boy, even though he may look like one. However, he holds a dark secret that only he knows. The truth was, he was really a man called Uzumaki Naruto, who had to transfer his soul into an unborn child's body 15 years ago, as it was the only way he could live on, since his original body was too weak to sustain any life. It might sound cruel, as he literally took someone who wasn't even born yet place. He was unaware of who he really was until he was 5 or 6 years old, which was when he started to slowly gain the memories of his old life back. It was when he started junior high that he fully regained all his memories and realized what he had done and what was yet to come. While he was regained his memories, he played the role as a single mother's child as a boy named Inoue Sora. His new mother named him after her deceased brother as to honor him. He didn't mind, as he originally planned to leave once he regained all his memories. That was the plan, but as he waited for them to return, he found the time he spent with his second mother more enjoyable than he thought and couldn't bring it on him to leave her. Therefore, he decided that he would stay with her to make up for what he did when he took away the son she would have had if it weren't for him. In addition, he had already made new friends that he considered precious to him and would give his life up for them to protect them when that fateful day came. He also believes the nightmare that continues to plague his dreams every so often is a reminder for him not to get too comfortable in the life he has now, because Gid could be just around the corner. He also wondered why he took on the appearance he had when he still had his original body, but chalked it up with it being because of his demonic chakra. Despite all that, there was one question that he always had in the back of his mind. It was why his mother and the women he considered his aunt not realize who he really was, since he looked exactly how he did when he appeared in front of them that day 15 years ago. He wasn't sure why, but perhaps it was too much of a shock for the two of them that their minds sealed that memory away in order to protect them. But whatever it may be, he's been bracing himself for when that day comes and willing to accept whatever they see fit to do with him. As he finished changing into his school clothes, he made his way back downstairs in order to make breakfast for both he and his mother. His mother used to do all the cooking when he was younger, up till he entered junior high, which was when he started to learn how to cook, so he didn't have to eat his mother's cooking. It wasn't that it tasted bad, in fact, she was a good cook, it was just for some reason she thought red bean paste tasted good with everything. He heard from his aunt that she used to make these wired combinations with food that could literally kill a man, but grew out of that phase when she was pregnant with him. He was glad for that, but apparently, she never grew out of adding red bean paste with everything. Therefore, He had to grow up with eating whatever she made with, or without, that paste in it. Eventually he got used to it but knew it couldn't be good for your health and decided to learn how to cook. Ever since he did, he's been making breakfast, lunch, and dinner for them, both of them. At first, his mother didn't approve of it, but after she realized how much extra sleep she could get when made them breakfast, she decided to let him do it. Guess you could say Naruto was pleased. He could get his mother to stop eating red bean paste. However, there are times he would catch her putting some in her food that he made for her. This got him to search the house from top to bottom to find every can she hid and confiscate it. She would always buy more on the way home from work, which he confiscated, but when she gave him her famous pout, she had perfected long ago. He'd caved in and let her put her bean paste on her food, but only on her days off, which she happily agreed. Entering the kitchen, he grabbed a clean apron and put it on, then started to grab the ingredients needed to make not only their breakfast but their lunches as well. It never took him long to select what to make since he'd eat just about anything, and so did his mother. Therefore, it didn't take him long to finish breakfast and begin making lunch for the day. As he continued making lunch, he heard what sounded like footsteps coming from the stairway and figure his mother was making her way towards the kitchen. And as she always did when he finished making breakfast, he always found it funny that no matter how hard he tried to get out of bed, and failed miserably, it would be his cooking that seemed to be the only thing to get her out of bed. Every time she did, she would come downstairs still half asleep and sit at the kitchen table waiting for him to serve her, which she was currently doing. Soon as she sat down, she let out a yawn and spoke to her son. "Good morning, Sora-kun." He could still hear how tired she was and chuckled before replying, "Morning, Mom. I'll serve you your breakfast just soon as I finish making our bentos." Okay. After his mother gave her son her reply, she stood up and made her way towards one of the cupboards, but before she could open it, Naruto spoke. "If you were looking for your bean paste you hid there, well, you can forget it because I already took it. Then I'll be right back." His mother then made her way out the kitchen, but Naruto stopped her again. "I also confiscated the ones under the floorboard in your room too." "What?" His mother spoke more clearly, as if something terrible happened, and in her view, something did. When did you find that hiding spot?" "Sometime last night. I had some extra time and spent it searching the house just in case you were trying to hide any cans from me. I'm surprised you had so many in your room. I thought I told you not to buy any more and that we agreed you could have some only on your days off." Quote, But I didn't get a day off last week and thought it would be alright if I used some today. I would be fine with that if you didn't already do that yesterday," he replied, getting a confused look to appear on her face as she tilted her head. "I did. Yes, Mother. You did," he said as his mother hit the top of her head with her fist while he closed the finished bentos before setting the table so they could breakfast. "Now sit down and eat your breakfast before you're late for work." As they both sat down to eat, his mother opened her mouth to say something, but Naruto cut her off before she could. "And no, you cannot have any of your bean paste." She then closed her mouth and pushed her lower lip in as her eyes grew, making them look like puppy eyes, creating her most famous puppy pout. A pout that neither he nor his aunt Tatsuki could say no to. He was sure even Gid couldn't say no to a face like that even when ticked off. When he saw that face, he immediately averted his eyes from hers and tried to eat the breakfast he prepared for them, but stopped when he heard her sigh. He pretended he didn't hear her and continued to eat his breakfast, but before he could put the omelet he picked up with his chopsticks in his mouth. He heard her sigh again and then start to speak. "You know what this delicious breakfast is missing?" she asked, more to herself than him. "Some bean paste, but someone said I couldn't have any." She finished with a sigh before her shoulders drooped with a look on her face as if the world itself turned against her, causing a pang in Naruto's heart. If there's one thing Naruto hated the most in this world, or universe, besides when the supermarket is out of instant ramen, was when his mother was sad. He could handle almost anything else like karma, God, or whoever had a problem with him, but if he sees his mother sad or crying, it causes a sharp small pain in his heart, as if someone was trying to drive a nail through it. Therefore, when he saw the sad look on her face, he placed the omelet back on his place and then placed his chopsticks on the table before standing up. Next, He made his way over towards one of the cabinets and opened to reveal a cabinet filled with nothing but instant ramen cups. As he did this, his mother was watching him from the corner of her eyes, thinking that she got her way, but when she watched him head towards one of the cabinets in the kitchen and opened it, she almost fell out of her seat when she saw nothing but ramen cups in it. She was hoping he was getting her a jar of bean paste, but only to find out she was dead wrong and that all he was doing was getting a cup of ramen. Now there was a real sad look on her face as she turned to look at the food her son made, while she continued to stare at the food, oblivious to what her son was doing, and slowly picked up her chopsticks. But before she could begin to eat, her son's voice stopped her. "So I guess you don't want this after all." He then placed a jar of red bean paste on the table next to his mother. All she could do was look at jar he placed on the table, then at him before she spoke. "But, I thought you were getting yourself a cup of ramen." "No, I learned not to eat ramen in the morning. Besides, it's just that I hid a jar of your bean paste behind a couple of them and thought that it wouldn't hurt to let you eat some for today, but only for today." The next thing he saw was the happy look that appeared on his mother's face before she gave him a nod, then picked up the jar of bean paste and opened it. "Red bean paste, red bean paste, I get to eat my red bean paste. Yay." As she hummed to herself, Naruto made his way back to his seat while shaking his head at his mother's antics before he sat down and ate his breakfast. Once they were finished eating, Naruto cleaned of the table and washed all the dirty dishes while his mother went upstairs to change into her work clothes. By the time he finished, his mother was making her way downstairs towards the front door, where he went to meet her. There he saw her in her grayish blazer-like suit with matching pants as she slipped on her black women's dress shoes with her hair tied back held by an orange clip. Following his mother's lead, he slipped into his shoes just as she opened their front door for them and walked outside. Soon as they were outside and past the front gate, Naruto's mother turned to face him, who was holding out her bento for her that she took from him before speaking. "Thank you, Sora, but before I leave, I just wanted to tell you that I don't want to get any phone calls from school saying you were in some kind of fight again, understood?" Now Naruto knew how clueless his mother could be at times, but if it came to his well-being, she was one of the most protective mothers he knew, especially when it came to his schooling. With her being a single mother along with working long hours, she was hardly ever home, which meant he was always home alone, and she knew how it felt to be left alone. She was once in that similar situation as a teen and always put on a happy face so her friends wouldn't worry. She wasn't sure if her son was doing the same thing as she did when she was younger, but either way she didn't want him to feel the same loneliness she felt. Luckily, one of his best friends lived next door, so he always had somewhere to go if he ever did feel lonely, so that was good. However, there was also one other thing she was worried about, and that was her on getting into fights for reasons he wouldn't tell her, and to this day, she still doesn't know. That was why she made sure she made it clear that she didn't want him getting into any more fights by telling him in a firm voice with the face to back it up. "Yes, I understand." "Good," she replied, change her stern look to a cheerful one. "Well, I'll be going then, so have a nice day at school, and I mean it. No more fighting, and don't forget to record the new episode of Magical Girl Kyoko for me when you come home from school." "I will." With those last words, Naruto waved bye to his mother as she started to walk away, but before he could do the same, he heard a familiar voice call out to him. Turning around, he saw his neighbor, best friend since they were little, walking up to him with a young girl about 12 years old walking next to him. "I see your mother was scolding you for fighting in school again, huh?" the orange-haired teen said. "Yeah, but as long as upperclassmen keep talking about her, the more fights I'll be getting into," he replied. The boy who he was talking to was his best friend Yukirito, who also happened to be his neighbor since they were kids. He had spiky orange hair and golden brown eyes, dressed in the same school uniform as him. The girl next to him was his younger sister Yukimikan, who has both brown hair and eyes. She also had a crush on the blonde-haired teen, which he knew, and would tease her relentlessly by adding the chan suffix when he would call her name. "Does it really solve anything? I mean, you did the same thing in junior high, but it didn't stop them from talking." "True, but that was in junior high and they didn't know what I was capable of yet. Since I was holding back, but now that we're in high school, that will all soon change." Rito would Vei replied but decided not to when he saw the sadist-looking grin his best friend had on his face, but Mikan on the other hand did. What's the whole point of fighting if you both end up hurt afterwards? If you ask me, I think it just a waste of time and an excuse for idiots to prove that they can endure the most pain. You're half right, but there are some people who can't get the picture unless you smack them around a bit. Like the idiots, as you call them, at mine and Rito's school. However, there are other reasons for one to fight. Like what? Well, there's fighting to prove something or for someone who can't, but the most important reason one should fight if she ever has to should be to protect someone who is precious to you. What do you mean by precious to you? Like family or something? It depends on what you consider precious. To me it's friends, family, and everything I deem precious to me. Let's take you for example. Oh okay, Mikan replied, a bit confused to why he would take her as an example, but did tell him and listen to what he had to say. Let's say that you get yourself involved with some shady people, not saying that you would, and they decided they were going to hurt you and I found out about it. You can bet your ass I would be there in a heartbeat to kick whoever's ass it was, even if it killed me, because I consider you someone precious to me. Mick, and was a bit moved by what he said, that he would risk his life just to protect her because she was someone precious to him, causing her to blush as she smiled. She could have done without the shady people part as it ticked her off, but what he said last made up for it. Before she could give her crush a reply, he added something. And I'm sure Rito would do the same, right? That got Mikan to turn to our older brother, who was now sweating a bit from the sudden accusation. Why yeah, of course I would, he replied, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly while laughing nervously, prompting his sister to sweat drop. Thanks, Oni-chan. That sounds real assuring, she said dryly. Well, sorry if I don't know how to fight like Sora. You're right, I'm sorry. It's just it would be nice to know that my brother would come help me if I'm in trouble. Of course I would. You're my little sister and I would do anything I could to protect you. Mikan could hear how serious her brother sounded, as did Naruto, and made her smile as she spoke. I know you would. Thanks, Rito. The two siblings smiled at each other, but before anything else could happen, Naruto spoke up, getting their attention. I think she's enough talk about that unless we all want to be late for school. When he mentioned the word school, Naruto's neighbors' eyes widened as they realized they was still standing in front Naruto's house talking. Crap, why didn't you say something earlier, Sora? Rito voiced. It looked like you two were having a moment and I didn't want to ruin it. Anyway, we should get going, Naruto replied, prompting his best friend to sweat drop. With that, the three headed off to school, with Mikan standing between both Naruto and Rito while they walked. As they did, Naruto looked at Mikan from the corner of Hi's eyes and saw her fidgeting with her hands while looking at him periodically. He could tell that she wanted to ask him something but was probably too embarrassed to ask him in front of her brother or just him entirely. Therefore, it prompted him to ask what was bothering her. Is there something you want to ask me, Mikan-chan? The said girl jumped when he said her name before she looked up at her brother's friend, Crush, and spoke. What are you talking about? There's nothing I want to ask you. Her voice was a dead giveaway as he could hear how nervous she sounded. Even Rito was able to tell, prompting him to look down at her, but before he could ask why, Naruto cut him off. It's just I saw you fidgeting with your hands while looking at me. So I figure that you wanted to ask me something. Was I wrong? No. It's just I wanted to ask if you could show me how to cook that dish you made last week for me again. Naruto raised an eyebrow, as did Rito, at what she asked and wondered why he was asking him something like that, but then figured out the reason why. Well, two reasons why, the first being that she wanted to get better at cooking for Rito's sake and the other being she just wanted to impress him with her cooking skills. Either way, he wasn't going to turn her down, since he did promise her on her 12th birthday that he would show her how to cook different dishes, and if he said no, it would be as if he were going back on his word, which never does. Therefore he smiled at Mikan. Sure, it's not like I have anything else planned. Besides, I did promise you that I would show you how to cook different dishes, didn't I? And I never go back on a promise. Mikan's eyes shinned with happiness when he agreed to show her, but before she could give him a reply, Naruto added something. But it will have to be tomorrow. I don't have all the ingredients to make the dish you're talking about. Is that all right with you? Of course. Thank you, Sora-kun. You're welcome, I guess. All he could do was smile at her with her doing the same as she mumbled something to herself, and before they knew it, they reached the halfway point to where their schools were. It was also where Mika N had to take a different path since her school was in a different direction, but not before saying goodbye to both her brother and Naruto. After the two teens watched as Mikan left, they continued their way towards their own school. As they walked, Rito decided to speak up. I think you're spoiling her too much. You may be right, but I think you have to spoil your little sisters every once in a while, and since I'm an only child, I decided to spoil your sister. Besides, I'm just helping her become a better cook unless you think I'm a bad teacher. No, I'm not saying that. In fact, she's even better than before. Rito quickly replied, not wanting to upset his friend. Well, that's good to hear, but anyways, we should hurry or else we'll really be late. With that said, the two then started to run towards the school so they wouldn't be late. XXX at school XXX. When they arrived at the school gates, both Naruto and Rito came to a halt, seeing as they still had about 15 minutes left until school started. As they stood there, Rito tried to catch his breath while Naruto stood there with no sigh of fatigue as he popped his knuckles. Are you really going to fight even after your mother clearly told you not to? Rito said after catching his breath. Well, that all depends on the upperclassmen and whoever else decides to talk about my mother. It's not as if I want to do it, but it just as I said earlier today. Some people can't get the picture until you smack them around a bit, and that goes for you too. What do you mean that goes for me too? Rito just gulped at his best friend's warning. As he nodded in reply, completely dumbfounded by what he said. Good, now let's get going. The two then started to walk towards the school and saw that there were still students standing outside. ONC. They noticed Naruto walking up towards the school. They all looked his way with mixed looks. The girls gave him dreamy looks, as they wanted nothing more than to be with him, while the boys just glared at him, cursing because he was all the girls talk and fantasize about. As they continued to walk, they could hear the girl students whisper with one another. Hey look, it's Sora-kun. Yeah, and he looks as handsome as always, and those whisker marks make him look so cute. I know what you mean, but what I want to know if he's going out with anyone. Those were just some of the things they heard, causing one of the two to sweat drop. Looks like you're as popular as ever, Rito voiced, not sure if he should be happy or jealous of his friend. That's when he heard what else the girls had to say. But who is that next to him? I don't know. The only time I see him is when he walking with Sora-kun. I bet he's just trying to become popular by hanging around with Sora-kun. I bet that's true. And besides, he's not even that good looking. And it looks like I'm unpopular as ever, Rito added, hanging his head. Why do you care what girls say about you anyway? Don't you only have one girl whose opinion matters the most? Naruto voiced, getting Rito to immediately perked up and put a straight face. You're right, Sora. It's Sirenji Haruna-chan's opinion that matters the most. Naruto just chuckled at his friend's quick recovery and made his way into the school, heading towards his shoe locker. After switching his shoes, he met up with Rito, but before they could make their way to their class, something caught Naruto's attention. He then told Rito that he meet up with him later and started to walk away, but not after hearing his friend telling him to go easy on them. Giving his Fryan DA wave signaling he heard him but wasn't going to make any promises as he made his way towards a group of upperclassmen. Her tits are big too, but the biggest tits I've seen are Inoe's mother's. Ian, they're the size of fucking watermelons. Watermelons, man. I know what you're talking about, and the best part is, I don't live that far from their house, so I see her and her luscious tits bounce up and down every day. You damn lucky bastard. Hey, mind if I spend the night? Unaware to the group of upperclassmen, Naruto, who was just a few feet away from them, heard everything they just said, getting his eyebrow to twitch. As he approached them, he put on the friendliest face you could think of, making him seem as he were never pissed off in the first place, and made his presences known. Man, I saw her walking to work this morning, and I tell you, it took every fiber in my being not to just walk up to and just motorboat those tits of hers. Now here's some who knows what we're talking about. Just as that upperclassman said that, he and the rest of the small group looked to see who the newcomer was, only for them to realize it was Naruto, causing them all to look at him in fear as the "Why heard what happened to the last person who talked about his mother?" Now tell me, whose mother we're talking about? None of them were brave enough to give him a reply, so he answered for them, that's right. It's my mother. Naruto then gave them a sadistic smile before cracking his knuckles. Rito was on his way toward his class when he heard what sounded like a bunch of girls crying in figure. It was Naruto give the group of upperclassmen a one-way ticket to the nurse's office. He wasn't sure if that was a punishment or gift since the rumors say the school nurse was smoking hot. Pushing th. At thought aside, he was just about to reach the end of the hallway he was in but heard a familiar voice stopping him in mid-step. The voice he heard belonged to none other than his crush, Sairenji Haruna. Inching his way towards the end of the hallway and peeked around the corner, he saw his crush standing in the hall next to their class talking with some of their classmates. Haruna-chan always looks so cute every time I see her. From her sweet expression to her silky black hair, all the way down to her gentle manner. She's the best and no one in my book could compare to her. If only I could just tell her how I feel. As he continued to think about his crush, he failed to notice two people sneaking up behind him until it was too late. Are you stalking her in the middle of the day, Rito? A familiar voice to him spoke, getting him to jump and turn. Who the hell are you calling a stalker, you bastard? After calming down, Rito glared at his friend who went by the name of Tsuruyama Kenichi. Who is the same age as he and Naruto and is in the same class as them too. He had black spiky hair, the same color, eyes, and a bit of a pervert, but other than that, he wasn't that bad of a person. Standing next to him was Naruto, who had a smirk on his face that he guessed was because of the way he acted a moment ago. Are you sure? Because I could swear you were looking at your beloved Haruna-chan a moment ago. That got Rito to tense up before he spoke. Shut up. I wasn't looking at her, or stalking her. I was just waiting for the right timing. Timing? Naruto voiced, getting a nod from Rito. Yeah, that's right. Because I've decided that I'm going to confess my love to her. Yeah, just like the last 200 times. Which all failed, by the way, Tsuruyama added. He has a point, Rito. When it comes to you confessing your love, well, let's just say you suck at it. But who knows, maybe 201 is your lucky number, Naruto told him while placing a hand on one of his shoulders. Anyways, let's get to class. The bell is about to ring. With that, both Naruto and Tsuruyama left, heading towards their class, leaving Rito standing in the middle of the hallway by himself as he stared at the floor. Even if what they said is true, it's not going to stop me from trying, since Haruna-chan and I are in the same high school. Not to mention we're in the same class, but that's not enough. I won't be satisfied with that, not until I can tell her how I feel, even if she does turn me down. At least I can say I finally told her my true feeling, which I will today after school. I just hope she says yes. As he finished that last thought, he made his way towards his classroom before the bell could ring, still hoping Haruna will say yes. XXX after school XXX. The school day for Naruto was just your typical day at school. Sitting in class listening to a boring lecture while waiting for the teacher to finish and pass out the handouts for that class. The only interesting thing that day was watching Rito trying to figure out what he plans to tell his beloved Haruna-chan. It was both funny and depressing while watching his friend try to confess to his longtime crush since junior high and failed miserably every time. It was as if God, or whoever was looking over Rito, didn't want the two to come together, but no matter how many times he failed, it never stopped him from trying. And it was that part of Rito Naruto liked. In some way, it reminded him of when he was younger, before he had to transfer his soul, and was always rooting for him to succeed, but in the end he always failed. Sometimes it wasn't even his fault, as unsuspected things just happened, but usually it was just him chickening out in the last minute. It was the same after school as he stood in front of the school gates waiting for Haruna to show up. When she did show, she never saw him because she was reading a book. It was a perfect opportunity for Rito to confess to her, but whenever he thinks of saying those 3 words, I love you, all the nerves in his body start acting up and gets cold feet, causing him to hide, which he did by jumping into the bushes. Naruto, who was watching from afar, couldn't help shaking his head in shame as his friend just threw away yet another opportunity. After walking over to console his friend, telling him, there is always next time, they made their way home. The entire way there, Rito kept beating himself up for probably blowing the only chance he had left at confessing his love for her. However, Naruto just told him that when the right timing comes along he'd get his chance and continued their way home. Once they reached their destination, they parted ways with each going into their own homes, but unlike Rito, Naruto came home to any empty house. It wasn't unusual since he's used to it form both lives, but it did have a lonely feeling to it, but he paid not mind to it and brushed it off as an everyday feeling. The first thing he did when he entered his house was remove his shoes, then head towards the living room. There he turned on the TV so he could program the recorder so it would record Magical Girl Kyoko show that his mother watches. He didn't know why she even watched a program like that, but he guessed she was still a child at heart. Sometimes he wondered whom the parent and the child was between the two, but before he could answer that question, he made his way towards the kitchen to prepare dinner for himself as well for his mother, who would be eating it once she comes home. As he prepared his dinner for the day, he couldn't help feel something bad was going to happen. It was the same feeling he had the day Gid suddenly came to Earth 15 years ago. No matter how much he tried to shake that feeling away, it never did, and it got him to wonder if it were Gid finally coming back to finish what they started. If so, he was ready to do battle, if needed to, as everything he needed was already in his room sealed within a scroll. He thought about the upcoming battle. He finished making his and his mother dinner and put his mother's serving in the fridge. Next, he sat down in the living room where he watched a little TV, but as he did, the channel flipped to the Magical Girl Kyoko show. He wouldn't admit it to anyone, but he kind of liked the show as it had a bit of comedy to it. Also, Magical Girl Kyoko wasn't that bad to look at. After he finished eating his meal and watching the rest of the show, he made his way into the kitchen to wash his dishes. Once they were clean, he made his way towards the bathroom so he could take a bath. When he was in, he removed his clothing and let the water fill the tub before entering and letting the warm water caress his body, getting him to forget the feeling he had before and relax. However, unbeknownst to him, in just a few minutes his life was about to change entirely. Standing on top of one of the many buildings throughout Seinen City stood a beautiful girl about 15 to 16 years old. She had long flowing beautiful bubblegum pink hair that hung down to her lower back, stopping just above her butt. She had two beautiful emerald green eyes and wore a wired looking skin-tight outfit that showed her luscious curves with a strange looking hat with bat-like wings sticking out of it. This wasn't your ordinary typical teenage girl despite her appearance, which looked like a normal human girl, but the truth was, she was an alien, a being not from this world to be precise, who ran away from her home planet for unknown reasons. Currently, there were two men in suits with shades standing before her. As they were finally able to corner the girl on the edge of the building. "We've finally found you, princess. So why don't you give up and come back home already?" But to think she would come to a remote planet such as this. Also, isn't this the same planet Gid-sama came looking for Naruto Dono? You don't think she's planning to ask him for help, do you? One of the men asked the oath. Still keeping his eyes on the girl before him. It's a possibility, but we're not even sure if he's still alive, and besides, the princess only knows about him because of the stories that were written in our history books. There's no way she'd know he ever came to this planet, but even so we'd have to stop her before she can get in contact with him. Otherwise, Gid-sama will have our heads if she does. The men then place all their attention on the pink-haired girl who stood in front of them. We're going to ask you nicely one more time to come back home with us or else. The so-called Princess Zhu. She stared at the two men before her, unfazed by the man's words before she finally spoke. Peek. It looked like she was talking to herself, but actually she was talking to the strange-looking hat on her head, which surprisingly talked back. Yes, Lala-sama. You know what to do, right? Yes, Lala-sama. Good, and try not to be followed. I'll do my best, Lala-sama. With that, the now-known Lala SL. Ali moved her left hand to the bracelet on her right wrist, getting the two men to look at her suspiciously, but before they could say anything, she disappeared in thin air. Naruto, who was still enjoying the bath he was taking, had his head resting on the wall as he continued to let the warm bath water wash away his worries, and it seemed to work. As the feeling he had when making dinner earlier Ode was completely gone, letting him fully enjoy his bath. Man, I feel so relaxed I could fall asleep. He then let his body sink further into the water before recalling the feeling earlier today when he came home. I wonder what that feeling was earlier. It felt exactly how I felt when Gid came that day 15 years ago, but if he were coming, shouldn't he arrived already? As he ponders, why he Sue? D. Denley had that feeling he failed to notice the bath water started to bubble, and before he even realized it, the water suddenly shot up in front of him. Soon as the water fell back into the tub, with most of it land outside of it, he took notice that there was a beautiful girl with pink bubblegum hair. It reminded him of Sakura, a girl from long, long ago, but before he could question why, there was a girl who was completely naked. In his bathroom, he looked at the girl's face, and couldn't believe what he saw. It was a face he couldn't forget no matter how hard he tried, but knew it was impossible for that person who he believed it was to be here of all places. Even so, it didn't stop him from calling out that woman's name. Shala. Even though he said that name, the girl before him mad. No sign that it was her name, or she didn't hear him. Either way, he could tell it wasn't her. How could it? She was the queen of Deviluke. There was no way Gid would let her come here even if she begged. G'd him, but the resemblance of Shala and the girl before him were unbelievable. Now that he knows that this girl wasn't who he thought, left him one question. Who the hell was this girl, and how the hell did she suddenly appear in his bathroom? The girl, who was now standing, stretched while mumbling escape successful, noticed she was in what looked like a bathroom. There she noticed a boy about her age sitting in the tub she was standing in, looking at her suspiciously as if he were trying to figure out why she was there. Who are you? Her sudden question prompted Naruto's eyebrow to twitch. I should be the one asking you that. Not you asking me, he told her before he stood up. As he did, a blush appeared on Lala's face, as it was the first time she had seen a man's penis. She was fine with being naked around other people as she bathed with her servants back on her home planet since she was little, but once she saw this man's male organ, she couldn't stop herself from blush as she watched him step out of the tub. Then watched him grab a towel that he used to cover his lower body and then look at her. Well, are you going to tell me who the hell you are and why you appeared in my room, or are you just going to stand there? He could clearly state that she was by far one of the prettiest women he had seen in both his lifetimes, and no matter how he looked at her, he continued to see the woman called Shala in her place and wondered if this girl was a distant cousin or related to her in some way, but he couldn't ask her, as it would cause her to suspect him of knowing that there was life outside this planet. But before he could continue his thought, she spoke. Oh, well, my name is Lala and I come from planet Deviluke. The moment she said Deviluke, Naruto's eyes widened a bit, but not enough for her to notice before he went into a deep thought. Deviluke? Did she just say she was from Deviluke? Well, I shouldn't be that surprised. She does look identical to Shala. In fact, she's a spitting image of her, but what the hell is she doing here, unless Gid sent her to kill me in his place? Before he could come up with a reasonable answer to why she was here, or if Gid really did send her after his head, the girl he was thinking about interrupted him. I asked you what's your name, and can you get me a towel too? I'm getting cold. Realizing he was spacing out, he came back to his senses just as Lala spoke to him, getting him to realize she was shivering from the cool air, and immediately grabbed a towel for her. After he tossed it to her, she immediately grabbed it and wrapped it around her frame, then looked back at Naruto, who was now looking at her. You still haven't told me your name. Oh, sorry. My name is Uzu. I mean Inoue Sora. Inoue Sora. Well, it's nice to meet you. I already told you my name, but I'll tell you it again just in case you didn't hear me the first time. My name is Lala, Deviluke Satalin Lala. Once she started her full name, Naruto could understand why this girl looked so much like Shala, and that was because she was her daughter. Her name was proof enough, as Gid was in love with Shala, as did he, but after the incident between him and her, he had no right to love her, and it was because that incident he left planet Deviluke and returned to Earth, where he should have returned after he helped put an end to the galaxy unification wars. Well, now that our introductions are out of the way, why don't I find you something to wear, unless you have a pair of clothes on you that I don't know about? You don't have to do that. Peek should be able to find me in no time. Quote, who's Peek? She's a robot I made who changes into my clothes. We were separated when I used my invention Pion Warp Kun while the two of us were running away from my pursuers. It allows me to warp any living unit to a short distance, but I'm not able to determine its destination. That's why I appeared in your bathroom. Even though she explained how she magically appeared in his bathroom, naked, he still found it hard to believe, but there was some truth to what she said. As her bracelet, or Pion warp kun as she calls it, can only warp living objects a short distance away, a robot that's considered non-living wouldn't be able to warp. The same robot that she claims to uses to clothe her, but at least it helps explain why she magically appeared in his bathroom naked. Shaking his head, Naruto looked at Lala and said, I'm not sure which part of your story is true, but even so, if you ask me, that invention of yours is somewhat stupid. Now, if you excuse me, I'm going to go put some clothes on. Not waiting for her reply, Naruto turned and left the bathroom, leaving Lala to herself, who followed right behind him. My invention is not stupid. I just need more time to fix all the bugs. That's all. Naruto just ignored her and made his way upstairs towards his room with a very upset Lala from him calling her invention stupid. Well, I still think it's stupid, and nothing you say will change that. It's not stupid. You're the stupid one. Well, if you say so. As he made his way into his room with Lala following shortly behind, trying to tune her out as she started to explain how her invention wasn't stupid. Once he entered his room, he walked over towards his dresser, where he pulled out a pair of boxers and put them on. Next, he pulled out an orange muscle shirt and put that on as well, then turned to Lala, who was still blabbing about how her invention wasn't stupid, never noticing he wasn't listening to a word she was saying. As he made his way to his desk and opened one of his books from school, then started to do his homework. When Lala finished talking, she looked at Naruto and saw him sitting at his desk writing on a pile of paper, getting her to realize he didn't hear a word she said. Were you even listening to me? Did you say something? He replied, not bothering to look at. Before Lala could reply, both of them heard the sound of a window opening and saw a wired-looking doll-like being that had a round-shaped head with swirls for eyes. It also had a pair of bat-like wings and wore white shirt with a matching tee that covered its entire body with only its feet showing. Lala-sama, are you all right? The doll asked. Peek, you found me. I'm so glad you were able to get away safely. The now-known Peek flew into Lala's arms before saying, yes. I was lucky that the Mal Dono and Smuts Dono were too distracted with your sudden disappearance to notice me slip away. As the two continued to talk with one anit, her Naruto just sat there and watched them as he recalled Lala's story. So that's Peek, huh? I guess she was telling the truth, but then whom was she running away from? Is it this Mal and Smuts person? While he pondered on that thought, Peek finally realized he was there, prompting her to ask Lala who he was. Who is this human? Lala-sama. He looks familiar, but I don't know why. Oh, him, he's the one who lives here. His name is Inoue Sora. Yeah, that's it. Inoue Sora. That's the first I heard of that name, but why does he look so familiar? While Peek tried to search her memories to why Naruto looked familiar to her, the said person narrowed his eyes at the robot, wondering if it will realize who he truly was. As if he jinxed himself, Peek spoke. Now I remember. He reminds me of Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Who is that? Lala-sama, how could you not know who Uzumaki Naruto is? Not only is he the lone survivor of the Kitsune race that perished long ago, but also was the sole reason why your father won the Galaxy Unification Wars. If it weren't for the power that he possessed called chakra, who knows what would have happened during the war. Wow, I didn't know that. He must be really powerful. If you paid attention during your studies, you would have learned that, and yes, he was powerful. They say he was on par with your father and was the only man who could take him on a one-on-one fight. Now that you mention it, Zaston's assistants did say that he was staying here on Earth. Do you think he could help us out? I'm not sure, Lala-sama. According to the data I have, he suddenly disappeared from planet Deviluke almost 25 years ago, but if what Mal Dono and Smuts Dono said were true, that he is indeed here on this planet, I'm sure he would gladly help. However, before Lala and Peek could get their hopes up, they heard a loud banging sound come from where Naruto was sitting. When they looked at him, they saw his left hand resting on his desk with his bangs shadowing his face so they couldn't see his eyes. They didn't know why, but they could tell Naruto was mad at something, and before they could ask what was wrong, he spoke. Now that you have clothing. Robot, you can now put some damn clothes on and get the hell out of here. He's right, Peak. I can change into some clothes, she said, not catching what Naruto said at the end. Peak, you know what to do. Yes, Lala-sama. As Peak suddenly glowed, Naruto, who was clearly not in a good mood, couldn't believe Peak realized who he really was, but also knew he was last survivor of the Kitsuan race. Not to mention she knew that he could use Charka as well, and to make matters worse, the two people called Mul and Smuts knew about him too. It was only a matter of time before they find Lala and lead the straight to him, and if they were smart like Peak, they will immediately notice his appearance, figure out who he was, and then contact Gid. That was something he couldn't let happen. Even if he had no choice but to fight Gid, he would. The only problem was he wasn't sure if the body he has now could withstand the amount of demonic chakra it would take to fight Gid in a full-out battle. All it would take to stop him was the damn plant he used 15 years ago to stop him, and if he did use that plant in a fight with his current body, he would surely die this time, no question asked. Therefore, the only solution he had was to get rid of Lala soon as possible. However, Karma was known to be a bitch, and she wasn't making any exception today, especially for Naruto. How is it? Doesn't it look nice, Sora? Lala voiced soon as she was clothed. When she asked him, he looked at her and noticed she was now wearing clothes, but had to wonder what kind of clothes she was wearing. It looked similar to what Peak wore, but fitted to her size and looked to be skin-tight, with a hat that looked like Peak's head with her eyes and her bat-like wings. It looks lovely. So why don't you hurry up and leave before any more people arrive? He replied dryly. Before Lala could give him a reply, the wind started to pick up, and before any of them knew it, two men in suits suddenly appeared on both sides of Lala. Lala-sama, it's futile to resist. Why don't you stop playing your little games and come back with us? Both Peak and Lala were a bit shocked to see both Mul and Smuts in Naruto's room. However, Lala's expression suddenly changed before she spoke. Peak. Why? Yes. Didn't I tell you to make sure you weren't followed? Yes. Then explain why both Zaston's assistants are here in Sora's room. I'm sorry, Lala-sama. I failed you. Off to the side, Naruto watched as the two men appeared in his room and realized it was too late, but when they started talking to Lala, they failed to notice he was here. Doing a few quick hand signs, he placed a small genjutsu around him, making him seem as if he weren't there. It may sound like a cruel, but he was hoping that the two men would take Lala away so they wouldn't find him and realized who he was like Peak did. Therefore, he sat there under his genjutsu and waited for them to leave while watching everything that was going on. Well, it seems you will be coming with us now, one of the men said as he and the other man took a step towards her. Lala-sama, why not use your bracelet again? Peak voiced while Lala took a step back. I can't. It takes a whole day for it to charge once I use it. Then in one swift motion, one of the men shot at Lala and grabbed hold of her right arm. There's no use in struggling. Now come on, we're leaving whether you like it or not. No. Let go of me. I said let go. Even though she pled for him to let go of her, he didn't comply as he had his orders to bring her back home and ignored her as she tried to pull her arm free. The more she tried, the tighter the man's grip on her became, causing her to bite the man's arm, hoping it would cause him to let go, but sadly it didn't. Naruto, still concealed by his genjutsu, watched as Lala struggled to get free from the men grasp, trying almost everything she could do only to fail. He was wishing the two men would hurry up and take her away already, but as time passed, he had a hard time fighting the urge to help Lala escape. Just watching her struggle was enough to cause him to drop his jutsu and help her, but no, it would blow his cover. However, when one of the men raised a hand, making it seem like he was going to strike her, he immediately dispelled his genjutsu and rushed at the man, hitting him in his gut, causing him to topple over, then grabbed He-Man arm that was still holding Lala and twisted it until there was a nasty popping sound. It caused the man to let go and grab hold of his injured arm while Naruto picked up Lala bridal style and leapt out his window. Lala was a bit surprised Naruto was helping her but didn't know why, prompting her to ask, "Why are you helping me?" "I don't know. To tell you the truth, I wanted nothing more those two men to hurry up and take you away, but after seeing you struggle like that, I couldn't just sit there let it slide, especially when that man was about to hit you. I'm a man, damn it, and men don't just sit idly by and watch. As two men tried to kidnap a beautiful girl against her will right in front of me. Lala didn't know what to say to that. He just admitted he wanted both Zastan's men to take her away, but even so, he still went and rescued her. In some way, she felt happy. It was the first time anyone tried to rescue her besides her father. It caused a warm sensation to build up inside her, and it wasn't because he was carrying her. She didn't know why, but her heart started to pound faster while her breath became hotter. When she looked up at Naruto, she could see how he bled the hero of the Galaxy Unification Wars, Uzumaki Naruto, as he had the same hairstyle and color too. He even had the same whisker marks as that man, and his azure-colored eyes that they say could pierce a man's soul with just one glance. It's remarkable she didn't realize it before, but it was because she didn't know the man's name, only what he looked like. She then wondered if perhaps Sora and Uzumaki Naruto were in some way or another related, or perhaps the same man. Whilst Lala was thinking of that, Naruto, who was jumping from rooftop to rooftop, while still carrying Lala, was trying to find a place to land where there weren't many people, as he knew those two men would be coming after them. It would be easier just use his chakra and dash the hell out of there, but couldn't because of Lala. Since she was a Deviluke, she knew about his real identity, well, what he looked like when he was on planet Deviluke anyways. However, if she were to see him use his chakra or any jutsus, she would probably figure out he was really Naruto and not his fake aliases, Inoue Sora. Therefore, he had to stick to what his human body could do for now, unless he had no other choice. It wasn't long after that when he came to an empty park and ran in, still carrying Lala. However, he didn't get far, as one of the men perusing them threw a large trailer truck in front of them, blocking their path. He easily jump over it or blast through it using his Rasengan, but both those ideas required chakra, which he couldn't use right now. He then put Lala down and turned to face the two men while telling her to get behind him. He could see the man whose arm he broke fully healed somehow, and wondered if they developed some kind of drug that has a fast regenerating abilities. Whatever the cause may be, he would just have to break it again, and braced himself for a fight. Look, Earthling, do not interfere with use. Unless you would rather have use hurt you. That last comment made Naruto smirk, as it's been a long time since he was in a real fight and could feel his blood pumping from the excitement. Oh, I would love to see you try. Even though I would to do more than anything to pay you back for what you did to my arm, but sadly, I have more important business to take care of. The man who had his arm broken then looked at Lala and said, "Now Lala-sama, quiet, running away from home and come back with use, peacefully." "No, I don't want to. You heard the lady. She doesn't want to go." "Wait, what did you say?" Naruto had to stop and think of what Lala and the two goons said, but before he could, Lala continued to talk. "I'm sick and tired of meeting my future husband candidates every day. I don't care if I'm the successor, I'm tired of it. Besides, I already found who I think I'd rather marry." She mumbled that last part to herself while looking at the backside of Naruto, whose eyebrows were twitching from what she said and all of today's events. "But, Lala-sama, this is your father's will. So please come back with us." "No, I don't care what Papa said. I am not going back." As Lala started to grab something from her pocket, Naruto, who was now staring at the ground below him, his anger started to rise as he thought about all of today's events that started with Lala appearing in his bathroom. All this is happening because she ran away from home. My real identity was almost discovered because of a stupid girl was sick and tired of meeting her future husband candidates and decided to run away here. He was now pissed, and because his power started to leak out, causing a small gust of wind to circulate around him, getting the two goons' attention. "Do you see that? That Earthling is surrounded himself with a gust of wind." "Yeah, but how is that possible? Do you think he's a Kazin?" "I'm not sure, as there are a lot of unknown alien races living here on this planet." With the sudden distraction caused by Naruto, the two goons never saw Lala pull out a device that looked like a cell phone. The moment they did, it was too late, as Lala shouted something that made them go on edge, as well as snapping Naruto to his senses. "Now go vacuum, Kun." The moment Lala That a huge metal-like octopus appeared from thin air, causing the two goons to sweat as they saw what was in front of them. Shit, it's one of Lala-sama's inventions. Now suck them up, Vacuum-kun. Following its orders, Vacuum-kun's mouth suddenly opened, causing the airflow to pull towards its mouth, lifting the two goons off the ground and sucked into its mouth. As Naruto watched Lala's invention suck the two goons up, he noticed that everything around them was doing the same, then realized her invention was getting out of control. He knew it wasn't stopped, the whole city would be in trouble. Lala, that's enough. Turn it off already. Lala, who was now hovering in the sky, heard Naruto and looked at her invention in a cute thinking pose before saying, I can't remember how I turned this thing off. It's been so long since I used. I guess I forgot how. What? God damn this girl and her stupid invention. If I don't do something quick, this whole city might be in trouble. Knowing he only had one option left, he pumped more chakra into his feet so Lala's Vacuum-kun couldn't pull him off the ground when he ran out in front it. From there he flashed through some hand size before yelling, Earth style. Earth dragon technique. Suddenly, the ground in front of Naruto shot out, forming a dragon-like being made of pure rock, and flew towards Lala's Vacuum-kun. Unfortunately, Lala's invention was able to suck his jutsu in, but Naruto wasn't going to lose to a machine. He was Uzumaki fucking Naruto, for God's sakes, that helped put an end to the galaxy unification wars. There was no way in hell he would lose to some spoiled little girl's invention, not in his or any lifetime. Therefore, with a fierce yell, he pumped more chakra into his jutsu, causing the earth-looking dragon to enlarge its body. Getting the enlarged part to get caught in Lala's invention mouth, causing the wind to return to normal. With that settled, he turned to Lala and said, now hurry up and shut it off. But, I still can't remember how. Lala replied, getting Naruto to shake his head. Before they knew it, Lala's invention slowly started to expand until it was ready to pop, and when it did, the shock wave it caused was strong enough to send Naruto soaring through the air, leaving a crater in its wake. After stopping herself from soaring in the air, Lala looked just in time to see Naruto soar through the air right into a parked car. Fearing the worst, she quickly flew to him, only to see him pull himself from the dent he made on the car as if nothing was wrong. Sora, are you alright? Yeah, I'm fine, he replied, wiping the dust off him. Are you sure? You just hit an earthling vehicle. I said I'm fine. Anyway, I think it's time for you to go home. What? I said it's time for you to go home. Running away won't solve anything, it will only cause you and others trouble. Take what just happened few minutes ago as an example. If I didn't stop you, stupid machine, who knows what would have happened to this city. Yeah, it sucks that you have to meet so many future candidates that will one day become one of your husbands. That's the life of a princess in line of ruling the whole Milky Way galaxy, so suck it up. If your father could do it, so can you. Lala just stood there, speechless, as she didn't know what to say. He was right, but one thing bothered her, and that was how he knew she was the next in line to rule the Milky Way galaxy. She could clearly remember no one, not even Zaston's assistants, ever once mentioning her becoming the next ruler of the Milky Way galaxy. Yeah, she said she was tired of me. Future candidates, but not once did she ever mention anything about being the next ruler of the Milky Way galaxy. So how did he know? But before she could ask, Naruto added something. Now if you excuse me, I have some homework that needs to be finished, then after that I'm passing the fuck out. I've been through enough today. So, this is goodbye then. With a wave, Naruto started to walk off, leaving Lala and Peak to themselves and disappeared into the night. You know, Lala-sama, Sora Dono is right, maybe we should go back home with Zaston Dono. I know, Peak, but still, I don't want to go back just to be constantly meet more candidates. Besides, what is it? Lala-sama, it's just I think I finally found someone I can see myself marrying. Here on this planet. Why, you're not talking about Sora Dono, are you? I think it's what they call love at first sight or something like that. Besides, he risked his life to save me, not caring about getting hurt or possibly killed by Zaston's assistants. That's true. Two aliens such as them would terrify most Earthlings, but he didn't bat a wink. In fact, I'm not sure he's even an Earthling. Form that strange Earth dragon he made, I'd say he was a Chi and then an Earthling. As to making him your husband, I'm not so sure that's a good idea. You don't even know anything about him besides his name. A.N. Kai is the Japanese word for earth. So a Chian is an alien race that controls any type of earth element such as rock, stone, possibly metal like in Avatar, etc. You're right, but I feel this connection between him as if we were destined to be together. It's hard to explain why I have this feeling, but I know it means something. Therefore, I plan to stay here on this planet until I figure out why I'm having this feeling, and besides, if we stick around Sora-kun, he might just end up meeting Uzumaki. Naruto. What makes you say that? Well, he does resemble him, so there has to be some kind of connection between the two, and if we stick around we might find out why. Until then, let's wait until tomorrow to meet up with Sora-kun. Again, I'm not sure that's such a good idea. Sora Dono looked upset when he left, and seeing us tomorrow might make him even more upset than he is now. Nonsense. I'm sure he'd be happy to see us again. I hope you're right, Lala-sama. I know I am. Anyway, let's get going. With that, the two left OFF to who knows where, ending one of the most interesting day Lala ever had. XXX the next day XXX. When Naruto woke up the next morning, he went through his morning routine that consisted of him waking up, changing into his school clothes, then make both his and his mother's breakfast and lunches. As he ate his breakfast, he tried to play off everything that happened last night like a distance memory it wasn't working, so he gave and finished eating. Once he finished, he said goodbye to his mother, who had the day off, and headed off to school with both Rito and Mikan. After splitting up with Mikan at the halfway point, he and Rito walked the rest of the way towards their school, where they both saw Haruna, Rito's longtime crush. That's when he pushed Rito forward, trying to encourage him to confess to her, and after several tries Rito finally decided to confess. Walking over to his crush, Rito called out to Haruna, getting the girl's attention, causing her to face him. That's when he took a deep breath and spoke. Haruna-chan. There's something I've been meaning to ask you for a while now, and I finally decided to ask you right now. What is it, Yuki-kun? Well, you see, As he got closer to saying those three words, all the nerves in his body started to act up again, as they always do when tries to confess his dying love to Haruna. He could feel his heart pounding in his chest as if it were going to explode, while his hands started to get sweaty. He felt like he wanted to die right then and there. If it weren't for Naruto slapping him on the back, he would have passed out. Come on, man, just spit it out already. Taking his friend's advice, he closed his eyes and quickly bowed, then spoke the words he's been trying to get out for years, never realizing Haruna, or Naruto, were paying attention to him. Since the first time I saw you, I was in love with you. So, please go out with me. Feeling the weight of always wanting to confess to Haruna lifted from his shoulders, Rito slowly stood straight whilst thinking he finally confessed, only to see a pink-haired girl he never seen before standing in front of him. That's so sweet, but I already have someone else in mind, so I'm going to have to decline. Sorry. The girl standing in front of him was none other than Lala in her skin-tight outfit she always wears. Rito, on the other hand, had a blank expression on his face, as he couldn't believe he just confessed to a girl he didn't know, while Haruna just looked at the scene with a dumbfounded look on her face. As for Naruto, he just stared at Lala as his eyes narrowed at her, remembering that he told the said girl to go home, but before he could tell her that again, Lala turned towards him and jumped on him, wrapping her arms around his neck, getting both Haruna and Rito to look at him funny. This is the man who I decided to let marry me, Lala proclaimed, getting shocked looks from the three. Wait just a damn minute, Naruto spoke, getting everyone's attention and for Lala to look up at him. What the hell do you mean you're letting me marry you, and didn't I tell you last night to home? You did, but I decided to stay here with you, and even if you decline my offer to marry me, I will just have to make you change your mind. She then cutely stuck her tongue out at him, getting him to shake his head. You really are a troublesome girl, aren't you? Lala just giggled in response. However, Rito, who stood there watching them, didn't know what was going on, as he never seen his friend with this girl before. It prompted him to ask his longtime friend what was going on. Sora, do you mind telling me what's going on and how you know this girl? It's a long story, too long to explain right now, but more importantly we have to get to school. Hey Peek, what's school? Is that similar to the studies that they teach me on planet Deviluke? I believe so, Lala-sama, and it appears that Sora-dono is on his way there. I want to go to this school Sora-kun is going to, too. Before she could get her hopes up, Naruto quickly crushed them. Not to burst your bubble or anything, but it would be wise if you just stayed away from my school. I don't need you or the two idiots from yesterday coming over and destroying the place because you failed to go back home. So why don't you go look for something to occupy yourself or wherever you're staying until I get out of school? If you can do that, then we'll see if I can't convince you into going back home. Until then, try to stay out of trouble, alright? Naruto then left with Rito following behind him, who then remembered he confessed to Haruna and didn't know if she gave him a reply or not. However, it was too late as she was nowhere in sight, causing him to hang his head while slowly following Naruto, leaving Lala to herself. What are you planning to do now, Lala-sama? It's clear that Sora-dono does not intend to marry you, and I think it's wise for you to reconsider in choosing him as your husband. No matter what you say, Peak, I won't be changing my mind. I've already decided that Sora-kun will become my husband. All I have to do is convince him that I'm worthy of being his wife. Once I can do that, we both can live happily ever after. If that's what you really want, Lala-sama, I won't complain, but please listen to what Sora-dono said and try to stay out of trouble. I will. So what should we do first? Before she could decide that, she saw something on the ground beside her. It was something wrapped in an orange napkin. What's this? Do you think it belongs to Sora-kun? She asked Peak while picking the object up. It's a possibility. Perhaps it fell from his bag when you jumped on him. Then I should be the one to give it back to him. I'm not sure if that's such a good idea. Sora-dono did say to stay away from his school, didn't he? Yes, but it's my duty as his future wife to make sure he gets it back, and since it was my fault in the first place, I have no choice but to return it to him. So let's hurry up and find Sora-kun's school. I have a bad feeling about this. Black wings then sprouted from Lala's back and she took off in the air, not sure where or what Naruto's show looked like, but took off anyways in search for it. All the while secretly glad Naruto dropped it, because she now gets to see what this school looks like. XXX outside's Earth's atmosphere XXX. Just T-side Earth's atmosphere was a huge ship orbiting along with the Earth while it rotated. Inside the ship main command room were 3 people, 2 of which were the 2 men who tried to force Lala to come back home. They were both all beat up and battered as they kneeled in front of a man clad in battle armor. The armor-wearing man was looking at the 2 men, knowing that they had failed to bring back the princess they were ordered to retrieve. I see, so the 2 of you were no match for her. That only means that I will have to go down to that planet myself and bring back the princess, by force if necessary. This man was none other than Zastan Deviluke, Lala's personal bodyguard and the best swordsman in Deviluke. His objective was to chase after and bring Lala back to planet Deviluke by the order of King Gid, ruler of the Milky Way galaxy. Everything was going smoothly until he noticed what planet Lala was heading to, Earth. It was the same planet where he watched his king fight with the man he respected, Uzumaki Naruto. 15 years ago, the same man who trained him when he was just a teenager then later fought alongside him in the Galaxy Unification Wars. During the battle 15 years ago, he witnessed his king struck a fatal blow to his sensei and wasn't sure if it killed him or not, and, till this day, no one knows if he is dead or still alive, but deep down he hoped he was still alive. Not so. His king could kill him, but so he could find out the story of what happened between his king and his sensei and help them solve their issue. In order to do that, he would have to find out if his sensei was still alive. Therefore he looked at his 2 subordinates before he spoke. Tell me, did the 2 of you come into contact with Uzumaki Naruto while you search for Lala-sama? It was an out of the blue question, but his subordinates knew why he asked. No, we did not, sir. However, we did see an earthling who resembled him. In fact, we believe the boy wasn't an earthling at all but a Kazin, as he was able to control the wind, sir. Quote, a Kazin, you say? Zastan repeated before going into a deep thought. Naruto-sensei was able to control not just the wind but all the elements at will. If what they were saying is true and there is someone who looks like Naruto-sensei, then there's a chance he's still alive. With that final thought, Zastan looked out his ship at the huge blue planet that W. As staring back at him then looked at his subordinates. All right, I'm heading out. I want you two to take command while I'm gone. Yes sir. Zastan then made his way towards his teleporter whilst thinking of one thing. Naruto-sensei, please be alive, so that I can help you as you did for me long ago. Here are the words that had asterisks around them. Kitsune. A kitsune is a word I made up. I used the word kitsune meaning fox that most of you should know and added an to the end of it. Just like in the word Deviluke to signify an alien race. Kazine. Kaze is the Japanese word for wind. Therefore, a Kazine, which I made up, would be an alien race that has the power to control the wind. Kai is the Japanese word for earth. Therefore, a Chian is an alien race that controls any type of earth element such as rock, stone, possibly metal like in Avatar, etc. Well, there you have it, my first Naruto to love Ru crossover story, which I hope you like, and if you did please fav. The Engagement. Here is the second chapter in Beta Ed by King of the Fallen. Chapter 2. The Engagement. Zastan arrives, and more trouble over the horizon. Currently, Naruto was sitting in class listening to what the teacher was saying whilst trying to shake the feeling as if something bad was about to happen. At that time his friend, Rito, abruptly stood up and shouted, "It's not like that," out loud, disturbing the lecture they were in. He knew the reason behind his friend's behavior but found it funny that his sudden outburst caused the teacher to believe he had made a mistake. It wasn't long after that did Rito realize what he was doing before he quickly sat back down and stared at his desk. All Naruto could do was shake his head before retuning his attention back the teacher, who continued with the lecture as if nothing happened, as did the rest of the class. Nothing else happened after that, and class went on as it usually did as every other day till the lunch bell rang, causing all the students to stop what they were doing. Like most of the students in class, Naruto reached for his bag and was planning to pull out his bento, but the strange thing was it wasn't there. As he tried to remember if he had forgotten to place it in his bag, which he didn't, he remembered Lala jumping onto him earlier this morning. He figured that she must have nudged him too hard and caused his bento to fall out of his bag. Which he found weird that was possible. Either way, he still didn't have a lunch and would have to buy some bread from the cafeteria as a replacement. At the same time, Rito, who had a bento of his own thanks to his little sister, came over towards his desk and was about to sit down until he saw Naruto stand up. "What's wrong, Sora? Why are you getting up?" "I have to go to the cafeteria to buy some lunch." "Buy lunch? I thought you make your own lunch every day. So why do you need to go to the cafeteria for?" "That's true, but for some foreseen incident, I lost my bento. Now I have to, not only buy my lunch, but I have to buy a new bento box on my way back home." Rito didn't know how to respond since he always had a bento for lunch and never had to go to the cafeteria, but what he couldn't figure out was, how could he have lost his bento in the first place? "How did you lose your bento? You remember that pink-haired girl you accidentally confessed to?" The moment he brought up Lala, Rito suddenly got depressed. "Yeah, I remember her." Naruto just chuckled at the look his friend looked. "Well, I think when she jumped onto me she somehow knocked it out of my bag." "Don't ask me how, she just did." "Is that even physically possible? I mean, she had to knock into you pretty hard for that to even slip out." "Apparently she did, but there's no point in whining about it now. What's done is done." Rito could only nod in reply as he placed his bento on Naruto's desk as he started to open it. Soon as he did, Tsuruyama suddenly opened the class door and immediately called out to Naruto. "Sora, you have to come quick. There's a pretty girl looking for you, and I mean pretty." Naruto just looked at him with a questionable look before giving his response. "And I should care why? It's not as if I have a whole school of girls after me. So why should I care about this one?" he replied dryly. "This girl is different, though. I've never seen her before, and she's wearing this really cute and sexy skin-tight outfit." Wait a minute. When Tsuruyama mentioned that last part to him, he could only think of one girl who could fit that description, Lala. The thought of her being at his school irritated him to no end, as he clearly told her to stay away from his school. Now one of his friends is telling him that a girl is looking for him in cute skin-tight outfit. He could be mistaken her for some other girl who was crazy enough to wear such an outfit just to get his attention, but this isn't some manga or anime. Therefore, that scenario is unlikely to happen. Wick H left him only with Lala as he had already seen her in such an outfit, but to clarify it was her, he had to ask Tsuruyama something. Just tell me one thing before I think of following you, Tsuruyama. Yeah, what is it? Does this girl you speak of have pink hair and a tail-like accessory with a spade-like tip? Yeah, but how could you have known that? Ignoring that last part, Tsuruyama said. He shook his head, trying to figure out why Lala would come here after he told her to stay away. He had several reasons he wanted her to stay away, but the main one was he didn't want her to bring any of those goons from last night here. It wasn't because he didn't want them to find out that he was still alive, even though that was one of the reasons. It was because he didn't want any harm to fall to those who were around him and precious to him. If push came to shove, he would defend himself, but if he had to use too much of his power, he wasn't sure there wouldn't be any unnecessary damage. However, the longer Lala is around, the more that is likely to happen. That's why he wanted her to go back home, but until then he had to make sure she didn't cause any more trouble, well, for him anyways. Tell me, is she still on the first floor? I think she's still there. With that, Naruto made his way towards the second floor to find out why Lala was here. Presently, up in the sky above Seinen Sea, Ity was a pink-haired girl who didn't know how to follow instruction or what someone tells her to do. It's probably because of the stubbornness she inherited from her father and late mother, and thanks to that, she usually does whatever is on her mind. Even now, she was doing something that she decided herself despite what someone told her not to do, and that was looking for the school her so-called future husband goes to, but the only problem was she didn't know what a school was or what it even looked like. Therefore, she was flying aimlessly around town, but thanks to Peak, she was able to navigate around the city using what the Earthlings call the internet. It wasn't long until she found what she was looking for. That's it, right, what the thing called school that Sora-kun goes to. Quote, according to what the Earthlings internet says, then yes, but Lala-sama, I have to ask, what is it, Peak? Do you really intend to marry Sora-dono? Yes, why do you ask? It's because you're the first princess of Deviluke, which rules over most of the galaxy. If you were to marry Sora-dono, an Earthling, he would rule in your father's place. Well, that's something you don't have to worry about, and let me do what I want. As you wish, Lala-sama, but I have a bad feeling that Sora-dono won't be happy to see you, Peak replied, whispering that last part. With their little conversation over, Lala flew down towards the school, and if one were to look hard enough, they would see a small orange napkin in one of Lala's hands. Once she landed at the front entrance of the school, she walked inside without a care in the world in search of her future husband. As she walked around aimlessly in the school, she began to call the name of the person she was looking for, drawing the attention of the students. She walked idly by as if they weren't there, while ignoring their whispers. Most the boys she walked by were immediately drawn to her by her beauty and the way she looked. It was thanks to her late mother, who was praised to be the most beautiful woman in the universe, who passed it on to her. While she walked past most the boys who were drooling over her, two other boys came walking towards her. Hey, you're pretty cute. Are you in the drama club? Drama club? I don't know what this drama club is, but I'm looking for Sora-kun. Do you know where I can find him? Sora. Both Bo. YS repeated before cursing the said person. Why are you looking for him? One of them asked. It's because I have to return this to him. She then held up the napkin-covered bento in her hand before giving them a smile. It's my duty as his future wife to return it to him. When she mentioned being his future wife, every boy and girl in the hallway were immediately shocked. Did she say what she thinks she just said? A boy asked. I think so, another boy said. So, if she's Sora-kun's fiancé, then that means he's not available anymore, a girl asked. It seems so, another girl replied. There were a lot of mixed emotions and thoughts going around as Lala stood there unaware of what was going on. All she cared about was giving Naruto his bento back, and before she could continue looking for the said man, one of the two boys in front of her spoke. I don't know what you see in that punk, but he already has enough girls after him. So why don't you hang out with us in I'll show you that we're way better than that good-for-nothing loser. Sora-kun is not a loser. A loser wouldn't risk their life to save someone. So you better take that comment back or else. Her sudden outburst caused the two boys to flinch as she glared at them, but before they could reply, someone else spoke up. Lala, what the hell are you doing here? Upon hearing the person's voice, everyone looked in the direction it came from to see Naruto along with Rito and Tsuruyama standing on the stairs to the second floor. There you are, Sora-kun. I was looking for you. Lala went from angry to PPYI just a blink of an eye when she saw Naruto standing there, but she never realized he had an irritated look on his face. I came to give you this. She held up the bento in her hand, getting Naruto and Rito to realize she had his bento with her. So you did make me drop it. Yeah, sorry about that, she apologized. Just as their conversation started, it was quickly interrupted by a random male student. So, is what she said true? Inoue. Naruto looked at the student who spoke with a questionable look on his face before giving him a response. Is what true? Don't play with us. Is this girl your fiancé or not? My what? Naruto was in complete shock by the sudden accusation before he regained his composure and looked at the one who was most likely responsible for it. So is it true or not? Another student asked. Of course it's. He was planning to deny that he and Lala were engaged. However, someone decided to interrupt him, and that person was none other than Lala herself. True. She shouted that word aloud as she latched onto one of Naruto's arms, making it sound as if Naruto was going to say the same thing. The sudden mix-up caused the group of students to misunderstand what Naruto was planning to say, getting most the male students to clench their fists. We were engaged last night. When the heck did this happen? You mean you don't remember? It was when picked me up and took me away. She began to explain, but for some reason she felt shy and stopped right in the middle of it, causing another misunderstanding. Isn't it enough that you have almost every girl in school wanting you, but now you had to go get engaged to this girl? Moreover, the two of you apparently did that already. It's just not fair, Inoue, a student standing across Naruto said. Yeah, we want our chances at love. Why do you need so many girls after you if you're already engaged? Look, it's all just a misunderstanding. If you let me explain. Forget the explanation. We should just kick his ass. There's about 20 of us against him, a male student in the back yelled. That sounds like a good idea to me. What do you guys think? The one across from Naruto said. Yeah, let's kick his ass. Just listen to what I have to say. I can explain everything. He tried to get them to calm down, but it only fell to deaf ears as the group of students slowly made their way towards him. Damn it. It looks like I have no choice but to fight now. Seeing that there was no other way but to fight the angry mob of students, he quickly pushed Lala behind him. Then got ready for a brawl, but before that he looked to his left side from the corner of his eyes to see Rito still standing there. Rito, calling out to his friend, getting the said person's attention, he looked back at the mob. Hat was slowly making their way towards him. Why yeah. Rito's voice sounded a bit uneasy as he spoke and could only think he was going to end up caught in this. I want you to take Lala with you and run. What? I said, take Lala and run. But what about you? Don't worry about me. I can handle a small group like this. So hurry up and go. No. Naruto heard Lala shout behind him, causing him to turn to face her. What the hell do you mean no? Exactly what it means, she replied, crossing her arms. He didn't have the time for this, especially with a mob of pissed off students ready to jump him that he had his back to. Look, Lala, I don't have time for your stubbornness. Just do as I asked and go with Rito. I'm not going. Damn it, Lala, if something were to happen to you, Gid would. In the current situation they were in, well, the situation Naruto was in anyways. He wasn't just protecting himself now, which would be no problem to him, but he now had to make sure nothing happens to Lala. If something were to happen like her getting hurt, it would be a huge problem since she was a princess from an alien planet that had the power to destroy the Earth with no problem, and knowing Gid, he would do it with no hesitation, leaving Naruto with no other choice but to make sure nothing happens to her. Again, The Earth's very existence was resting on Naruto's shoulders, but before he could go through with what he set out to do, Lala spoke. Unless, when she spoke, he could tell she was going to ask him for something in return if she did what he asked. It was probably something like taking her out to eat or shopping. Things he didn't really do since he didn't have any interest in. However, if it could get her to listen, he could put up with it and played along with her. Unless what? Unless you promise to let me live with you, since we'd be getting married. If not, I'm staying right here in this spot. To emphasize her point, she sat down on the floor with her arms still crossed. Come again. I didn't quite hear you. It sounded like you wanted to live with me. That's what I said. If you don't promise me that I can live with you, then I'm not moving. He could only stare at her, blankly, as he wasn't suspecting her to say something like that, but should have known it was coming. Still, he couldn't believe she would try to take advantage of the situation they were in. It was as if she knew her father would destroy the Earth if something were to happen to her, which was an unlikely case. You have to be joking. Like I would agree to something like that. Then I guess I'm not moving. In the midst of the two arguing, the mob of students that stood watching the whole ordeal decided they waited long enough and made their move. With one of them taking a swing, G at Naruto only for the said person to grab hold of his arm with his right hand. Naruto, who was still hold the person's arm, swiftly kicked him in the gut before releasing his hand, causing the student to back up and fall to his knees while holding his gut. It looks like they got tired of waiting. As he looked at the mob of students, he could tell they were now ready to strike. He wondered why it took them so long, but guessed they were scared or intimidated by him since he was unpredictable. Looking away from the mob, he looked back at Lala, who was still sitting on the floor with her eyes closed, then back to the mob. It seems like they're ready to go, but with Lala acting the way she is a problem. It's not like I can't take this idiots out with no problem, it's just that if they attack me in a large group, which they will, it'll be that much harder to protect Lala and myself, which leaves me no other choice. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath and released a loud sigh, getting the mob of students to tense up while Lala opened one of her eyes. All right, Lala, you win. I promise that you can stay with me. Really? Yes, really, yay. In a flash, Lala jumped from the floor and wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck, pressing her body against him, causing a slight blush to appear on his face. As for the mob of students, their fury only increased by her actions. And Naruto sensed that, but first he had to make sure Lala was safe. Alright, that's enough. Now hurry up and go with Rito. Doing as her future husband asked, she let go of him and skipped her way over to where Rito was standing. With the feeling of a heavy burden lifted of his shoulders that shouldn't have been there in the first place. He could now focus on kicking the asses of the mob of idiots. Ready when you guys are. Just as Naruto was preparing to take on about 20 or some people, Rito decided to speak. Sora, aren't you forgetting about something? And what would that be? About what your mother told you. After Rito told him that, he tried to remember what it was that his mother told him that would relate to what was going on right now, but nothing came to mind. What was it that she told me again? Rito could only face palm at his friend's answer. She told you yesterday not to get into any more fights. It was then that Naruto realized what Rito told him were true. Shit, I forgot she told me that. He was now in a dilemma. He could take the risk and fight, which would most likely end up getting him expelled, or turn tail and escape. It was an obvious choice, but the sound of running away from a group like them left a bad taste in his mouth, but he didn't like upsetting his mother. Therefore, he went with the second option, but just before he could try to make a quick getaway, the leader of the mob spoke. Did you hear that, boys? He can't fight back, so there's no reason to be scared of him. This is our chance to get him back for everything he's done. With a loud cheer from everyone else in the group, they started to charge after Naruto, who at the same time turned around and ran up the stairs, grabbing Lala's wrist as he did. Rito W. as running alongside Naruto in fear that the mob chasing them would beat him up along with his friend. It was also when Naruto asked him a question. Hey, Rito, where the hell is Tsuruyama? I don't know. For some reason, Naruto looked back at the mob chasing them to see the person in question chasing them, mostly him, as they ran. Tsuruyama, you fucking traitor. While cursing his idiotic friend as he ran, he tried to figure out the best plan in losing his pursuers and knowing the full layout of the school. Made things a whole lot easier to do, but in the direction they were currently running in would lead them to dead end. Luckily, there was another flight of stairs coming up that so happened to be their next course of action. With his plan thought out, he called out to Rito. Rito, there should be a flight of stair coming up. Once we reach it, I want you to run down to the first floor and head downstairs. Then make your way towards the office and stay there. They won't do anything to you there if they're still chasing you. Quote, what about you? Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. Alright, if you say so. With that said, the 2, 3 if you count Lala, split up soon as they reached their destination. With Rito heading downstairs towards the office while Naruto and Lala made their way up. As Naruto ran up to the 3rd floor, he didn't stop there and continued running until he reached the roof. There he opened the door leading Lala and him outside to the rooftop. Just as the door was closing, they could hear the sound of footsteps making their way towards the roof. It looks like they're still following you too. Lala-sama, Peak voiced. So it only talks when she's alone with someone that knows it, Naruto thought. It looks like it. I wonder why they're so mad. It's because of your false accusations. Not to mention the way you were acting. What false accusations? The ones where you keep implying that we're engaged. But I wasn't lying. We are engaged. How the heck are we engaged if I never proposed to you? Like I said before, it was when you... Before she could finish her sentence, Naruto covered her mouth then gestured her to keep quiet. Once it was quiet, he could hear what sounded like voices coming from the other side of the door. Hey, did you hear voices coming from the roof? Yeah, let's check it out. As Naruto listened to their short conversation finish, he quickly swept up Lala into his arms. Then jumped onto the small roof above the doors just as they opened. After placing Lala back down, who had a slight blush on her face, he looked down below the small roof to see about 3 male students walk out. They were the same students who were chasing him earlier. It looks like no one's up here. But I could have sworn I heard Naruto's and that pink-haired girl's voice coming from here. Well, it doesn't matter since no one's here. Come on, let's go. They're probably hiding in some vacant classroom. With that, the 3 students left, and when Naruto heard the door close he relaxed and sat down. It looks like we lost them. Looking over at Lala, he could see her face was red and wondered if something was wrong. Hey, are you alright? Your face is all red. Sora-kun did it again. Did what again? When he asked that, all Lala did was look away bashfully. You picked me up like that again. That's what made you blush. He thought that was a stupid reason for her to act all bashful, but he could understand, somewhat anyways, since most girls aren't picked up like that very often. Lala-sama is acting bashfully, Beck. She's never been picked up like the way you did by someone other than her father, Peak explained. He still found the reason stupid but pushed it aside just as he saw that Lala was still holding on to his bento. Well, at least I don't have to buy another bento box on my way home. When he mentioned his bento, Lala realized she was still holding on to it. That right, I came to give this to you. She then presented Naruto bento box to him, who took it from her hand. Well, it is still lunchtime. Placing the bento in his hands onto his lap, he started to undo the knot from the napkin. Once it was undone, he opened his bento and picked up his chopsticks, but before she could start eating, he heard a rumbling sound come from Lala's stomach. Let me guess, you didn't have anything to eat all day, did you? Lala could only nod in reply, causing Naruto to sigh, then hand his bento over to Lala. Here, you can have it. But what about you? Don't worry, I'm not even that hungry anymore. As he watched Lala look from him to the bento filled with food with a look on her face that told him she wasn't sure if she should eat it or not. It was that he remembered that she doesn't know how to use chopsticks, but before he could show her how, she picked them up and started to use them as if she already knew how. You know how to use chopsticks? After swallowing the food she put in her mouth, she looked at Naruto. Yeah, my mama taught me. She said that she learned how to use them from someone special to her. When she told him that, his eyes widened a bit before he looked away and saint off into the distance with a far-off look on his face while Lala continued to eat. From someone special, huh? As he whispered that to himself, Peak wondered why Naruto got so surprised from what Lala said, which prompted her to ask. Sora dono, if you may, could you explain why you were so surprised when Lala-sama informed you of how she learned how to use chopsticks? Her sudden question snapped Naruto back into reality before he answered her question. Oh, it's just that I was surprised that Lala's mother knew how to use chopsticks, that's all. Oh, then what about the far-off look you had just a moment ago? It was as if you were remembering something. Yeah, I was. When Lala said that, it got me to remember the time my own mother taught me how to use chopsticks for the first time. I see. It wasn't really a lie, it did remind him of the time his second mother, who was really like his first, taught him how to use chopstick. However, because he regained his old memories, he remembered the time he taught Lala's mother how to use chopsticks because she found it interesting and asked if he could teach her. By the time Lala finished eating Naruto's bento, the sound of the bell signaling that lunch was over and that class has already begun. It also meant that Naruto was late, but he didn't care. What he did care about was what Lala would be doing until school was over. He needed to know that she wouldn't start any more problems for him or anybody else. I know this is going to be hard for you, but I'm going to need you to stay away from the school until I get out. I don't care where, but as long as you can't cause any problems, especially for me. You understand? If not, you can forget the promise we made, got it? K. With a cheerful response, Lala sprouted bat-like wings from her back and flew into the air off in a random direction, leaving Naruto alone. I really hope that girl understood what I said. With that, he made his way back to his classroom while carrying his empty bento. You know she never did thank me for giving her my lunch. XXX after school XXX. News of Naruto having a fiancé spread throughout school like wildfire. That caused a slight uproar among the boys while breaking the hearts of the many girls. Not that he cared, but it wasn't his true intentions. All he cared about were the rumors that were going around, which pissed him off to no end. The only person, or alien, he could blame was Lala and her mouth that says whatever it wants to. I was one of the reasons he told her to leave, so she couldn't spout any more nonsense about the two of them that weren't true. He was also hoping that if they didn't see Lala, then wouldn't believe the rumors, but it wouldn't matter, since most of the school saw the two running in the hallways. Not to mention the people who saw Lala walk in the hallways yelling his name. In the end, there's not much he could do about it, since there were just rumors, and as long as everyone still remembers it, it will never disappear unless he threatens the entire school into forgetting about the incident, but that would most likely get him expelled. He could also try using a genjutsu on everyone into forgetting, but decided not to, since it won't be long until Lala goes back home. Well, he hoped it wouldn't be long. He wasn't sure how long he would be able to handle having Lala stay any longer than she has already. It hasn't even been a full day yet since he met her, and she has already caused enough problems as it is in a short amount of time. If all she did was cause problems, how long would it take? Until she makes him reveals who he really is. Who knows what would happen to not only him but also the Earth itself. It's not as if he had a spaceship to escape the planet if he needed to. Well, that was a lie. He did have a ship, a very, very old ship. However, he wasn't sure if it could still fly anymore. Even if it could, it was too old to operate, and it's not like there was anybody on this planet who could fix it. Therefore, it left him with no other option but to make sure Lala left before she, unintentionally, could find a way to reveal who and what he really is. Unfortunately, that was going to have to wait, as he had something more important to take care of, and that was introducing her to his mother. Currently, he was walking out from school with Rito right beside him. Just as he reached the front entrance, he heard someone yell his name, and as he realized who it was too late, as the person landed right next to him and grabbed hold of his arm. Lala, what the heck are you doing? Don't husbands and wives always walk home like this? Yeah, in the movies maybe, but in real life they don't. Besides, we aren't husband and wife, nor are we engaged. Upon hearing that, Lala quickly let go and crossed her arms while puffing her checks cute like. I told you already that we are. Whatever, you're starting to sound like a broken record. Let's just go before more rumors start spreading. Not waiting for her response, he started to walk ahead with Rito following right behind him, confused as to how the two met. Lala, who they left behind, was trying to figure out something. What are a broken record and a rumor? Sora Dono and the other Earthling have already left, Lala-sama. If you do not hurry they will leave you behind. When she realized that Peak was right, she quickly chased after them. As the two walk from the school on the same route Naruto and Rito always do, Lala, who was new to Earth, started to ask questions the entire time. It was like a game of Twent. Why questions that had no end and only confused Rito, who was wondering why she was asking such questions. The questions she would ask always began with, "What is that?" or, "What is this?" and when he would answer the said question, she would then ask him why it's called that and what its use was. She acted like a 5-year-old, and no matter how many questions he answered there was always more. It wasn't until they came to the place where they meet Mikan did her question stop. "Sora-kun," Mikan called out. When she saw her older brother and Naruto, she ran up to them but stopped when she spotted Lala and began to wonder whom she was. "Were you waiting for us again? You don't have to wait every day after school, you can go home yourself," Rito told her. However, Mikan ignored what he said, as she was more interested in Lala. Which prompted her to ask, "Who is she?" She directed it more to Naruto than her brother, which Rito could tell, causing him to feel unwanted for some reason. Naruto, though, could hear what sounded like jealous as she asked and could understand why, since he knew she had a crush on him. "Her name is Lala and is a girl who I recently met." "Oh, okay." Mikan released a sigh of relief, as she was a bit surprised to see Naruto with another girl. She thought Lala was perhaps his girlfriend since he never spoke of having one before, but was relieved to know that he didn't. She also wondered why Lala was wearing those clothes. As they talked, Lala was trying to figure out who this girl was before she asked Naruto, "Who is this little girl, Sora-kun?" She's already saying his name with kun, Mikan thought. This is Rito's little sister and is also somewhat of a little sister to me as well. Mikan was a bit hurt when her crush said that but didn't show it, as she didn't want him or her brother to know. Who's Rito again? Naruto and Rito could only give Lala a blank stare before Naruto put a hand on one of Rito's shoulder. "This guy is Rito and is also one of my best friends." "Oh, he's the one who ran away with us at that place called school." Again, they could only give her a blank look at her before Naruto answered her. "Yes, he's the same person who ran away with us." While he shook his head at her forgetfulness, Rito was wondering about something that didn't quite make sense. "Hey, Sora, if you recently met Lala, then how are the two of you engaged?" "You two are engaged?" Mikan exclaimed, quite shocked to hear her crush was engaged. "We're not engaged. How many times do I have to say that?" Lala didn't say anything this time and just folded her arms and did a look away pout as if she were mad. Mikan, though, wasn't sure if she should be happy or worried, while Rito tried to figure it out himself. "Anyway, let's get going. I still have some things I still need to do." With those last words, Naruto started to walk off with the three of them following shortly after. Once they caught up to Naruto's walking speed, Mikan had to ask him something. "So, Sora-kun, are you still going to teach me how to make that dish today?" Her sudden question caused Naruto to stop suddenly, prompting the others to stop as well and look towards him. "Shit, I'm sorry Mikan-chan. I totally forgot to go shopping, so I won't be able to teach it to you today." "Oh, that's okay. It wasn't that important, so don't worry about it." Even though she told him that, with a smile on her face too. She was still a bit sad, but Naruto could still tell. "I promise, this weekend I'll teach you no matter what. So can you wait till then?" With a real smile this time, Mikan looked at her crush before giving her answer. "It's a promise and you can never go back on your word, right?" Naruto returned the smile before saying, "That's right." After their little conversation, the four of them made their way home. XXX Naruto's house XXX. Once they reached their destination, Rito and Mikan said their goodbyes and went to their house as Naruto turned to stare at his. Taking a deep breath, he released a huge sigh before making his way towards his front door, and just before he could open it, he turned to Lala. "Alright, before we head in I need for you to keep quiet so I can explain everything to my mom." You're only going to tell your mama, but what about your papa? Doesn't your papa live with you? To tell you the truth, I don't know who my father is, but I don't care if I ever meet him or not. Long as I have my mother still with me, I don't need a father. So you're just like me. Except I don't have a mother anymore, she died when I was very little. So it's only been me and papa along with my 2 sisters. Quote, Naruto saw the saddened look on Lala's face and had to look away since it was his fault that her mother died and couldn't look at her cause of it. Anyway, let's go in. With an okay from Lala, Naruto opened his front door and walked inside while Lala followed behind him. Before taking off his shoes, he told Lala to stay put until he called her, and after getting a nod in reply, he made his way into the living room. There he saw his mother sitting on the couch watching reruns of Magical Girl Kyoko with a jar of red bean paste on the coffee table with several other snacks. The moment she noticed her son was home, she swallowed the food she had in her mouth and greeted him. Sora-kun, you're home from school already. Yeah, and it looks like you've been have a little fun. Oh, it's only a couple of snacks. You call that a couple? Mom, there are 2 bags of open chips, 3 kinds of candy boxes, 2 jars of red bean paste, which one of them is empty, and the other half empty. Not to forget the empty pop cans. Naruto's mother could only blush in embarrassment as he pointed out everything while she watched him sit down on the other couch. They had, okay, maybe there's more than a couple, but I was hungry and I didn't feel like cooking anything. Naruto just sighed at his mother's excuse before replying, did you at least eat the lunch I made for you? And it was delicious. You know you're becoming quite the cook. You'll make a good husband one day. Please don't say that. Why not? It's true. Just don't, okay? I don't want you jinxing me or anything. If that's what you want, then I won't mention. His mother could see an irritated look on his face when she mentioned the word husband and didn't want to upset him, so she decided to change the subject. So, how was school today? The same irritated look returned to his face before sighing and said, I've had better days. Again his mother saw the same look on his face from earlier, but this time she need to know what happened. Did something happen at school? Don't tell me you got into a fight again. Inoue Sora, if you gotten into another fight you have better tell me right now. In a split second, his mother went to a carefree attitude to a worried one, then to a strict one. No, nothing like that happened, it was something entirely different. Oh, that's good. For a minute there I thought you were going to say you were in a fight or something. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Mom, he thought. If you didn't get into any fights, then what happened at school? Well, it's better if I show you then try to explain it. His words confused his mother as he turned towards the doorway that led to the front door. You can come in now. On cue, Lala entered living room, getting another confused look to appear on his mother's face as she sat down next to Naruto. She's so cute. Is she your girlfriend? His mother was astonished by Naruto bringing over Lala, as it's the first girl his age he ever brought to see her, but unfortunately her son had to burst her bubble. There is no way she is my girlfriend. But if she's not your girlfriend, then who is she and why did you bring her home? Quote, Naruto was about to explain why, but Lala decided to explain it herself. I'm Sora-kun's fiancé, Lala. As Naruto glared at the pink-haired girl, he quickly turned back to his mother so he could try to explain the real reason she was here, but it was too late. Fiancé. No wonder you were so against calling her your girlfriend. It was because the two you were already engaged, and the reason you brought her here was, probably, to ask me if she could live here, right? The next thing his mother did was stand up and made her way over towards Lala her head lowered just enough for her loose bangs to shadow her eyes. While she did, Naruto could feel his mother emitting an aura that he never felt from her before. Is she mad? That was the only thing he could come up with. He also thought his mother would do something, so he tried to move, but for some reason, when he tried, he found he couldn't move. It were as if he was frozen. Once his mother reached where Lala was sitting, she stood right in front of her with her bangs still shadowing her eyes and said, "Your name is Lala, right?" The caring tone in her voice was gone and was replaced with low-sounding tone, but all Lala did was stare back at her with the careless attitude that she had. Yes, And you're the one who will be taking my Sora-kun away from me one day too, right? Why yes. Lala wasn't sure how to answer, so she just agreed. Naruto, on the other hand, didn't know what was going to happen, as this is the first time he had seen his mother this way. Did you think I would just hand him away to some girl I just met without even knowing her? No, you're damn right I wouldn't. As their conversation went on, Naruto was starting to regret bringing Lala over just by the way his mother was acting, but what happened next really got him to regret bringing Lala home, as he watched his mother grab hold and hugged Lala. But since you're so cute, I wouldn't mind handing my Sora-kun over to you. Besides, I always wanted a daughter. Naruto's eyebrow started twitching before saying, you know you still have a son who is right here, I might add. I never said I didn't want a son, but it would be nice to have someone who could go shopping with me since my only son won't go. Once again, his eyebrow started to twitch before giving his reply. I told you it's not right for a mother to take their son shopping at a lingerie store. It's just wrong. What's wrong about it? It's just a mother and a son spending quality time together. Yeah, if the son was. I'm not even going to say it. Well, it doesn't matter since I'll be getting a daughter-in-law. How, if we're not engaged? What do you mean you're not engaged if Lala-chan said you two were? That's the thing. She said that we were engaged. Not me. Now his mother was confused, trying to figure out what was going on. On one side, there was Lala saying they were engaged, and on the other, her son was saying that they weren't. If she had to take a side, she would have to take her son's over Lala's, despite how much she wanted a daughter-in-law. I don't understand what's going on here. Are you two engaged or not? It's true. We are engaged. It's just that Sora-kun doesn't believe me, and every time I try to explain it to him, he keeps interrupting me, Lala voiced. Sora-kun, it's impolite to interrupt a girl. I know that I raised you better than that. Naruto couldn't say anything back since both his mother and Lala were right, so he kept quiet. Could you please tell me how the two of you got engaged? Just as she asked Lala that, she sat down on the couch. Lala and Naruto were sitting down, making her son get up and moving to the other couch. Soon as his mother was settled, Lala started to explain. It was last night when he rescued me from two goons who were trying to kidnap me that the two of us were engaged. Her explanation was a bit confusing as to say and made no sense. How one could be engaged just by saving someone who was running away from home, to be precise. It was something Naruto couldn't understand and could only think of one thing. You've got to be shitting me. Shaking his head, he could only look at Lala before his mother spoke. That is so romantic. Sora-kun, why didn't you tell me you saved Lala-chan life? Saved her life? It's more like I postponed her from going back home, he thought before standing up. Don't know, but anyways, I think I'll start making dinner. With that, Naruto left the two girls to themselves as he made his way towards the kitchen and grabbed the ingredients he needed. As he prepped for tonight's dinner, he scratched out the idea about asking his mother if Lala would be able to stay with them. Since his mother already instead on Lala staying, as she convinced her that her and Naruto were engaged. After the food was done and set on the table, both Naruto and his mother took their usual seats, sitting across from each other. When Lala sat at the table, she sat next to Naruto, saying that she wanted to be close to him. He would have said something but had grown tired of fighting a losing battle and ignored it. Once they finished eating, both Lala and Naruto's mother relaxed in the living room while Naruto took care of the dishes. When he was done, he told the two that he was going to his room to finish his schoolwork. Lala asked if she could see his room, but he declined, saying he had too much work for distractions. With that, he made his way up to his room and closed his door. The truth was, he didn't even have that much homework. In fact, he finished it about 30 minutes or so after he entered his room. What he really wanted was some time alone to think about how he was going to get Lala to go back home. Therefore, after he finished his work, he snuck out and went for a little walk. XXX Seinen Park the 30th. All his aimless walking eventually led him to the place where all his troubles started up again. The park where he found out that Lala ran away from home. It's also where he used his chakra. Something he hadn't done for the past 16 years, well 11 years to be precise. It wasn't until he was S5 or 6 that he remembered having the ability to use chakra. As he walked into the park, he looked at the destruction that Lala's invention caused and wondered what it would have looked like if he hadn't stopped it. That's when he thought back to when those two goons were trying to take Lala back home. What would have happened if he had never intervened? Would she have called out her vacuum coon in his room, or would she have used some other crazy invention of hers? If so, would he even have a house right now, or would they been able to take her back home? Thinking about that now wouldn't do I am any good, since it's all in the past and there was no way to travel back in time to change it. If there was, he would have went back to change a lot of things that happened a long time ago, like the death of his adopted sister and what he did to Shala. Perhaps everything that has happened so far is also part of the curse the goddess of the universe placed on his entire race, so that they would fare and never find true happiness until death for disobeying her. He didn't know much about the curse since he was little when he was sent away from his planet, but from what he heard and from what Gid's father told him, it was something that his race did to upset the goddess who cursed them in return, and not until death could the curse be lifted. It's why he began to believe it was his curse's doing that brought Lala here to this planet, in order to put an end to his happiness and to bring an end to the Kitsuan race. If it wasn't because of the curse that caused Lala to come here but just her own idiotic ways, then he had to get her to leave before Gid himself comes looking for her. Before he could brainstorm any more other idea of getting Lala to go back home, he heard someone's voice. So this is where you were, Sora-kun. Turning around, he saw Lala descend from the sky and land a few feet from him with the same carefree smile as always. What are you doing here? Well, when I went to your room to ask if you wanted to play some video games, you weren't there. Then you came to look for me, right? Lala just nodded in reply. Then it's a good thing that you did come looking for me. Why? It's so we can talk. Lala started to wonder why Naruto wanted to talk out here instead at his house, which prompted her to ask, then why don't we go back and talk at your house while playing that kart racing game? She was about to move towards Naruto to grab hold of his hand, but his voice stopped her. That's not going to happen. She stopped her hand and looked at Naruto to see how serious he looked. But why? I don't want my mother to hear what we're going to be talking about. Why wouldn't you want your mama to hear? She wasn't sure what was going on and why Naruto was acting so serious, but what she heard him say next did she understand. Because we're going to talk about you going back home. Lala's eyes widened a bit as she started at her so-called fiancé. Go home. But you promised I can live with you. So why would I want to go back home? I never promised you could live with me. Yes you did. It was at that thing called school. No, I said I'd promise why. Oh, you can stay with me, and I never said how long you could stay either. You're lying. Actually, Lala same, what Soridono is saying is true. He did say he promised you could stay with him, not live with him. You just misunderstood him, Peak voiced. So you tricked me then? Not necessarily. I just said what you wanted here in order to get you to do what I wanted. But we're engaged. In your head we are. Besides, we're not even in love, so it would never work out. So you're saying because we're not in love, we can't be engaged? That's one of the reasons, I guess, but that's not really the point. The point is that you need to go back to where you belong and quit using me as an excuse for running away. At that moment, Lala's body stiffened for a moment before she turned around, crossing her arms, and said, I'm not using you as an excuse for anything. No matter how hard she tried to hide it, Naruto could tell she was lying, but it did get Peak to start wondering if what Naruto said were true. Then answer me, Lala-sama. A voice that sounded familiar to both of them called out, a voice Naruto hadn't heard in 16 years. When the two looked to see who it was, they saw A.M. and with gray hair in a battle-like armor with a cape drooping behind him. He also had two different colored eyes with a spiky, layered-like tail, and for some reason he had a dog biting his leg. Zaston, what are you doing here? Lala asked. I would like to ask you the same thing. Do you know what I went through since I've been here? No, and I don't care. Well, I'll tell you anyways. Since I've been here, I was arrested. I had a dog chase me all day, and I got lost. That's why I hate coming to underdeveloped planets, but that ends right now. You still don't have any sense of direction, do you, Zaston? Naruto thought. As Naruto thought that, Zaston gave Lala a serious look. Lala-sama, it's time for you to come back to planet Deviluke. If you refuse this time, I'll have to use force. I'm not going back, I have a reason to stay. Whilst Lala told him that, she pulled one of her lower eyelid down while sticking her tongue out. Zaston didn't seem to be affected by her mockery as he spoke in a calm tone. And what reason could that possibly be? Lala suddenly pointed at Naruto. It's because I fell in love with Sora-kun. He says that he doesn't love me back, but I'll make him fall in love with me, and when I do, we will get married. Then I'll be living here on Earth with him. I figured, both Naruto and Peak thought. After Lala told him her reason for staying, he started King about what she said before he spoke. I see, so that's how it is, I understand now. Naruto couldn't help but facepalm as he shook his head. I knew you were dumb, Zaston, but I didn't think you were this stupid. I was pondering about it when my men reported about an Earthling who tried to rescue you. He then looked at Naruto. He does have the canny resemblance to Naruto-sensei, in fact. An exact resemblance, but he looks the same age as Lala-sama. Perhaps, he's sensei's son or maybe a love child. Naruto could feel his gaze eyeing him and was starting to wonder if he figured out who he really was, but knew Zaston wasn't that smart. Especially when it came to things of this nature. If it didn't involve fighting, then Zaston was, well, pretty much, useless. It wasn't until Lala spoke up did the two get back on track. Since you now know that, you can go back and tell Papa that I'll never go back home, nor will I see any more future husband candidates. I'm sorry to say, but it doesn't work like that, Lala-sama. Zaston had a very serious look as he spoke, causing Naruto to be wary of the situation. I had an order from the king to bring you back, and if I return without He'll approving a marriage between a suspicious Earthling and you. Not only would I not be able to face your father, but also I might lose my position as your bodyguard. Then what do you suppose we should do? Move aside, Lala-sama. In a blink of an eye, Zaston dashed at Naruto, pulling a saber-like sword and swung it at him. However, Naruto jumped off to the side just before would have been sliced. If it weren't for the years of training he did in his other body that his mind and soul remember, he would have been dead. At least Zaston's swordsmanship hasn't dulled in all these years, Naruto thought. Lala, who flew into the air, saw Zaston charge for Naruto and swing his sword at him, causing a huge cloud of dust as the sword hit the ground. She was about to say something but suddenly saw Naruto jump out from within the dust unharmed, but before she could intervene, Zaston spoke. To dodge a frontal assault like that takes quite a bit of skill, far beyond what an Earthling is capable of. Guess I was lucky. Perhaps you were, but we'll find out if it were the case. Again, Zaston charged towards Naruto. This time he was really trying to hit him, however, every swing he threw at him, Naruto seemed to dodge them with ease. It was as if he could read his every move. There were only two people who were capable of reading his moves, and they were his king, Gid, and his sensei, the one who taught him how to fight with a sword. Now there was an Earthling whom he knew little about that looks identically to his sensei and strongly believes he has some ties to him. To find out what connection they had, he was prompted to ask. Tell me, Sora, what is the name of your father? It was an out-of-a-blue question to ask someone, especially to a person you were attacking. After dodging a swing aimed to his chest, Naruto jumped back to gain some ground and gave Zaston his reply. My father's name. What the hell does that have to do with anything? It's something I just wanted to know. Why? Because you look like someone I know. So could you please tell me? Naruto now knew what he was trying to do. Since he has a younger body and different name than before, Zaston must have mistaken him to be the son of his sensei. Which he wasn't. However, Zaston didn't know that, hence why he asked for his father's name. I'm sorry, but I don't know it. I've never seen the bastard. In truth, he wasn't lying. Yeah, he didn't give him the answer that he wanted, but how could he? It would be blowing his own cover. Therefore, he told him that he never knew nor seen his second biological father. I see. I'm sorry to hear that, Zaston said before going into a deep thought. It seems that Naruto-sensei might have died that day 16 years ago. Then the boy in front of me must be his only son who grew up without knowing the love of a father. This also means I'll never know why Gid-sama came to Earth to kill him. As Zaston was in deep thought, Naruto was in his own. He thought out how Zaston must feel as he used to look up to him since he was just a kid. The two never met until Zaston joined the Royal Army on planet Deviluke. Back then, Zaston was just a rookie, but Naruto saw something in him. The determination he had when he was kid, not to mention his talent with a sword. There was also the thing that many people didn't know about Zaston, and that was his father died in the Galaxy Unification Wars when he was only 5. It was one of the main reasons why Zaston joined, that in the stories of the many victories of the man known as Uzumaki Naruto. Since his only father figure was dead, he looked up to and idolized him. Then the day came when he finally met him. That was like a dream come true and pushed his determination to its max to reach the same league that his idol was in. It wasn't later that Naruto took him to train under him, becoming his new father figure in his life. So thinking he must have died might have been hard on him, and Naruto felt bad about it since it was his doing. However, he couldn't let Zaston know that he was really the man he was looking for, since he reports to Gid himself. Now he not only had to get rid of Lala, but he also had to get rid of Zaston as well. While those two were deep thought, Lala was still floating in the air, just watching the two of them just stand there. She wasn't the type to that sat still and did nothing. She always had to be doing something. Therefore, when Naruto and Zaston were just standing there, it was getting on her nerves, causing her to yell, "Sora-kun, hurry up and use your ability from last night." Her Den outburst caused the two to snap back into reality, and getting Zaston to remember what his men said while Naruto cursed Lala once again. "That's right, my men did inform me of your Kazine-like abilities." "Kazine? But I thought Sora-kun had Chien-like powers," Lala asked Peak. "From what he showed last night, yes, but apparently Zaston Dono's men seen him do something else that we didn't. So, his men from last night informed him of me using my wind jutsu. Now that gives Zaston more of a reason to believe in the son of the, supposedly, dead me. Then again, he could think I'm just an earthling who's half Kazine. Either way, I don't have to worry about not using any of my wind-type jutsus." Seeing as the secret was out, Naruto placed his arms in a ready-to-fight position and stared down Zaston. "Just because you can control the wind doesn't mean you have the edge, as have fought many wind-like users like you and came out victorious. That's good to know." With those last words, Naruto took off towards Zaston, this time getting the said man to put up his guard, but just as he reached him, he jumped over him into his blind spot, a place where Zaston wouldn't be able to see his hands flash through a series of hand signs. As he was about to land it, he knew he needed to duck, knowing that Zaston would be swinging his sword around in order to hit him. When he did land, he did exactly what he thought he needed to, just as Zaston's sword swung around, aiming for him, nipping the tip of his hair. Naruto knew Zaston was holding back some, not trying to kill him, but that last attack was the real deal, but he didn't hold it against him. He did teach him how to protect his blind spot, so it was just a reflex, but he had to in order to hide from showing his hand signs to him. Zaston, on the other hand, saw that, minus the hand signs, and wondered how this boy was able to dodge his attacks. It was as if he could see them before they were coming, before he makes them. However, before he could figure it out, he saw Naruto's hand in a familiar position and jumped back just in time as Naruto's right arm swung at his midsection. Thinking he got away unscathed, he felt a slight breeze coming from the area Naruto swung at. When he checked, he noticed that there was gash in his armor and knew exactly what caused it: the Kazine's air blades. By using the wind, Kazines can make wind-like blades that could cut straight through most metals like butter, making them a deadly force to be wrecked. Many enemies to the Kazines died by this very same technique, but thanks to his sword, Zaston could block it even if it's made of wind. Therefore, when he looked at Naruto, all he did was smirk. To think someone as young as you is able to handle the air blades so well is astonishing. However, my SWO road has the ability to block even the mighty Kazine's air blades. So don't get too full of yourself. Thinking that there was nothing to be worried about, Zaston stood in a ready position and waited for Naruto to make his move, which he did. As he ran towards Zaston, he prepared to strike him using his right arm again, and when he was in range, he swung his arm with Zaston moving in to block it. Just as Zastan did, he thought he blocked Naruto's attack, but unfortunately, his sword hit nothing while Naruto's arm continued its course. The next thing Zastan felt was a part of his armor on his left arm fall off. He can control the size of his sword at will. Just as he thought that, Naruto continued with his assault and slashed the back of Zastan's armor, cutting not only his armor but his cape in half. Before Naruto could swing at him again, he quickly swung his sword around and was planning to swing it down at Naruto. Believing he would try ducking again, but to his surprise, Naruto was crouching on the flat side of his sword, and before he realized it, Naruto swung his leg with his right foot, connecting with the left side of his head, sending him soaring across the park and into a tree back first. When he stood back up, he noticed Naruto wasn't anywhere in sight, and when he looked up he saw the person he was looking for, but before he could act, he saw, from what he could make out in the dark, crescent-like blades of wind heading towards him. On impulse alone, he dodged the attacks that left small trench-like cuts as they hit the ground. If it weren't for the vigorous training he had went through with his former sensei, he would have likely been badly wounded by those attacks earlier. However, as if he had jinxed himself, he sensed another attack and looked up to see two more crescent-like air blades coming towards him. These two attacks were so close to one another it looked as if it were forming an X-like symbol. With not much time to think, Zastan quickly brought his sword up to block the incoming attacks. When the first on hit, it pushed down on Zastan, causing a crater to form beneath his feet. Not a few seconds later did the second attack hit, causing the crater to widen, and because Zastan was holding back the first attack, the second attack was forced to push against the first one to the point where the two attacks became one. At this point Zastan was trying his hardest to hold back this combined attack with all his might. Sweat started to form on his forehead as he tried pushing the attack back, and just as he started to push it back, it suddenly broke in half, causing the lower and upper part of the attack to continue its path, with the top cutting his shoulders while the lower half cut his legs. The impact of the attack when it broke sent him straight towards the ground right on his back, and before he could get up, he felt the wind constantly blowing on his neck. When he looked, he saw Naruto holding an air blade at his throat while holding the other at his heart. "It seems that you've lost." "It appears so." He had to swallow a lot of pride to say those words and a lot more to admit defeat. Seeing as he'd won, Naruto dispelled his air blades, and just as he did, Lala suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck. "You did it, Sora-kun. Now I don't have to go back home." "What are you talking about?" Lala just gave him a questionable look before Zastan answered his question. "What she means is that since you beat me you became a special candidate to have the right to marry her." "I get that. I just meant was why she thinks she doesn't have to go back home. I never accepted any marriage agreement, nor have we ever gotten engaged." Zastan was caught off guard when he heard the word engaged, prompting him to ask, "The two of you are engaged?" "No, she just keeps saying we are. Spouting that it happened sometime last night when I saved her or something." "When you saved her last night?" Zastan thought about what Naruto said for a few minutes while Naruto argued with Lala about how they weren't engaged before it finally hit him. "Now I understand." His statement caused Naruto to look his way, ending his arguing. "Understand what?" "Why Lala-sama believes you two are engaged. And that would be, well, it's an outdated way and not many people of Deviluke use it nowadays, but if one were to rescue someone in trouble they would be legally engaged." All Naruto did was stare at Zastan as if he were an idiot, even though he could be one at times. "You're joking, right?" "Not at all. As I said, it's an outdated method and is no longer in use. Lala-sama must have learned about it during her studies, but even though it's outdated, it still holds its value and meaning, so when you rescued Lala-sama last night you were legally engaged to her and vice versa." "See, I told you we were engaged," Lala voiced while sticking her tongue out at Naruto. Naruto ignored Lala and stared at Zastan, wondering what were the other methods if the one he said was outdated. It was just out of curiosity and nothing else. So if that one was outdated, then what are the other methods? "Just curious." Zastan crossed his arms, then coughed into one of his fists before explaining. "There are 3 methods in total for one to get engaged on planet Deviluke. The first, which is now the traditional way, is when the man to present a ring to the one he Ishes to be engaged with by kneeling on one knee, the same as the earthlings. The second method is the one I explained earlier and the last one, which is mostly used by perverts. And is also Papa's favorite, Lala added. When Zastan explained that last method, his eyebrow couldn't stop twitching. Alright, now tell me, is there any way for one to break an engagement? His question got Lala's attention, getting her to ask him why he would ask such a question. Why would you want to know something like that? Isn't it obvious? I want to break the engagement. That way you have no reason for staying or use me as an excuse for staying. But why? I already told you, an engagement without love will be doomed to fall apart. Then I'll make you fall in love with me. Her stubbornness was getting on his nerves and he was finally fed up with it. That would be just a waste of time. For you and for me. Lala was taken aback by his sudden outburst, but it didn't stop her from talking. How come? How do you know it would be a waste of my time? If I say I love you, then I mean I love you. Don't feed me that bullshit. You're not in love with me but in love with what I let people think I am. Neither Lala nor Zastan knew what Naruto was trying to say, but he didn't care and continued talking. There is only one woman in this whole damn universe who loved me for who I am on the inside and out. So don't go sprouting that you love me just because I saved you, just as most girls do, when you don't even know who I am. Besides, as he talked, his sudden rage started to die down and became more depressing. I don't deserve to fall in love with anyone, not after what I did. So just do me a favor and go back home. Both Lala and Zastan didn't know what to say and stood there in silence as Naruto was whelmed up in old happy and sad memories. The more I look at you, Lala, the more I think about Shala. About the good times we spent but also the bad times when I hurt her. Pushing those memories aside, Naruto started to walk off, leaving the two villains in the now more destroyed park, but before he could get too far, Lala spoke, stopping him. You said you don't deserve to fall in love. Well, I think that's wrong. Everyone deserves to fall in love, even you. Naruto didn't bother to acknowledge that he was even listening, but he didn't leave either, which gave Lala her cue to continue what she was saying. You also said that I only fell in love with what you let people think you want them to see, but you're wrong. I didn't fall in love with that person but in the person who saved me last night. You had the choice to let Zastan's men take me away, but no, you risked your life knowing the dangers to save me. That's the Sora-kun I fell in love with, not the one who acting like an asshole right now. Quote, Lala had to stop there in order to stop the tears from falling from how angry she was before she could continue. All of the candidates I've seen so far were all just interested in taking over Papa's position, then about me. They didn't care about my feeling or try to get to know me. All they saw was a free ticket to rule the galaxy, and that's why I ran away, so I could get away from that. I thought that all the men I would meet would act like that, but that's when I meet you. You rescued me even though I was a stranger, and even after finding out I was you didn't try to do what the other candidates would do. So that's why, even though you told me to go home, I'm staying here and I'm going to make you fall in love with me whether you like it or not. Naruto still didn't acknowledge her, but she knew he was listening, which was why she said what she did. It did get him thinking though, about himself and about last night. He did have a choice. He could have let them taken her. So why didn't he do it? Was it because she was in trouble and it was the right thing to do, or was it because she looked like her mother, Shala? The more he tried to figure it out, the more of a headache he got, until he came to the conclusion of not caring anymore. Who was he to run life? I mean, he should be dead right now, and if it weren't for him transferring his soul, his mother would have the son she should have, but because of his selfishness of not wanting to die, he took what was rightfully hers. So again, who was he to tell her how to live her life? If he wanted to chase a man who believes he will never fall in love again, then who's he to tell her no? In the end, he came up with one answer. Do whatever the hell you want. Lala was a bit shocked to hear him say that, believing he would tell her to go home, but to her surprise, he didn't. So that means, I can stay. I don't care. With that, Naruto started to walk off with a very enthusiastic Lala right behind him. I guess I'll have to report this to the Gid-sama soon as I return to my ship. I don't guarantee that the countless of candidates will like this. If I were you, I would myself prepared for what lies ahead Sora. Dono. After giving on last glacé at the spot where both Naruto and Lala were last, Zaston turned around and walked off heading towards his ship to tell his king about Lala engagement. That's if he could find his way back without getting lost. XXX the next morning XXX. By the time Naruto woke up it was already an hour or so until he had to be at school and guessed he must have been more tired than he thought. He could also smell something good coming from downstairs and figured his mother must have made breakfast since Lala had no cooking skills whatsoever. He knew that it was time for him to get up, and just before he felt something soft and smooth but couldn't figure out why. It didn't feel like his bed sheet nor did it feel like his blanket. If he had to guess, he would say it felt like someone's leg, a girl's leg to be precise, and when he gave it a light squeeze, he heard a small moan that sounded just like Lala, but that couldn't be right since she was sleeping on the couch downstairs until they could buy her a bed. Using his left hand, he flung his blanket over to the right side of his bed, uncovering his body and to his surprise, Lala's body as well, revealing that she was naked. With her now naked body revealed to him, his eyes couldn't help but eye her naked form until they fell down to her womanhood between her legs. There he saw his other hand just a few inches away from her lower lips trapped between her thighs. He could only wonder how it got there and, also, why the hell she was in his room, but because her body was uncovered, she started to stir until she woke up. Soon as she sat up, she stretched her arms then looked at Naruto. "Good morning, Sora-kun." "Good morning my ass. What the hell do you think you're doing sleeping in my room, naked too?" "Well, I wanted to sleep with you and Peek as my only means of clothes." "Then why isn't she doing it now?" "It's because I have to recharge every day in order to do that, and it's also too hard for me to stay in costume mode all day," Peek said, popping out from behind Lala. "I believe I'm charged up enough to." "So yes, it's possible." "Then please hurry up before my mo." Just before he could finish his sentence, the door to his room opened. "Sora-kun, it's time to get up." It was his mother, the person he didn't want coming in, but before he could do anything, his mother had already walked in. "Breakfast is already done, so come downstairs." The moment his mother walked in, he saw her eyes widen in shock as her voice slowly died down and just stared at the two. "Mom, this isn't what this looks like. Lala just happened to sneak into my room last night and for some reason she did it naked." His mother just continued to stare before she quickly turned around. "I'm sorry I interrupted you too." With that, his mother walked out his room, closing the door behind, but before walking away from his door, she said one more thing. "Just remember to use protection." Giving her son a last-minute advice, she walked away from his door with the sound of her footsteps slowly disappearing, leaving Naruto with a flabbergasted look on his face. Naruto heard what Lala saw it and looked at her to see a questionable look on her face as if she didn't know what the word meant. However, after seeing a faint blush on her face he knew that she did. "Well, I have to get ready for school, so if you don't mind could you get dressed and go downstairs?" "'Kay, but I have somewhere to go anyways." "Peek." "Understood, Lala-sama." Just like before, Peek started to glow and then La was fully clothed in her embarrassing outfit from before and flew out his window. "I wonder where the hell she has to go." "Talk to Zaston, maybe." Who cares? It's not my business to keep track of her." Not care where Lala was heading, he started to get dressed before he went downstairs to eat his breakfast. When he entered the kitchen, he saw his mother sitting at the table fully dressed for work, but the odd thing was she hadn't touched a single thing on her plate. As he sat down, his mother didn't react to him at all, as if she was spacing out that he guessed was caused by yet another misunderstanding between him and Lala. It wasn't until he spoke did his mother realize he was sitting in front of him. "Mom, you okay?" "Oh, Sora-kun, how long have you been sitting?" she asked, picking up her chopsticks. "Not long, just a few minutes." "Oh, well, you should hurry up and eat or you will be late for school." "I know." It wasn't as if it were a bad thing. He was at that age, it's just she doesn't want the two to go through what she did. Therefore, when the two were about to leave the house, she stopped her son and asked, "What?" His sudden question caught him off guard even though he knew it was coming. Naruto just stared at his mother, not believing she was telling him this right now. Thank you. Now you had better behave at school, all right. Getting an okay from her son, she gave him a kiss goodbye on his forehead and left for work. While Naruto waited for Rito and Mikan to come out from their house. It wasn't long until they came out, and after they met up the three left for school, but not before asking what happened to Lala. All he told them was not to ask him about it and left it at that. XXX at school XXX. Naruto was the talk of the school with newer rumors about him and Lala's engagement. There were also rumors of them walking home and others of them living together. He could understand the rumors of them walking home, but what he wanted to know was how they know that the two were living together. It was probably a rumor someone made up that was right, but still, that one rumor was the only one he wanted to keep, just a rumor. The rest he could care less. By the time the first bell rang, every student in school were all in their assigned class. Once the teacher in Naruto's class finished the roll call, he told the class he had an announcement to make. Now, from the time Naruto left for school, he had a bad feeling. The same feeling from yesterday when he felt like Lala was up to something, and if you asked him, her leaving this morning was a bit suspicious, and something told him it wasn't going to like this announcement. Alright class 1, have announcement to make, and I know it's rather sudden, but we have a new transfer student. A new transfer student, huh? Naruto thought dryly while the other students wondered if it were a boy or girl. Anyway, you can come in now. The moment the new transfer student walked in, everyone knew who the person was, as she had long flowing pink hair with a strain curling up on top of her head. She also wore the girls' school uniform and had what looked like a white hairpin with 2 swirls on it. Sora-kun, look, I'm a student at this school too, shouted Lala, hold up a peace sign. In unison, everyone turned towards Naruto to see his forehead slam into his desk. Well, there you have it, the second chapter. Which took me quite a while to type, so I hope you enjoyed it. I also was planning to write an omake about how Lala got into Naruto's bed. However, I wasn't sure if I could make it sound funny, but I will try to write one for the next chapter. And before some of you ask, I want to tell you that some of the stuff I revealed in the story, like how Naruto was sent away from his planet at the age of 5, or how the goddess cursed his race before he was born. Even the part about how he taught Lala's mom, Shala, how to use chopsticks and what he did to her. Not to forget how he meets his adoptive sis Tears and the training he put Zastan through. Everything I mention will be revealed in what I will call the past arc, similar to what I have planned in my other story, Heaven's Fallen Angel. It will tell what happened to Naruto's real parents, why he was sent away, and how he got to Earth. It will also tell the time he spent on Earth all the way to when Gid first visits Earth. That will begin the past arc for the Galaxy Unification Wars. That part will tell the story about him meeting Shala, Zastan, and any other person during that time. It will end with the big fight between Naruto and Gid that you only got to see the aftermath of, but before you get your hopes up, you have to wait until I get to the part where Rito met Gid in the manga, which will be Naruto's second encounter and will be their second fight. Until then, you just have to wait and keep reading. The candidates make their move. Here is the third chapter, but before you start, I just want to clarify something. As we all know, if you read the manga, that Lala's mother is still alive. I didn't know that until after I posted my second chapter, as I caught up with To Love Ru Darkness. After once I did post it, I won't be nging the fact that she's dead, because my story revolves around that fact. Someone asked, and I forget who, me if Lala was older than Naruto, and the answer is, no, they are the same age. I know it might be difficult to understand who if Naruto believed he killed 16 years ago before Lala was born, and I will explain that when I get to the past arc. So until then, enjoy this chapter. Chapter 3, Lala's sudden transfer, the king's message, a new friend, and the candidates make their move. It was safe to say that Naruto did not suspect Lala to pull a stunt like this. He knew she would most likely why continue living with him, but not once did he ever consider her suddenly transfer into his school, let alone his class. Therefore, when he saw that the new transfer student was none other than Lala herself, he couldn't help himself but slam his head against his desk, which by the way left a huge red mark but quickly went away. Lala, on the other hand, was as happy as she could be as she was able to spend more time with her fiancé, but because of her sudden appearance, their fellow classmates started to whisper about her and Naruto's engagement with one another throughout the class. Now Naruto wanted these stupid rumors to end as quickly as possible, since they would only bring him nothing but trouble. He would have ending it himself if it wasn't for him being on thin ice with his mother about fighting in school, so he restrained himself and let time do it for him. Since all rumors eventually end on their own when enough time passes. However, it would only solve one of his problems, as the by G just one was staring him right in the face, giving him the peace sign. He was now dreading ever letting her do what she wanted instead of forcing her to return home with Zaston, but as the old saying says, you reap what you sow. It wasn't long before the teacher got everyone to settle down before pointing to an empty desk and informing Lala that it was hers. Of course, she protested at first, saying she wanted to sit next to Naruto, but reluctantly listened to what the teacher said. As she made her way towards her seat, Naruto was wondering how he could miss something like an empty seat that was diagonally from his. Before today, every desk in class had a student sitting behind it, so it was a given fact that they were going to have someone new. It must have been because of what happened yesterday that he failed to notice it, but it doesn't matter now since she was already here. What did was finding out why she decided to come here, to his school, but the only time where he could talk to her alone was during lunch. Therefore, he had only one choice, and that was to wait until the lunch bell rang and bring Lala to the rooftop, alone. Soon as he finished that thought, the teacher had already started today's lecture, getting his undivided attention. As he started to listen to what his teacher was saying, he got a strange feeling that someone was watching him. Believing that it was Lala, he looked at her from the corner of his eyes to see she was listening to the teacher's lecture. He found it weird that Lala wasn't the one causing this feeling to arise, and wondered what the cow say was as he eyed the room, only to find that no one was looking his way. After a few minutes of searching for the person or thing that was giving him this feeling only to come up empty-handed was starting to get on his nerves. Finding that it was useless to continuing to pinpoint whatever was responsible, he decided to ignore it, but if that wasn't bad enough, he also had another feeling creeping up, and it was a familiar one at that. This so-called feeling was none other than trouble. XXX Zaston's spaceship XXX. While Naruto and Lala's first school day together began, Zaston and his many followers were in their command ship orbiting above Japan when the alarm suddenly went off. Commander Zaston-sama, there's an unidentified ship approaching Earth. Zaston didn't speak. Instead, he looked in the direction of the man who informed him. To be more precise, he looked more towards the monitor than the man. Now it wasn't uncommon to find unidentified ships roaming space, since most criminals, or the occasional bounty hunter, were the ones flying them. If it were that case, Zaston and his men would intercept them immediately, but it wasn't, and Zaston knew who, or what, was inside that ship. So, they have made their move sooner than I suspected. Which means it has started. As he thought that, the same man from earlier said something Zaston wasn't suspecting. Wait, sir, there's an other unidentified ship approaching Earth. 2. This time Zaston responded, sounding a bit surprised by the sudden information. He was suspecting at least one ship to arrive at Earth in a couple of days, but not two in one day. Yes, and they just entered Earth's atmosphere. Should we inform Lala-sama about this? No, I'm sure Lala-sama knew this was going to happen, but I will inform Sorodono about it. Very well, sir. I will get the transporter ready. Please do. As their conversation ended, Zaston turned around and made his way towards the ship's transporter, but something was bothering him. Something doesn't add up. Counting the two ships that just entered Earth's atmosphere and the other one that entered yesterday while I was testing Sorodono's strength, that would make 3 ships that have landed on Earth in the little amount of time since Sorodono has been announced as Lala-sama's fiancé. Was there an info leak, or am I just overthinking? As he tried to determine that, he arrived at his destination. It's not important right now. Informing Sorodono about what will happen and give him Gid-sama's message should be my first priority. Once I finish doing so, I can figure out if there was an info leak or not. With that, he walked on to the transporter and disappeared. XXX the rooftop XXX. Once lunchtime rolled around, Naruto immediately told Lala to meet him on the roof, which she happily complied and followed him. By doing that, it only made more rumors spread about their relationship, but Naruto didn't care about that now and wanted to know why Lala decided to come to his school. When the two were on the roof and Naruto made sure no one was listening, he turned to face the happy-go-lucky girl and asked for her reason for being here. So tell me, what were why? Oh, you thinking when you decided to suddenly transfer here? It was a simple but important question that he could probably guess she was going to have a stupid reason for it. Isn't obvious. I just wanted to be by your side as much as I can. As he guessed, a stupid reason. One that made her blush while telling him. He could only sigh, as that was probably her only reason for being here and was sure shish. He didn't think of any repercussions of her actions either, but before that, he had to know one thing first. How did you even get accepted here? Did you have Zaston forge some fake documents for you? Nope. I just talked to a person called a principal and asked if I could go to this school. All he told me was that I was cute and said sure. Should have known. That perverted principal would let a NY cute girl who waltzes in go to this school if they asked him. Shaking his head at how pathetic his principal was, he looked at Lala and asked her another important question. You at least didn't mention that you were an alien, right? Not that he would believe you, then again. Of course but why wouldn't he believe me? Lala didn't quite understand by what Naruto meant when he said that. The principal wouldn't believe she was alien, never hearing the last part he said. Well, here on Earth most of the population doesn't believe in aliens. They believe that they're the only intelligent life form in the universe. Not that it's been proven by them yet. So what you're saying is that if Lala-sama were to tell one of the Earthlings in class that she was an alien, they wouldn't believe her, Peak voiced. I wouldn't go as far to say that, but I would advise not to. There might be a small chance that they think she was just joking, but with that tail of hers, I'm sure they would believe her. My tail. Lala swung her tail in front of her as she looked at it and wondered what he was trying to say. I guess you really didn't think things through, did you? He sighed again as he was going to have to spell it for her. You see, if you were to go blabbing off that you're an alien, they might not believe you, if you didn't have that tail of yours. Since you always have it visible and you do tell the class, or anybody else, you're an alien, the moment they look at your tail they would most likely believe you. So it was wise of you not to tell the principal you were alien, Lala-sama. Before Lala could feel like she did a good thing, Naruto interrupted her. Even so, there's one more factor that we haven't covered yet. And what would that be? Tilting her head to the side, Lala tried to figure out what Naruto could have meant, but nothing came to mind. That we're not the only aliens on this planet. You're right, but what does that have to do with me being an alien? This time she put a finger on her chin with an innocent look on her face that made him want to face palm, but forced himself not to before explaining it. If one of those aliens were to figure out that you were the princess of Deviluke, your life would be in danger. Lala-sama, what Sorodono says is true. If others were to find out whom you really are, then enemies of your father would surely come after you. At least someone here understands. Even if that does happen, Sora-kun will protect me. He even took down Zaston, so there shouldn't be anybody stronger besides Papa. Even so, it is best to be safe than sorry, Lala-sama. Naruto's eyebrow just twitched when he heard that. So she's just throwing all the responsibility on me, huh? Releasing another sigh, he combed one of his hands through his hair before getting Lala's attention. The bottom line is, try not to draw too much attention to yourself. If you don't tell anyone that you're alien, use any of your inventions and hold back. Your physical abilities, you should be fine. Understood? Yes, Tilda. Good. Now we're finished here, so you can go back to the classroom. Lala was about to do what he asked but stopped before asking him why he wasn't going with her. What about you? Aren't you going back to class too? I will. I'm just going to stay up here for a while longer before heading back and eat my lunch. Just as he told her that, he remembered something and pulled out his wallet. That reminds me, you don't have a bento, and I didn't make you one because I didn't suspect you to suddenly show up here. So here is some money to buy you something to eat at the cafeteria. At the same time he spoke, he pulled out a 10,000 yen bill and held it out for her to take. Are you sure I can have this? Of course I am. If you going to be living with me, I have to make sure you at least eat. If I can't do that, what kind of fiancé would I be? He said that last part as a joke while emphasizing the word fiancé, but Lala thought he was serious and her face showed it as she smiled brightly. Thank you, Sora-kun. With her smile still plastered on her face, she took the money from Naruto's hand and made her way toward the roof doors, but just as she could open them, Naruto said one more thing. Just ask the girls from class to show you where the cafeteria is at, alright? With that, Lala disappeared behind the metal doors as a slight breeze passed by, swaying Naruto's bangs as he turned to look off in the distance. I really hope she knows that fiancé thing was a joke, but judging by the smile on her face, I highly doubt it. Looking at the building that seemed a lot smaller than they appear, he wondered how Lala could be Shala's daughter since she was nothing like her. The only resemblance the two had was each other's beauty. Other than that, nothing seemed to match. Shala was one of the brightest Devilukines he had ever met and could outwit him in any strategy game, although strategy wasn't High's strong suit unless it was during a real fight. That's when he could show how smart he was in strategy, but other than that, she was far superior to him as long as it didn't involve using any muscle power. As for Lala, all he could tell was that she could make inventions that would probably screw up some way or another. The only good one he saw so far was Peek, as it could transform into any clothing she wanted, like their girls' school uniform, cause he was sure that they didn't have one ready for her and knew that it was Peek who dressed her in one. Out of the three of the inventions he's seen so far, only one of them worked well. Her warp-kun, as she calls it, worked somewhat, but wasn't a passable in his opinion. So when it came down to it, all Lala inherited from her mother was her beauty and the stubbornness from her father. As he went on trying to see if he could find any more similarities, he leaned on the railing on the roof, but just as he did, he felt the presence of someone behind him. It caught him completely off guard, as he never once thought anyone could sneak up behind him while he was at school. From what he could tell, everyone, student and teacher here, were human except for the new nurse. He could tell she was defiantly an alien and would have to check her to see if she was any danger of exposing him. There was also no way it was her behind him, as he could sense the kind of aura she gave off, and was a familiar one at that. It was another reason it couldn't be her. It couldn't be Zaston or one of his men, as they were terrible at masking their presence. So it could only mean one thing. Someone must have figured out who he really was and sent a bounty hunter or perhaps an assassin after him. Either way, there was no way he would lose to someone like that. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, he quickly made a clone that, in the same speed it took to create it, transformed into a kunai and was about to throw it at whoever was behind him. Only to stop in mid-throw once he saw what was behind him. Down in front of him on the roof floor was a black cat with its fur reflecting the sunlight with two golden orbs with slit pupils. His hand that held the kunai twitched in annoyance as he stared down at the cat. A cat. A cat got me worked up, causing me to think some bounty hunter or an assassin had finally found me. Only for it to turn out to be a cat of all things. I think I'm getting too paranoid since Lala and Zaston showed up. Before he could think of anything else, the small feline brought him back to reality by rubbing its body against his leg as it meowed happily. But still, how did this cat even get up here? There's no way it could have had climbed a 4-story building. It probably walked inside on accident and found its way up here by the time Lala left. Even so, how was this cat able to sneak up on me? It's like it knew how to mask its presences even from me. Still finding it weird and a bit surprising that this particular cat was able to sneak up on him, he knew that he had to make sure it made it out of the building safely. Therefore, he picked up the small feline that purred when he did and carried it as he made his way down to the front gate. Once he was there, he placed the cat on the sidewalk before couching down and scratching underneath its chin. You should hurry home now before some cook finds you appetizing and decides to have cat for dinner. Chuckling at his own joke, he realized that the cat before him had no collar, which meant it was a stray. Oh, it looks like you don't have a home to go to, huh? Well, if I wasn't at school I would probably take you home with me, since it's not every day you find a cat that can sneak up on the great Uzumaki. Naruto. Just as he finished his sentence, he realized he said something he shouldn't have. Shit, I shouldn't have said that. You never know who could be listening, but it's not like I have anything to fear. It's not like you're Acacian or anything, right? As far as I know. There's no such thing as Acacian shape shifting into a house cat, so I have nothing to worry about. The cat only meowed in response before he gave it one last scratch underneath its chin and stood back up. I guess this is goodbye then. Try and not get caught by someone that would try to eat you, okay? With that, he walked back towards the school as the cat sat there and watched him leave. When he was gone from its sight, the cat turned and walked away from the school grounds as if it finished what it came to do. By the time the final bell rang, Naruto was ready to head home. ND have a nice long nap before getting dinner started. Before he could do what he wanted, the teacher called out to him. Inoue-kun, since you're Lala-kun's fiancé, you wouldn't mind showing her all the school club activities. I guess I can. That would be great. Just don't do anything indecent. Yeah, I'll try, he replied dryly. As he watched his teacher leave, he looked at a very happy pink-haired girl who was making her way over towards him. So are you ready to show me around your school, Sora-kun? There's really no choice in the matter, is there? He asked her that, but she didn't give him answer and just wrapped her arms around his right arm and pulled him out the door while every guy in class, except Rito, glared at him. Thus began Naruto's little guide around the school, even though he didn't plan one. It wasn't any fancy tour, just your basic point and explain one, but Lala didn't care about any of the details. All she cared about was spending time with him, but she did pay attention to what he was saying even if she didn't show it. After showing her where all the indoor clubrooms were, he took her outside to show her the remaining clubs. There should only be a few clubs remaining, so it shouldn't take us that long to finish up. As always, she replied in a happy tune, causing him to doubt that she was even paying attention to what he was saying the entire time. Were you even listening to what I was saying this whole time? Yup, every single word. I doubt it, but since you said you were, then tell me every club we've been to so far. Okay, first we. She then listed every club in the exact order they seen them, to Naruto's surprise. He was certain that she wasn't paying attention, but boy was he wrong. Guess you were paying attention then. My mistake. Lala stuck her tongue out cute-like at him, seeing as she was able to pull one on him before they continued walking. As Naruto explained the types of clubs that the school held outside. The baseball team was practicing not far from where they were when one of the batters hit the ball that landed a few feet from them. What's that? Looking at what Lala was pointing to, Naruto answered her question. It's a baseball that the baseball club practices with. She only heard half of what he said before her curiosity to the best of her. I wanna try it. Without another word, Lala quickly picked up the ball and ran towards the baseball field, leaving Naruto in a slight daze. Geez, she can be such a child. I bet she was a handful. I wonder if I was like that when I was a kid. He could only wonder that since it's been so long that he could recall any of his first childhood. As for his second childhood, he could only recall some of it. Pushing that aside, he slowly made his way over towards the baseball field where he could see Lala standing in the batter's box. So, I just have to hit the ball with this stick. That should be easy. Just before she was about to get ready to hit, she saw Naruto standing off to the side watching her. Sora-kun, watch me hit the ball, okay. He only shook his head and gave her his word that he would watch, to her delight. As their exchange went on, the pitcher, who went by the name of Motemitsu Tezu, who was also the captain of the baseball club, just clicked his tongue. So this must be the famous Lala that is rumored to be engaged to Inoue Sora. Well, she is cute. With a body to boot, so I guess I should go easy on her. After giving one last glance at Naruto, he got ready to throw his pitch. When he saw that Lala was ready, he wound up and threw the ball dead center towards the catcher with enough speed that Lala had a chance to hit it. Now, he was suspecting her to miss or at least hit the ball into center field, however, she did neither. Instead, she hit the ball with her full power, sending the poor ball soaring through the sky, causing clouds to disperse while it left Earth's atmosphere. Wow, it just keeps going and going. As she stood amazed at how far the ball went, the entire baseball team almost died from shock. It was the first time in their lives have they ever seen someone hit a baseball that hard and by a girl too. While they tried to get over their shock, Pete could only sweat drop, if robots even could, as Naruto shook his head. Lala, who didn't realize what she did, ran over to where Naruto was standing. Sora-kun, did you watch me? Lala, didn't I tell you to hold back your physical abilities? Oops, I forgot, isn't got to change what they saw. Just look at them. Turning around, Lala saw that the baseball club was still trying to figure out if what just happened did happen. If you continue to do things like that, it will be harder for you to blend in, so try to keep that in mind for now. Lala just nodded in response before returning her original spot by his side, but before they could leave, Tezu stopped them. Hey, where do you think you two are going? Well, I was planning to finish this stupid tour and go home, but some moron won't let me. Ignoring Naruto's insult, Tezu looked towards Lala. Your name is Lala, right? Why don't you become my girlfriend instead of being this loser's fiancé? No thanks, I prefer Sora-kun. Not giving it a second before giving him a response, she immediately rejected him, causing the other baseball members to yell about how fast he had happened. Gee, then how about a match? If you cannot hit my next pitch, you not only have to join the baseball club, but you will also have to become my girlfriend. That's kinda pathetic, don't you think? The sudden comment caused Tezu to glare at Naruto. Shut up, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Lala. He then returned his gaze back to Lala, who was thinking it over. If it's just a match, then I don't mind. It's not like I'm going to lose. Full of confidence, I like that in a girl. Thinking that he drew her in, he started to head towards the pitcher's mound, never hearing the short conversation between Pete and her. Lala-sama, you can't accept. You'll draw too much attention to yourself. Look, there's more earthlings gathering. After hearing what Pete said, she noticed that there were more students starting to gather around the baseball field and knew she couldn't hit the ball again. Not wanting to run away from a challenge, she decided to call in for a substitution and looked at Naruto. Sora-kun, you have to hit the ball for me. Me? Why do I have to hit it? You were the one who accepted his deal, not me. But you're the one who said not to draw too much attention to myself. If I hit the ball now, then everyone will see that I'm different. Seeing how large the group of spectators were getting, he saw what she was trying to say and sighed. Fine, I'll hit it for you. Reluctantly agreeing to hit for her, he made his way over to the batter's box, but before he could pick up the bat, Lala took it. What are you doing? I thought you wanted me to hit for you. Oh, I'm just going to do something real quick and give it right back. Like what? However, she didn't answer him and ran off to a secure area with no people around. Not long after that, she returned the same bat that looked the same as before. When she handed it to him, he noticed a symbol on the top part of it. He didn't have to guess what she did to it, but the only question was what she turned it into. What did you do to this bat? I just modified it some. I call it buzzing bat-kun. That still doesn't answer my question, he replied dryly. You'll see, Tilda. With that, she ran back to where they were standing before. As she waited for Tezu to pitch the ball, Rito walked up to her and asked what was going on. Hey, Lala, what's going on? Oh, Rito, you made it just in time to see Sora-kun hit that guy's ball. Sora doing what? Looking at the baseball field, Rito saw that Naruto was in the batter's box swing a bat before taking a stance. That's weird. Sora usually doesn't do things like this. I wonder why he doing it now. Asking himself that, he looked over at Lala, who was waiting for Naruto to hit the ball. I wonder if it's her fault that he's acting this way. While Rito tried to figure that out, Naruto, who was still standing in the batter's box, pointed his bat at Tezu. All right, pretty boy, I want you to throw your fastest ball right down the center so I can. Shut your ass up and then go home already. Tisk, so she decided to have him sub in for her. Hey, I don't blame her. My fast ball is a one of a kind that not even this punk can hit. Similar to what he did when Lala was batting. He wound up his arm and swung it forward in lightning speed. All the spectators who were watching this little match were all surprised by the speed the ball Tezu threw was traveling. To them it was nothing but a fast blur, everyone but Lala of course. As for Naruto, He could only tisk in annoyance as this was all Tezu had. Come on, I've seen genin who threw kunai faster than this. Keeping his eyes on the ball, he got ready to swing once the ball was close enough, but right when he swung, he heard a clicking sound. The next thing he and everyone else saw were 3 rocket-like engines suddenly pop out from the backside of the bat. Not even a second after they appeared did they ignite, causing Naruto's swing to be much stronger and sending the ball soaring past Earth's atmosphere after making contact. In that split second, Naruto looked over at Lala to see the same phone she uses to control her inventions in her hand and knew this wasn't going to end well, and he was right. Instead of the rockets turning off once he hit the ball, they continued to go full throttle, dragging his body along with it since he never let go of the bat. He would have let it go but deemed it wise not to, as it could endanger those around him even though some of them might have dissevered it. Even so, he held on tight as the rocket-powered bat took him flying into the sky, twisting him like a corkscrew while everyone watched him leave. They didn't know what to think of it as they were all speechless, everyone beside one particular person. Wow, Sora-kun's so amazing. She was too happy to realize with Naruto gone there was no one else to show her the rest of the clubs, but luckily for her Peak did. Lala-sama, you do realize with Sora Dono gone, there is no one here to show you around the school. You're right, now what am I supposed to do? It was then that she turned around to see Haruna standing beside her and Rito. Both of them were still in a daze at had just happened but were brought back to their senses when Lala spoke to them. I know, why don't you two show me around the rest of the school since Sora-kun not here? The moment Rito noticed Haruna was next to him he completely froze, so Haruna answered her. I guess I wouldn't mind. What about you, Rito-kun? I. It was all he could say and nothing else, causing the 2 girls to leave him standing there even if it was rude. When he finally spat out what he was going to say, it was too late as he realized it was just him standing there alone. Seeing as it was pointless to stay there now, he cursed himself for being so nervous and decided to head home whilst wondering if Naruto was okay. XXX with Naruto XXX. Currently Naruto was standing on top of the rocket-powered bat as if it were a surf or skateboard thanks to his chakra. After he was taken, forcefully, away from the school grounds by the thing known as buzzing bat-kun, he waited until he high enough that no one could see what he was planning to do. Once he made sure he was far enough, he used the momentum of the bat to swing his body around so his feet were touching the front part of it. Using his chakra, he made sure his feet would stay on and fix the position of the bat so he could control it. After getting it to settle so it wasn't spiraling around by shifting his weight, he continued to fly straight so his head would stop spinning. Man, I do not want to do that again. Shaking his head a bit, he looked down at Seinen City and realized just how high he really was. If he had to take a guess, he would probably be a mile or so above the ground. A fall from this height would kill even me with this human body. If it weren't for Lala and her stupid inventions, I would be in this predicament. Cursing his so-called fiancé, he lifted his left sleeve and placed his right thumb by his mouth, then bit down on it, drawing blood. Using that same thumb, he dragged it across a certain part of the inside of his left arm, causing several papers to appear and grabbed them before the wind took them. These papers weren't your ordinary papers, no, they were in fact paper bombs. He made and stored them in a seal on his left arm just in case he would need them. Today just so happened to be one of those days, but their main use was to help distract or stop his enemy's movements, not for what he was planning to do. I had bet do it now before I get too high, but I guess it wouldn't matter how high I am since I have plenty of jutsus to make sure I land safely, especially that one. Taking a deep breath, he quickly went in to action by placing enough paper bombs to blow Lala's invention to smithereens and released his hold on it. By doing all that, he was now free, falling back down towards the ground at a very fast pace when the bat blew up. As he free fell, he pumped some chakra into his eyes so he could get a better view to where he was falling, just in case he had to make some adjustments so he could change his landing point. Which he had to, because the angle he was currently falling would take him straight on top of a building. Making the proper adjustments, he made his way towards his landing point using a Ind jutsu to slow down how fast he was descending. When he was in range, He unsealed a certain three-prong kunai from his left arm and threw it at the tree he planned to land on with lightning speed. The moment it stuck, he disappeared in a yellowish flash and reappeared on a tree branch not far off from the police station. Your jutsu is still as handy as ever, Minato. Smiling as he thanked his old friend, he took the kunai out from the tree and sealed it back in his arm. He was lucky that no one was there to see him suddenly appear out of thin air, but he had made sure of that, so there was no need to be cautious. What he failed to notice while flying in the air was a small black blur far below him, jumping from rooftop to rooftop, following him the whole time, and stopped once he landed. It was then when he felt the same feeling as before when he was in class and tried to pinpoint where it was coming from, but it was no use. He couldn't find who or what was watching him, and it was starting to tick him off. If their goal was to try to piss him off, well, they were succeeding at it, but before he could reach his boiling point, he heard a familiar voice in the distance. Excuse me, but I think I'm lost. The voice he heard was none other than Zastan of the Royal Army of Deviluke, and could only shake his head at what he heard. Even after all these years, you still have no sense of direction, do you, Zastan? Single quote. Asking himself that, he jumped down from the branch he was on and made his way over towards his old student as the officer tried to explain where he was at. No matter how the officer explained it, Zastan still had a hard time figuring out where he needed to go. Luckily, Naruto butted in. Don't worry, officer, I know this man, so I'll show him where he wants to go. When Zastan heard his voice, he immediately turned in his direction. Sora-dono, I have been looking for you, but I'm glad you find me first because I'm having a bit of trouble finding my way around this place. I can see that. Well, seeing as the two of you know each other, I'll take my leave then. With that, the officer went back inside the building while Zastan looked at Naruto with a stern look. Sora-dono, I have a very important massage to give you. Message? What kind of massage and from whom? Naruto was a bit suspicious about this so-called message that Zastan said he As for him, and was trying to figure out who would have wanted to send him a message. No one knew who he really was, and if they did, why give it to Zastan, unless it's from Lala-sama's father, the king of Deviluke. Should have known he would send one, but was it about the whole engagement thing, or does he know who I am? As he thought this, his face showed how concerned he was, which caused Zastan to wonder if he was alright. Are you alright, Sora-dono? You look a bit concerned when I said it was from Lala-sama's father. Naruto then realized his mistake and quickly tried to cover it, but played smart and pretended like he didn't know Gid. Yeah, it just that getting a message from someone who is the king of the galaxy is something to be worried about. It's not like you get one from him every day, you know. Yes, I see what you mean, but not to worry, I'm sure it's just a warning or just to inform you what will be happening since you're now engaged to Lala-sama. So you know what it says then? I do not. I was only ordered to bring you the message. Still loyal as ever, I see. If Naruto knew one thing about Zastan was that he was loyal to the bone. We should find a place void of people before I show you the message. Quote, alright, then follow me. Taking the lead, Naruto led Zastan to a park in town where few people ever visit, and to be sure of that, he placed a genjutsu around them that would cause anybody who came by to walk away. This place should be a good. Are you sure? Zastan was cautious, as this was a message only for Naruto to hear and no one else. Trust me, no one comes this far into the park. So go ahead and show me the message. Believing his words, Zastan nodded his head. Very well then. From somewhere within his armor, Zastan brought out a weird king item that looked made out of bone, similar to his armor, with an 8-sided crystal floating above it. He then held it out in front of him as if he were giving it to Naruto and removed his hand from underneath it, letting it hover in midair between them. It is only a voice-recorded message, but please listen to it carefully. A second later, a new voice was heard, one that made Naruto narrow his eyes. Inoue Sora, I presume Zastan has finally found you, since he can barely tell his left from his right. Quote, the said man could only sweat drop at his king's words and kept quiet while Naruto read his comment, as he was more focused on what he was going to say next. But after hearing his story, I decided to approve you as my daughter's fiancé. At first, I was skeptical about the whole thing. seeing as she fled to Earth and decided to marry an Earthling who were rather worthless, in my opinion. It wasn't until he informed me that you were in fact a cousin did I rethink my decision. Besides, you were the first one she's ever favored. Therefore, I will be looking forward to what you are capable of. I will also be the one who will decide when the marriage ceremony will be held. Quote, while listening, Naruto concluded that Gid had no idea who he really was as he addressed him by his fake persona. If that wasn't proof enough, then his approval of his engagement to Lala was enough to clarify it. If he knew his real identity, he would never had given it and would most likely head to Earth to finish what they started 16 years ago. Luckily, that wasn't going to happen, yet that is. Quote, now before this message ends I have something important to inform you. Quote, what the message said next caused Naruto to get into a foul mood. The galaxy is already aware of your existence. Thus, even, truly other candidates will appear before you and try to take my daughter away. If you can manage to protect my daughter and complete the marriage ceremony, then you shall become my successor, but be warned. If you shall fail my expectations and my daughter is taken from you, I will destroy you along with your pathetic planet. So remember that well. Quote, Naruto was pissed when Gid's voice disappeared, and it took all he had not to show it so Zaston wouldn't suspect anything. Most people would probably be scared shitless, but not him. He was more pissed than anything, and it was all Gid's fault. Lala had a part in it since she was the main reason behind what would happen if he didn't follow what Gid said. It was as if Lala was the epitome of bad luck and was giving it to him. Not only will she bring Gid to him, but every other candidate of hers after him as well, and if he fails, everyone on this planet, all of the innocent lives who were ignorant of what was conspiring around them, would perish along with their planet. That was something he could not let happen, no matter what. While Naruto was thinking that, Zaston, who retrieved his device, adding on to what the message said. You shish, old know that what His Majesty says is true. All the other candidates that were chosen to become Lala-sama's fiancé will become for you. In fact, a few have already arrived just this morning. So be on your guard, and another thing. His Majesty wasn't bluffing when he said he would destroy you along with this planet. He once destroyed a man's planet for behaving impolitely in front of him. Quote, Naruto knew all too well how Gid acted and knew he would go through with what he said, but what Zaston said last was wrong. Gid didn't destroy that man's planet because he behaving impolitely, it was because say the man hit on Shala while he was standing next to her. He should know because he was there when it happened and was there when he blew up the man's planet. Of course, when Shala heard what happened, she gave Gid the cold shoulder for about a year. After that, he thought twice before blowing up any more planets. Seeing as there was no other reason for staying here any longer, he looked at Zaston NLY to see him fighting off some dog from his leg. Since we're done here, I'm heading home. Very well then. I, too, will take my leave. Just watch your back, Sorodono. You never know who might come after you when your guard's down. With those final words, he departed, leaving Naruto standing alone before his left as well. What he said reminded him of that cat that got the sneak on him when he was on the rooftop of the school. It was a long time since a living creature was able to creep up on him, and then there was that feeling he was being watched. It was all making sense now. Perhaps what Aston said was true about how some of the candidates were already here. They probably were able to get the drop on him since he was now human. If a cat could sneak up on him, then why not some alien he doesn't know? It all just meant that he would have to heighten his senses, so that could never happen. As if he jinxed himself, the bushes in front of him started to move, prompting him to get ready or what might pop out only for a black cat to jump out. It wasn't just any black cat, but the one from earlier, getting his eyebrow to twitch. You have to be shitting me. The same cat got the jump on me again. Am I going to need some training just to heighten my senses or something? While he thought that, the cat strode up to him and started rubbing up against his legs like from before. Looking down at the cat, he wondered if it followed him, but that couldn't be since he left the school flying on a baseball bat. There was no way this cat could have followed him unless it wasn't your average house cat, but just by looking at it. There was nothing strange about it beside it being able to sneak up on him and its eyes that looked somewhat familiar. For some reason it reminded him of somebody but he couldn't picture who it was. He yelled in frustration not only because he couldn't figure out who it reminded him of but cause of everything that had happened and what was going to happen. His sudden yelling caused the cat to stop what it was doing and look up at him before meowing and getting his attention. Looking back down at the feline and the surrounding area, he wondered if this was where the cat lived. He couldn't be sure of that since he couldn't speak cat but only had to guess as this is where he met it for the second time today. Crouching down he began to pet the feline who closed its eyes and purred from his touch. Moving his hand towards the cat's chin, he started scratching it before speaking. "So is this park where you live?" The cat only meowed in response but he couldn't determine if it was a yes or no and could only scratch his head as he tried to figure that out. "I know, why don't you meow for yes and wag your tail for no? That way I will know what you're saying." After saying that he found how stupid it was to ask that of a cat. He wasn't even sure it understood him. "Never mind, it's not like you understand what I'm saying anyways." Seeing it was futile to continue talking to a stray cat, he stood up. "Well, I have to get going. If I don't get home soon my mother will start to worry where I am." He then started to walk away but before he could get far he felt something land onto his shoulders and to his surprise, it was the cat. "Hey, what do you think you are doing?" The cat merely just rubbed its head against his face and meowed. "What, are you trying to tell me you want me to take you home with me?" Again, the cat just meowed in response. "I don't mind, but I'm not sure my mother wants any pets. I guess we won't know until we get home, but you know what? Even if she says no, I'll talk her into letting you stay as I said earlier today. It's not every day you find a cat that can sneak up me, so let's get going." With that settled, he and his new cat made their way back home. When he finally made it home, it was well close to sundown. His mother was worried sick about him when she came home from work and saw no one was home. She had checked Rito's house to see if he was there only to find that Lala was the only one there. He had to lie and tell her that he had something he needed to do, but when she asked him why he didn't take Lala with him or answer his phone, he couldn't come up with an answer. However, Lala just smiled and said it was fine but was a bit upset that she couldn't walk home with him. Seeing as Lala was fine with it, she warned Naruto not to do it again, in which he promised that he would. It was then she noticed the cat on his shoulder. She asked what he was doing with the cat and he explained, the best he could, about how he meet with it and how it wanted to come with him. Now his mother was someone who loved animals as much as the next person, but she wasn't sure if they had time for a pet. However, after seeing how it was already attached to her son, she decided to let it stay. When all the discussion was over with, everyone did their own thing. Naruto started with dinner. Lala stayed in the living room and started tinkering with something while Naruto's mother watched TV. While Naruto was in the kitchen cutting some vegetables, his mother and Lala had their own conversation. He could hear them talk and paid little attention to what they were talking about, but when Lala slipped out that she was an alien, he almost cut his finger off with a knife. Getting over the shock of what Lala said, he hurried to the living room where he saw his mother just stare at Lala. Before he could say anything, his mother jumped to her feet and grabbed hold of Lala, then asked if she was serious, which she said yes. His mother then started to inspect her, seeing that the only difference between the two was her tail. When she touched it, both her and Naruto heard Lala give off a sexy moan as her body tensed up. 'Cause of the sudden reaction, she let her tail go, which Lala then explained how it was sensitive. Hearing Lala's moan reminded Naruto the time he accidentally grabbed Shala's tail, who moaned the same way Lala did, and guessed that the two had another thing in common. After that, his mother started saying how great it would be to have an alien daughter-in-law. She then started asking her what other kinds of aliens were there and what they looked like. Lala was about to answer her but looked at Naruto, who just sighed and nodded, telling her it was okay, and went back into the kitchen. He knew that he was gone. Not have to explain it to her eventually, but he never wanted it like this. If one thing he knew about his mother was that she was one of those people who could easily adapt to any serious situations. He just didn't know how he was going to explain how the Earth's existence rested on his shoulders and how he plans to save it without telling her who he really is. Once he finished cooking, He place everyone's dinner on the table and they all started eating. He even cooked some fish for his new cat since they didn't have cat food and placed on the floor by the table. He also gave it a saucer filled with milk too. The dinner conversation was mostly between Lala and his mother about Lala's hobbies. She explained how she would disassemble the warships on her home planet as joke, then how she started building invention when she was little. Naruto's sweat dropped when he heard that, as he seen firsthand how huge those space ships were while his mother just stared in awe. The conversation then turned towards Pieck, who was then introduced to his mother and joined their conversation since there was no point in hiding her existence anymore. All in all, their second dinner went off with no problems. All Naruto had to do was make sure Lala didn't tell his mother about his powers or that they think he is an alien. When everyone was finished eating, Lala was the one who changed the subject as she grabbed Naruto's arm. Sora-kun, now that we had dinner, why don't we take a bath together? A bath? That was what his mother thought when Lala asked that. I know you guys are engaged and all, but I think you should still take things slow. Don't you agree with me, Sora? His mother said dryly. Naruto just looked from his mother to Lala before giving his reply. Maybe some other time, as I have more things I have to take care of before I take my bath. So why don't you go ahead, and if you need someone to go with you, you can take the cat a bath since it needs one. The cat, she looked at the cat to see it wag its tail before looking back at Naruto. But I want to take a bath with you. Like I said, I have a few things to take care of, but if you don't want to take the cat with you. The only other person is my mom, but I don't think the two of you will fit though. Lala then turned to his mother. Then would you take a bath with me? I don't feel comfortable taking one alone, as I always had my maids with me when it took one. I don't know. Even if I did, we won't have any room with the two of us. That's okay. I made a device that will make that bath bigger. Alright then. Lala didn't give her a chance to decline as she was already pushing her towards the bathroom. With them gone, Naruto washed the dishes, then made his way upstairs to his room. Once he was finished, in there he sat on his bed and put his hands together and conjured up his chakra, then made a shadow clone with half his chakra stored inside it. I want you to head into the forest outside of town and make as much clones as you can. After that, I want you to start training in heightening all my senses and don't stop until you deplete your chakra, got it? Yes. Good. Now go. Doing as his boss commanded, the clone Naruto went towards the window, then leapt out without making a sound and disappeared in the darkness of the night. Once the clone was gone, he lied down and stared at his ceiling just when his cat jumped on top of him. Oh, I didn't know you followed me in here. His cat meowed before pushing its front paws down onto his chest. Well, let's just keep what you saw a secret, okay? Giving his cat a grin, he watched it meow again before it curled into a ball and fell asleep on his chest. He chuckled at how quickly his cat fell asleep and watched it slowly rise and fall before his eyes slowly started to close before his door opened. Sora-kun, your bath is ready. Lala was the one who abruptly entered his room naked, stopping him from falling asleep and waking up his cat too. It was right that when he saw that she was naked. At least put some cloths after you take a bath. I know you don't care about being naked, but people will get the wrong idea if they saw us like this. Besides, I'm still in a teenage body and even I can't stop my hormones from acting up. Whispering that last part to himself, he eyed Lala's naked form, and as he said, his hormones started acting up. But I didn't bring any clothes with me when I left home. Pieck was all I needed, but she's recharging. For crying out loud. Upon hearing her answer, he stood up and went to his closet, then took out a shirt he usually wears when he stays home along with some sweats pants. Here, put these on. They might be a bit loose on you, but at least you will have something to wear. Doing as he asked, she put his clothes on that were a bit loose on her like he said they would, but she didn't care since she was glad to wear his clothes. I guess we're going to have to take you clothes shopping since you don't have any. Well, all you really need is some clothes to wear when Pieck is charging, but until then just use those, understood? Yes, sir. She gave him a salute before sticking her tongue out at him cute like, getting him to shake his head. Anyway, I'm going to take my bath now. He then left and made his way towards the bathroom with Lala right behind him. As he entered his bathroom, Lala continued past him and went into the living room while his cat followed him. As he took his clothes off, his cat sat there watching him as he did, and when he removed his boxers its eyes widened. As if in a trance he started walking towards Naruto with its eyes still focused on it, but it could get too close. It heard Naruto's voice. "Geez, you followed me in here too. Man, I'm gonna have to put a bell if you keep sneaking up on me." He just looked down at his cat, now looking at his face and not his package. "Guess you wanted me to take you a bath too, huh?" It just meowed in response. "First let me wash myself, they all wash you, alright." With one last meow, Naruto started to wash himself before washing his cat, finding out it was a girl and it enjoyed every minute of it. When they were done, they both went into the living room where his mother and Lala were and watched whatever they were watching. Once it got late, everyone made their way to their rooms. Lala didn't have a room but was sleeping his Aunt Tatsuki's room for now until they could figure out what they were going to do about her room. As for his cat, it slept snuggled up next to him, but while he slept, he LD only wonder what tomorrow had in store for him. XXX the next day XXX. The same as the day before, Naruto woke up with a Lala sleeping in his bed, but this time she wore some clothes. She still had shirt he gave her, but the sweatpants were missing, so she half naked. He would have scolded her for sleeping his room again but decided not to, since wasn't that bad of thing to get mad over. He LD just have to train his body not to react when seeing her like that. It was hard enough when he sees her in her thigh-length socks. Leaving her as she is, he changed into his school uniform, then went downstairs to start breakfast. It was about an hour or so when she finally woke up and made her way downstairs, where she asked him why he was up so early, still rubbing the sleep from her eyes. His told her that he always got up early and that she needed to change if she wanted to eat. Giving him a tired reply, she called Peek, who transformed into her school uniform, then sat at the kitchen table, still sleepy, and waited for Naruto to finish. Soon as she sat down, his mother walked into the kitchen with the same drowsy face Lala wore and took her spot at the table with a bit of drool on her face. Ignoring the two of them, he finished up with breakfast so they could eat and get on with their day. After saying goodbye to his mother, he and Lala meet up with Rito and Mikan outside his house. Ikon was a little jealous of Lala as she was able to be so close to Naruto and tried not to show it, but Naruto and even Rito could tell she was. Lala, though, was clueless and thought the way she was acting was cute. Once they saw off Mikan at the halfway point, the three of them headed towards school, where even more rumors were being spread. Some people asked Naruto what happened after his grudge with the baseball club, but he didn't know why they were calling a grudge match. He probably guessed it was because it looked like they were fighting for Lala, then told them that nothing happened and they should just forget it ever happened. Ignoring every question that involved what happened yesterday, he made his way to his class with both Lala and Rito following right behind him, where they all waited for class to start. Class itself was the same as any other day, so it went by fast, and before they knew it, it was time for PE and it was held outside. For the boys, they had to play soccer and bow. Naruto and Rito were on the same team. It was a given win since the two were unstoppable team and crushed the opposing side. The girls had track and field, but most of them paid no mind to it and had their eyes either on Naruto or on the PE instructor Sasuga. However, Lala was still having trouble keeping her strength under check, causing her to show off, but most the girls thought they had messed up setting things up. Therefore, she was able to get through gym without them wondering what was wrong with her, but some who were watching were amazed by her feats. As PE was ending, Naruto felt something was amiss and tried to figure out what it was, and found what it was when his eyes fell on Sasuga. He didn't know why, but he felt something was different about him, as he gave off a vibe as if he were an alien, but wondered why it was happening now. He never got that vibe from him before, but before he could figure out why the bell rang, forced to wait until after school to confirm why Sasuga as giving off such a vibe, he went inside with the rest of the class. When his class returned, it was time for lunch, so most the students were either setting up the desk or heading to the cafeteria. Since he always had a bento, He just stayed in his seat and took out his said bento while Rito made his way over towards him. Usually just he and Rito ate lunch together and sometimes Tsuruyama would join. But now that Lala was going to their school, she came running over towards them with the bento Naruto made her in her hands. Sora-kun, I brought the bento you made, so let's eat lunch together tilde. Quote, shish. Yelled that almost at the top of her lungs, getting everyone to look at them. Alright, just hurry up and sit down already. As she giggled happily, she grabbed a chair for herself and sat down at H's desk, but just as she did his phone vibrated. Taking his phone from his pocket, he saw an unknown number calling him. Seeing as he didn't know the number, he ignored it, but just as it stopped vibrating, the same number called him again, getting him to suddenly stand up and excuse himself. Rito found it weird that Naruto would get a phone call since he knew how busy his mother was and everyone else that knew his number was here at school. As for Lala, she just looked at him and wondered where he was going. After excusing himself, Naruto walked out the classroom and took out his phone. Pressing the OK button, he answered whoever was calling him. Alright, who the hell is this? My, don't we have a temper? The voice he heard sounded familiar but didn't have time to figure that out as the person continued talking. But anyways, I want to have a little chat with you. Inoue Sora-kun. When the person on the phone said his name, he was starting to wonder who the hell it was and if he knew them, since they clearly knew him. I don't know who the hell you are or how you got this number, but if you want to talk, you come find me, not the other way around. I'd watch that temper of yours if you knew what's good for you, unless you want something to happen to one of your classmates. What did you say? The moment he heard the word classmate, Naruto tensed up as he glared at the floor, waiting for the person on the other line to answer me. You heard me. If you don't do as I ask, then the one you know as Sairenji Haruna will suffer the consequences of your actions. You bastard. What kind of sick game do you think you're playing? If you wanted to see me that badly, you should have come to me instead, not use someone else to do it. What's done is done. Now hurry to THE storage room if you don't want any harm done to your classmate. Fine, I meet you, but if you lay on finger on her, I swear I'll tear whatever arm you use right of your body. Empty threats won't work on me, so you better hurry. Time is ticking. Soon as the person finished talking, the other side of the line cut off, getting Naruto to close his phone and squeeze it to the point where it almost started to crack. Damn it, who the hell is this person? With Haruna's safety in danger, he didn't have time to figure it out and took off running towards the storage room. When he got there, he did think twice and slammed the door open. Alright, you bastard, let Haruna go before I kick your ass. As he entered the storage room, he saw the PE instructor, and not only that, but Haruna tied up in some kind of slimy rope. Sasuga-senpai, what the hell are you doing? And why the hell is Haruna tied up in tentacles? This isn't some kind of hentai porn. I'm glad you could make it. I was hoping you would have arrived a little later so I could have a little more fun, but now is as good time to start talking. First, let Haruna go. She has nothing to do with this. Do you think I'm stupid? The moment I let her go, you'll start attacking me, so I think I'll hold on to her a little longer. Besides, don't you enjoy watching her like this? I said let her go. His patience was running thin while he stood there watching Haruna be molested by those weird tentacles and was about to kill Sasuga before he spoke. I'd watch your tongue if I were you. I'm not some weak earthling like you. Earthling. That's when it hit him. So you're an alien then, and let me guess, you're here to try and take Lala from me, aren't you? Oh, so you know that much already. Then there's no need to hide myself any longer. With a fierce yell, Sasuga's body started to change into a more grotesque form, with his body became taller with elf-like pointy ears. He also had large yellow eyes and green skin, with shark-like teeth and a long tongue. A Bakken. I haven't seen one of them in years. So he mimicked Sasuga-senpai in order to capture Haruna. After realizing what kind of alien he was, he meant L smirked while the said alien introduced himself. My name's is Gibri and I use me mimicry power too, what the? As the newly introduced Gibri was talking, he saw the wind start to form around Naruto's right arm, and before he knew it, Naruto had already dashed towards him. Hey, have you forgotten that I still Before he could finish his sentence, Naruto cut Haruna free from the tentacle's grasp and caught her in his arms. Gently, he placed her on the floor before turning to face Gibri, who was still shocked at what just happened. Impossible, you're just an earthling. There's no way you can control the wind unless you're a Kazine. He had answered his own question. Then that means why you are a Kazine. That's right, I'm a Kazine and a pissed off one at that. But my repo, RT said you were an earthling, not a Kazine. Gibri was unconsciously backing away from Naruto as the man before him glared at him, and for some reason a huge crimson aura with 9 tails appeared behind him. Well, your report was wrong and now it's time to finish this. His words lost all trace of his anger and were as cold as ice before he raised his right arm up. Wait a minute. As Gibri pled for his life, Naruto was about to swing his arm down, but just before he did, Lala, along with Rito, interrupted him. Sora-kun. And Gibri, hearing her voice, caused him to stop and look her way, which was when Gibri used the opportunity to try and snatch Lala. I thank you for the interruption, Lala. Now it's time we leave and get married. Fast as he could, Gibri tried to close distance between Lala and him, but before he could even get halfway, Naruto appeared before him with his right arm cocked back. I don't think so. The next thing Gibri saw were stars as Naruto CKED him square in the face, sending him flying back into the wall before he started to shrink. What the? It was all he could say as he watched Gibri shrink down to a smaller chibi version of himself with buckteeth. That's Gibri's true form, Lala spoke. So he was mimicking the form before as well. Yep, and you looked so cool when you appeared in front of him, then punched him in the face. Whatever. But what are we going to do with him now? That's easy. Lala then pulled out her phone before bringing out one of her inventions that looked like a toilet. We'll flush him and deport him from Earth. Naruto didn't know what she was talking about and just watched her place Gibri in the toilet-like invention before a flushing sound was heard. After putting her invention away, Rito, who was still standing there in a daze, spoke. Sora, would you mind telling me what the heck is going on and why Haruna's shirt is torn? Hearing his friend's voice, he turned towards him and saw how red his face was. Rito, what the heck are you doing here? Lala was the one who answered for him. Oh, Rito said that you were acting weird when you left class and pulled your phone out. Then after hearing you yell, he decided to find out why. That's when he saw you running away, so I decided to help look for you with one of my inventions, but we ran into a little detour before we arrived here. He just nodded in response before heading towards Haruna. Lala, do you think Peek can fix Haruna's clothes since she changed into your clothes? I don't know, can you Peek? I think if I my system to be able to, I should have no problem fixing an easy fix like that, Peek replied. That's good, so please do. Of course Naruto don't know. As Peek started to mess with her system, Naruto picked up Haruna and carried her to Rito. Here Rito, you take her. Me. Why me? Don't you want to use this opportunity to say that you saved her? It will bring the two of you closer if you do. And no, I can't. You were the one who saved her, not me. Who cares who did what? All that matters is who gets the credit, right? I said no. He turned around to hide his face from his friend. It was also so he didn't stare at Haruna's exposed body. Fine. Shaking his head at Rito's action, believing he would like an opportunity like this, but it didn't matter as he had a plan that would still benefit his friend whether he knew it or not. You still haven't told me what's going on. He reminded Naruto about what was important and he hoped that he didn't have to, but it looked like he had no choice but to explain. Yeah, about that. It's a long story, but before I explain it all, let's take Haruna to the nurse's room first. Getting a nod from his friend, he along with Rito and Lala too. Haruna to the infirmary, but what they didn't know was while they left, someone was watching them. Tisk, it looks like that mimic freak got to him first. I could just jump down and introduce myself. But that would be the same as getting sloppy seconds, and that's not my style. The owner of the voice was a tall man with blue spiky hair and light blue eyes that he hid behind a pair of shades. LSO had green line-like markings below them, giving him an appearance that of a panther, and a pair of blue furry pointy ears with a matching tail. He wore no shirt, showing off his muscular torso and A long blush black trench coat on with black pants and a pair of black boots. He was currently couching on top of the school roof before standing up and removing his shades and grin, showing off his pearly white fangs. Well, it doesn't matter. I can just have some more fun with these earth women while I wait. They have such a sweet taste to them and my sweet tooth is calling for more. With those parting words, the man disappeared without making a single sound. Well, there you have it, the third chapter, and I'm sure you can guess who or who without me spelling it out for you. If not, then you're in for a surprise. I really don't have much to say here except that I hope you enjoyed this chapter, and if you have any question, either review or PM me. Until next update, Linkmaster out. The Fox vs. the Panther Part 1. Well, here is my fourth chapter for this story that I had some free time to type. Most of this chapter all my idea, with a few small parts taken from the manga, as well as another. One of the reasons why it took me a while to finish it is I don't have the time like I used to write any chapters for my stories. Anyways, more info about this story as well as my others later on. So enjoy this chapter. Chapter 4, Naruto's plans for Rito, a family member returns, and the Fox vs. the Panther Part 1. Currently, Naruto, Lala, and Rito were all in the nurse's office that was vacant before they entered. And were standing by the still unconscious Haruna lying on one of the beds with her clothing no longer torn. It was thanks to Peek's ability to repair clothing Rito was able to look at her and not feel so uncomfortable around her more so than now. However, the image of her exposed chest did pop into his head whenever his eyes wandered down to her chest, causing him to blush. Naruto saw this from the corner of his eyes and could only shake his head, but if he was just as innocent as he was sure that he would be doing the same, probably. It's been a very long time since he last blushed like Rito, and from what he could recall it was cause of Shala doing. For some reason, she made him drop his guard around her, making him vulnerable to her ICS, causing him to do things he normally wouldn't do. It was most likely the way she acted. She could be very mature one second and childish the next. Almost the way Lala is now, but much more mature, when she wanted to. Now that he thinks about it, there was another time when he blushed like that. It was during the time he had first come to Earth and stayed in a village by the name of Konohagakure. In that village, he came across a man with white spike hair who was peeking in the women's side of the hot spring. He had asked the man what he was doing, only for him to brush him off, saying he was doing research and not to bother him. Now, at that time, Naruto was oblivious to the way things worked on Earth and in that particular village, but they did have a similar place that called a hot spring on his home planet. However, it was only for royalty. After the man had brushed him off, he walked inside thinking the same rules probably applied on this planet and entered the girl's side, since that side was the one he usually used. Since he was little, his mother would take him to that side when they visited the hot springs, since his father was usually busy. So when the moment he finally entered the girl's bath, his face reddened in shock as he saw a large number of women, far older than him, naked. He was speechless, and when they all saw him standing there with his fox ears and tail exposed, they didn't scream at first, but immediately grabbed him and pulled him in. You could say they all had their fun with him, as they adored his fox ears and tail to their heart content. And when it was all over, the white-haired man kept Naruto and one other at his side as chick magnets. Just remember that white-haired pervert pissed him off at how he used him and his friend just to get girls, and if it wasn't for him training them, he would most likely beat the crap out of him, or worst, he might have just killed him and saved all the women on Earth, at that time, the trouble of meeting him. In the end, despite all the trouble that man gave him, he was still able to learn a whole lot from him. He was like a second father to him, but before he could get lost in memory lane, he shook his head and turned towards Rito. "It's about time we take our leave." His sudden words caused both the man in questioning and the pink-haired princess to look at him. What? Why? And what for? Naruto's eyebrow only twitched in annoyance as his friend forgot that he had asked him to explain what was going on. He could have used that opportunity to not to tell him, but figured something like this was bound to happen again, so the sooner he told him the easier it would be to explain. Lala, on the other hand, was unaware of, or completely forgot, Naruto agreeing to explain their situation to him and asked him where he was going. "You're leaving." Turning to his proclaimed fiancé, He gave her a slight smile before responding. We're just heading to the rooftop for a bit and talk about what happened earlier in the storage room. Then shouldn't I go with you too? No, you should stay here just in case Haruna wakes up. I think it would be easier if you were the one to explain things to her instead. Oh, okay. She agreed with what he asked of her quicker than she normally would have. She usually insisted that she should follow him and always be by his side no matter what. It got him wondering if she was finally able to tell when it was important to listen to what he says, but was sure that this was probably a one-time deal kind of thing. Either way, it would make explaining things to Rito much easier with her not butting in on him trying to explain the situation he, and the Earth, was in. Turning back to his friend, he motioned to him that they were leaving, but before they could, he remembered something and looked back at Lala. Oh, one other thing. Getting not only Lala's attention but also Rito's as well, he continued with what he was going to say. If Haruna wakes up after nurse returns, tell her that Sasuga-sensei brought her after she had fainted, and if she remembers everything, all she saw was just a dream. Lala nodded in reply but then thought about what she LD say if Haruna were to wake up before the nurse arrived and asked him what she should do then. What if she wakes up before the nurse arrives? What should I tell her then? He just chuckled before walking closer to her, then leaning forward so his mouth was close to her ear and whispered something to her. Before backing away, she blinked her eyes blankly at him before smiling at him. Getting what he was trying to do, she couldn't help smiling as she placed her hands on her lap, but just before she thought Naruto was going to leave, he had to say one more thing. Are you really sure it's okay to tell her that? It may not be the truth, but I'm sure she would rather hear that rather than the truth. So make sure you tell her that, alright? After getting a cheerful response from the pink-haired princess, he and Rito both left the room, but as they were about to, Naruto stopped and gave the room one last glacé before he inhaled through his nose. This scent, it smells familiar. If my nose is as it used to be, this scent belongs to that woman. The smell of lavender mixed with medicine, but the question is, what is her reason for being here on Earth, at this particular school? Does she know I'm alive and is after me, or is this just some coincidence? Trying to figure that out for himself, he had to cut it short as Rito was starting to think something was up with him. As he gave him a questionable look as he waited in the hall. Pushing a question that could possibly lead to more trouble to the side, he walked out the nurse's room as he closed the door behind him, joining his friend in the hall. What's up? Is there something wrong in the nurse's room? It seemed as if you were looking for something. It's nothing. I just felt like I might know who the school nurse is. Really? From what I heard from Tsuruyama, she recently moved here a week ago. Did you think you might have ran into her somewhere in town? Maybe, but who knows? It could just be my imagination. Anyways, let's get going. Sure. With that, the two made their way towards the rooftop where Naruto was sure that nobody would overhear them unless they had bionic ears. On their way, Rito asked him what he had whispered to Lala, only for him to tell him that it was something very important and not to worry about it. Once they were gone, about 10 minutes or so, Haruna woke up to find Herself inside the nurse's room lying on one of the beds. Before she could ask herself why she was here, she saw Lala sitting beside her. Lala, what are you doing here in the nurse's room? In fact, what am I doing in here? She was still confused as to why she was in the nurse's room, as the last thing she could remember was following Sasuga-sensei to the PE storage room. It was in that moment that she remembered what happened next and looked at Lala, who still had a smile on her face. Lala, do you know what happened to me? Still smiling, she remembered what Naruto told her before nodding. The truth is, when both Naruto and Rito left the nurse's room, they made their way towards the school's rooftop where Naruto planned to explain everything. He found it weird that, almost, every serious conversation since Lala arrived on Earth was taking place at this school. Now, normally it would be a bad place to talk because you never know when someone might walk up on you or some kind of cat might appear from thin air. The latter was less likely to happen, as it already did, and was sure he could now sense if his cat was near, if he was really trying. Hopefully, the clones he sent to retrain His senses would help heighten the human-like sense he has now back to what they originally were before transferring his soul. Or at least close to it, but with the power of genjutsu at his disposal he was able to make sure that no one would walk up on any of his conversation. Therefore, when they arrived at their destination, he placed a small genjutsu that would cause anybody who would wander too close to the rooftop to go away. With that precaution up, he would be able to speak freely to Rito about everything that he would need to know, especially about the fate of the Earth. Once everything was set, Naruto turned to face his classmate childhood friend who had a few drops of sweat roll down the side of his face as he felt the tension in the air change. There was also the way Naruto was looking at him as he was staring straight at him with a look he rarely gave. The only time he saw such a look was during the school sports festival or at the ramen eating tournament that is held every year in town. So when he saw that look on his friend's face, he knew what he was going to say was serious. As he waited, he watched as Naruto breathed a heavy sigh before looking up at the azure sky and watched a few clouds slowly drifting across it. Before I begin, I just want to tell you that everything I'm about to say is true. Not a single word of it is a lie and you can choose to believe me or not. You can believe that I've gone crazy or whatever, but I assure you that everything you've seen today will all make sense once you hear what I have to say. Rito unconsciously gulped a heavy lump in the back of his throat and was unsure of what his friend was going to tell him. For some reason, something deep down inside him told him to run now and don't turn back, and he was about to listen to that something. However, the images Haruna he saw earlier today stopped him. He didn't know why, but he felt mad knowing Haruna was in danger and didn't know anything about it. That was the reason he didn't want to accept Naruto's offer when he told him to take the credit for saving her. It didn't feel right to do that and would only make Haruna like him for something he didn't do. If he was going to make Haruna fall for him, he was going to do it on his own, somehow. With that sudden burst of rage course through his body, he was able to force himself to stay put as he curled his hands into fist. Go ahead and tell me everything. I want to know what happened to Haruna. Hearing him say that surprised Naruto a bit before a small grin appeared on his face. He knew it was because of Haruna that he was not willing, but determined to hear what he had to say even if it would change the way he thought about his existence from here on. Very well then, Naruto felt good inside that he was able to make a friend like Rito, as he was sure that if it were someone else in his shoes they would probably left by now. I guess I should start with telling you that I am not a human, but an alien. XXX somewhere in Seinen City XXX. Somewhere in Seinen Town was a blue-haired man with a mean look and nasty grin plastered across his face in one of the very popular female host clubs in town. Even though he may appear to be a normal, he isn't. In fact, he is actually an alien who came to Earth to retrieve someone. The reason he is able to blend so well is cause of two things. One of which is that he already has an human-like appearance. The other is thanks to a certain underground doctor who gave him a device that changes his appearance to that of a regular human. It cost him quite a lot of money that he had to convert it into the Earth's currency, but thanks to that he was able to have his fun with the many women on this planet. He rather have it for free instead of paying a fortune for it, but the doctor who gave it to him didn't fall to his race's ability, which was a shame because he could have had his fun with her as well. Unfortunately, he couldn't have his way, but that didn't mean that Earth's women would be the same, and he was right. Just to test whether it would work, he walked around town and found several women to his liking. Using his ability, he made every one of them fall instantly in love with him. Being the man he was, he had his way with every one of them and found how good Earth women tasted, which, to him, was better than any women he'd been with on his home planet. Instantly addicted to the taste of the women on Earth, he searched for even better ones and eventually came across a place where women tend to your every need except one, but he could change that. The place itself was a decent-looking place and from the looks of it, a very expensive place. The moment he walked in, several girls walking up to him giving him a friendly greeting. It brought a toothy grin to his face as he looked at all the above-average women surrounding him. Knowing what he wanted, he used his ability to have all of them lust for him, which they did. And could smell the lust for wanting to mate with him. However, before things could go any more his way, the manager of the place spoke and ordered the girls to quit fawning over him, then told two of the girls to take him to an empty seat. He saw that the manger was an attractive female who was also the bartender, but from what he could tell, she didn't fall for him like the other women did, causing him to believe she was one of the few who had a strong enough will to withstand his race's ability. An ability that lets him emit a pheromone that enchants any women from any race besides his own, long as they didn't have a strong enough will to cancel it out. So far, he ran into two women who didn't fall victim to him, and thanks to her, the other women who fell for him snapped back to their senses before two of them led him to an empty crimson-colored couch. It was big enough to fit all three of them with room to spare, and once the three of them were sitting down, one of the girls took out a glass and poured him some alcohol. He was used to things like this, but not exactly like this, where the women purposely rub up against him and flirt with him without knowing who he was. Not that he cared, it was just something that struck him odd as all, but nonetheless, he enjoyed the entertainment to its fullest. After having his fill with the delectable women this host club had to offer, even though he didn't get to have his way with any of them thanks to the manger's strong influence on them, H decided to call it quits and go on the hunt for his next prey to devour. Therefore, he made his way out of the club and back out into town. "Make sure you come back to see us again, Tilda." Yeah. Raising his right hand up, he exited the building just as he shoved his hand back into his pant pocket. Once he was out on the sidewalk, he walked away casually without a care in the world, with a bored look on his face. At first, he was planning to go searching for some girl to ravish, like one of those schoolgirls he saw at the school Naruto attended, but for some reason he didn't feel like it. Instead, he decided to head to a place he ate at yesterday, a place called McDonald's or something like that. The food looked very weird, but beside it being foreign to him, it tasted freaking delicious and couldn't get enough of it. So he made his way to the nearest one and ordered about 20 Big Macs, 10 double quarter pounders, 10 large fries and about a gallon of soda. Once his order was complete and received it, he devoured every bit of it as if he just caught an animal in the wild. The ones who witnessed him order such a sheer amount of food didn't know what to think as they watched him consume it all. They wanted to say something, but when they saw the mean, permanent look plastered across his face, they reconsidered and could only watch as he finished everything from the last bit of crumbs down to the very last drop of his soda. They didn't think it was possible to eat such a large amount of food without exploding from the inside, but before any more thoughts could cross their minds, he looked at them all, causing them all to go back to what they were doing. Despite his appearance and the way he acted, he had the courtesy to throw his trash away. He feared that if he didn't, a certain two people would somehow find out and punish him dearly for not doing so. Just the thought of it sent shivers down his spine. With his stomach now filled, he left the burger joint with the same look as always, but just when he exited the place, something crossed his field of vision, causing him to come to a complete halt. What caused him to stop so suddenly was a woman of average height with blue eyes and short black hair that spiked to the sides. Her back hair flowed over her shoulders and down to her mid-back that rested on her white shirt with the one sleeve missing while the other side only exposed her shoulder. There were also 3 small black straps on each side holding her shirt together. She also wore a red skirt that had black strips going across it, giving it a plaid-like design to it, with a black belt that hung loosely around her waist, and wore a pair of black spats shorts underneath them. The rest of her outfit consisted of a one fingerless glove on her right arm and traveled up it before it stopped a couple of inches away from her shoulder, and a pair of brown women's boots. He didn't know why this particular woman caught his eye, but he couldn't help watching her walk by him, not even batting an eye at his presence. Just as she was about to walk out his peripheral vision, he unconsciously grabbed hold of her arm, causing her to stop. Soon as the woman felt someone grab her arm, she turned to the person who was holding on to her with a very unpleasant look on her face. "Can I help you with something?" Her voice matched the look she was giving him, but when she got a good look at him, she was taken aback as she found him to be quite handsome. She also found that look on his face reminded her of an old friend from high school, but quickly pushed that aside and put her same look from before back on. "Hey, I asked you if I could help you with something. If not, then let go of my arm unless you want me to break yours." The man only gave her a seductive grin before giving his reply. How about the two of us find some place where we can get to know each, if you get what I mean. Quote, as he said that, he released his pheromones in order to make the woman who stood in front of him to fall for him only to see, and feel her body tremble in anger as one of her eyebrows twitch. You have some nerve asking a woman that out in public. What, she's didn't fall to my pheromones too? He continued to keep his grasp on her arm as he tried to determine whether she had a strong enough will to reject his pheromones, or it's just taking longer than usual. While he was trying to determine that, he didn't hear the woman ordered him to let her go until it was too late. Before he even realized it, he suddenly felt a pair of hands grab hold of the arm that he used to stop the woman from leaving, and the next thing he saw was the bright blue sky. As a huge amount of pain coursed throughout his body. What just happened? What he failed to realize was after the woman grabbed hold of his arm, she suddenly flipped him over her shoulder and slammed him hard on the sidewalk with enough force to cause a small crater to form on impact. The woman, on the other hand, just stood over him and realized what she did. Ah, crap, is he dead? She continued to stare at the man on the sidewalk who wasn't moving and got her to believe she really did kill him. Shit, if Orihime finds out about this, she's going to chew my ass off, or worse, be very disappointed in me. Not wanting any of that to happen, she crouched down and lightly shoved the man's body. Hey, you're not dead, are you? She gave him another light shove, getting him to grunt in pain, causing her to sigh in relief. Glad she didn't kill him. However, that didn't rule out that she hurt someone, and knew if Orihime found out she would be in one hell of a lecture. As she wished that person she didn't want to find out about this doesn't, she was about to ask if the man was alright. That was before she heard what he told her. My offer still stands. She couldn't believe what she just heard. The person she just slammed onto the cement asked, and here she was worried about him. Not even batting an eye, she stood up and walked over to his side, then slammed her right foot into his gut, knocking the wind out of him. After she removed her foot, the man grabbed hold of his stomach as he curled up on his side. If you're still able to ask me something as stupid as that, then you're fine. She then walked a few feet away from him before stopping. If I ever see you again, you're going to wish that I had killed you, you hear me? Giving the man one last glance, she walked off, with the intention of never meeting him ever again, so that he could never tell Orihime what she did to him. After he could no longer sense her presences, he laid on his back while spreading his arms out as he stared at the sky. That was the first time anyone besides my mother and little sister had done that to me. He raised his right arm up, the same arm that the woman grabbed hold of, and started it before placing his hand on his chest where his heart would be, and could feel it still racing. I think I'm in love. He wasn't sure if what he's feeling is just adrenaline or is actually love. Whatever it may be, he had to see that woman again, even if she would kill him for it. Therefore, he brought his arm up to his nose and inhaled before getting up to his feet. He then started down the way the women walked down and grinned. I have your scent now, so finding you will be easy. With everything set, he placed his hands in his pockets and followed the women's scent wherever it may lead. XXX on the school's rooftop XXX. And that's everything. Naruto had finally finished explaining all the details about how he was an alien and that Lala was an alien princess and had chosen him to be her husband. Even what her father told him about how he planned to destroy the earth if he failed to keep her from being taken by any of her other candidates. It might have not been wise to tell I am that part, but he felt like he needed to tell someone and knew he could trust Rito with information like that. He also left out the part that he was actually a fox-like alien that transferred his soul into an unborn child's body and stuck with the misconception that he's a Kazine. Telling him that his father must have been an alien even if he had never met the father that helped make this body. No matter how much he trusts Rito, he wasn't ready to share that part about him to anyone. Not even the person whose baby's life he took in fear of what she might think of him. He knows there will be a time when he is going to have to tell her, but until then he will keep his dark secret to himself. As for Rito, all that he was told was hard for him to process and had a complete meltdown and fell to his knees. You're joking, right? Please tell me you're joking, right, Sora? Naruto just gave him a weary look, causing him to laugh dryly to himself. Of course you wouldn't. You wouldn't tell me a crazy lie like this. So that means if you lose Lala to one of those other candidates, the Earth will be destroyed, right? He only saw his friend give him slight nod in reply, getting him to look down at the roof floor. If that happens, not only will mine life be over, but Mikan's, Haruna's, yours, and everyone on Earth lives will be over too. Sorry, you can't. No, we can't let that happen. Getting back on his feet and standing up, he looked at Naruto with a determined look on his face and said, I'm not sure if I will be much help, being an Earthling and all, but I will do a verit. I can to help you keep Lala from being taken away from you. So you can count on me. Naruto didn't know what to say. He felt somewhat touched by what Rito said and was glad he told him. It felt like some of the weight on his shoulders been lifted and was now shared between them. Giving his childhood friend a sincere smile, he walked up to him and placed a hand on one of his shoulders. Just hearing you say that helps me a lot. But if one of us needs help, it would most likely be you. Rito only gave him a questionable look before replying. What are you talking about? What do I need help with if you're the one who needs the most help saving the Earth? Well, putting that aside, I was talking about the relationship with you and Haruna. What? He was completely confused now. Naruto starts talking about how he was alien and how the Earth was in trouble. And next, he's talking about his relationship between him and the girl he likes. I know that it won't be easy trying to save the Earth from being destroyed by Lala's father, but since I'm not an Earthling, I have an upper hand, so there's no worrying about me. You on the other hand, have a lot to worry about, like, hypothetically speaking. What if the Earth was destroyed tomorrow? Would you be happy with the relationship between you and Haruna, right now? And no, but I don't see how I would need your help. I can get Haruna to like me myself. Oh, really? Then how about imagining Haruna in a bikini? Alright. Doing as he asked, he tried imagining what Haruna would look like in a bikini, but when his image of her was vivid enough, he immediately lost it and blushed up a storm that could cause steam to rise from his head, if possible. As I thought, you can't even handle an image of her and you think you can get her by yourself. Just face it, you need help. After recovering from his sudden breakdown, he looked at Naruto. Then how about you? Why don't you try and image Lala in a bikini? All Naruto did was smirk at him. What for? I've already seen her naked. It'd be pointless to image her in a bikini if I already seen what's underneath, but I'm not going to lie, I would like to see her in one. Rito was speechless as he let his mouth hang open a bit before coming back to his senses. You already seen her naked? Naruto just nodded. Just saying that word made him blush, but when he looked at Naruto, he saw that he wasn't even fazed by it. Again, Rito was speechless, but he was able to recover a lot quicker. However, he wanted to know how Naruto was able to keep his composure after an ordeal like that. Naruto could tell what he was thinking. Well, he assumed it. Either way, he had already formed a plan to get him used to being around girls and talk to them without losing his composure or stuttering. Don't worry so much about. I already came up with a plan that's bulletproof and guarantee it will work. Really? Of course, but before we get to that I have something I need to take care of first. Like what? Before telling him, Naruto took out his cell phone from his pant pocket. Like getting a new cell phone. I kind of broke mine after I left during lunch. Rito didn't understand how he could have broken it, but guessed it must have happened during his fight with Gibri and would have never guessed that it was because he squeezed it too hard. Soon as he finished the thought, the sound of the last bell rang, signaling that school was over and that they had skipped the rest of their classes. Well, anyways, I should get going, but I'll meet you back at your house after I buy my new phone, alright? Oh, okay. So be ready by the time I get to your house, okay? Sure. With that, Naruto turned and made his way towards the roof doors just when it hit Rito. Wait, ready for what? However, just as he said that, Naruto had already left. What does he want me to get ready for? He could only rub the back of his head as he tried to figure that out before shoving his hands in his pockets and made his own way towards the roof doors. Since school was officially over for the day, he made way towards the classroom where he saw that both Naruto and Lala's bags were already gone. He figured that they must have met up while he was on his way back to class and left together, not that he cared. He just wanted to know what he had planned for him later today. He could only wonder that as he made his way over to his desk before grabbing his school bag and flinging it over his shoulder, but before he decided to leave. His eyes drifted to Haruna's desk and saw that her bag was gone as well, causing a disappointed sigh to escape past his lips. Guess Haruna-chan already left for her tennis club. Releasing another sigh, he made his way out the classroom and the hall with a disappointed look in his face. It's not like I did anything today for her to thank me. Sora was the one who saved her, not me. So she probably thanked him before he left. Despite how he felt earlier, when he decided not to take the credit for saving Haruna, there was a part of him that still kind of wished Haruna would thank him anyways. Like that would happen. Digging deeper in his own despair, he continued walking all the way towards the school gates with the only intentions to get home as quickly as possible. However, by some work form god, the person who he had a crush on stopped him just before he could leave. Rito-kun. Hearing the sound of her voice calling his name made him freeze before he slowly turned to face his crush head-on. When he fully turned around, he noticed that she was wearing her club uniform and guessed she must have ran to catch up to him, judging by her heavy breathing. Haruna-chan, is there some you need me for? As he talked to her, he could understand why Naruto wanted to help him a lot more clearly, as he could barely hold a conversation with her without stuttering. Once she caught her breath, she looked at him and said, I just wanted to come over and say thank you for earlier. Oh, you're welcome, ha ha. He laughed dryly as he rubbed the back of his head sheepishly before realizing what she said. Wait, thank me for what? She was a bit confused when he said and then told him the reason why. I heard from Lala that you were the one who found me after I collapsed from anemia. Anemia. Tried to process why Haruna would have thought she had collapsed from anemia, and not long after he thought about it, it hit him. Sora. It was now fresh in his mind when he, Naruto, and Lala were all in the nurse's room when Naruto whispered something to Lala. So that was what he whispered. Important my ass. As he was off in his little world, Haruna was wondering if he was alright as he just spaced out, but before she could see what was wrong, he suddenly spoke. Oh, yeah, now I remember. You never showed up to class after lunch, so I asked the teacher if I could use the bathroom to find out why when I found you passed out in the hall. So I took you to the nurse's office. I was embarrassed to stay and asked if Lala could wait until you woke up. That was far from the truth but play along with Naruto's lie in order not to confuse her, and it seemed to work. That's why I wanted to thank you. It made me kind of happy knowing that you were the one who found me. Well, why you're welcome, again. He didn't know what else to say and just awkwardly stood there as Haruna blushed. Well, I have to get back to practice. So I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Yeah. Quickly, without looking back, she ran back to the tennis courts while he watched her join her friends. Seeing as there wasn't any point in staying here, he left, but as he did, he couldn't help feel a little bad about how the way Haruna thanked him for something he didn't do. Yeah, his little wish came true, but still, it didn't feel right, and thought that maybe he should just come clean tomorrow. With that out of the way, he tried to figure out what Naruto had planned for him. He thought of several ideas, but all of them made him blush a storm and had to stop thinking about it, otherwise he was sure that he would have passed out. Just like he told Rito, Naruto made his way into town to a local cell phone store to get him a new phone. The same as the one he had now. Lala, who tagged along with him, was GL. She stayed in class and waited for him to come back, otherwise she would have missed him. The two walked side by side the entire time, and when they entered the phone store, Lala's eyes widened in aspiration from all the different phone design. Compared to the phone-like device she used to store her inventions, it was somewhat bland if compared to some of the phones there. As an inventor, she felt as if she was inferior to the ones who made the better-looking phones and decided to redesign hers to a newer, better model. Once Naruto had paid for his new phone, the two left and made their way back home. Usually, he was a bit bothered by Lala always following him like a lost puppy, but today, at this particular moment, he didn't mind. Probably because of what he told Rito and doesn't have to hold the burden of the world on his shoulders. It didn't mean that he's giving his share to Rito, it just felt good to let someone else know. He's now spent 2 lifetimes on this very planet and made special memories that are irreplaceable. So he's not going to let Gid come and destroy it. With that mindset, he and Lala made their way back home. XXX in front of his house XXX. When they returned, Naruto told Lala that he was going to head over to Rito's for a bit and would be back later. Surprisingly, she just gave him an okay and went inside without pestering him for her to come along. He guessed she had something she wanted to do judging by the look she had on her face. He wondered if the trip to the phone store had something to do with it. He did see her pull out that phone-like device of hers and looked around the store with it. Pushing that aside, he made his way over to the house next door and rang the doorbell once he was at the front door. He could hear Miken's voice on the other side telling him she was coming, and a few seconds later the door opened with her greeting him with a surprised look on his face. Sora-kun. What are you doing here? What? A neighbor can't just come over to say hi. Well, no. It's just you usually tell me beforehand that you might be coming over. So that's why I'm asking, is all. You have a point there, but I figure Rito would have told you since I told him I was coming over. Rito knew, but he didn't say anything to me. Really? That's not like him, but speaking of him. What's he doing now? Yeah, about that. He saw her drift away like she didn't know what to say before finally giving him an answer. I don't know what he's thinking, but since he got home, all he's been doing is sitting in the living room thinking about something and blushing every 5 to 10 minutes. Blushing. He thought about what she told him, then realized what Rito was doing. So he's trying to figure out what I have planned for him, huh? Well, he's in for a surprise. Looking at Miken, who looked a bit worried about her brother, he placed a hand on top of her head as a way to reassure her. Don't worry about him. He's just thinking about what normal teenage boys think about. Soon as he said that, he watched Miken's eyes turn from worrying to a displeased one. He saw that she got the idea of what he's saying before letting him in. Since he's been here God knows how many times, he made his way into the living room where he saw Rito sitting on a couch in deep thought before seeing his ears turn red. What is this? Some kind of training you're putting yourself through? Hearing his friend's voice, Rito turned around to see Naruto standing behind him. Sora, you're already here. Yeah, and it seems like you're practicing for whatever I have planned while you waited, huh? Practicing? What are you talking? Well, Miken said that you've been sitting here the entire time you came home. So I figured you were trying to get yourself ready for when I get here. Miken said what? The girl in question walked past them, not making any contact whatsoever as she made her way towards the kitchen with the same look from earlier. Seeing his little sister caused him to blush again. I forgot Miken was home. He got embarrassed about the fact he was thinking of impure thoughts while his sister was around, while Naruto just chuckled to himself. Even if she wasn't around doesn't change the fact you were thinking of something dirty. I wasn't thinking anything of the sort. Sure you weren't. Shut up. Naruto laughed at his friend's poor excuse in trying to hide his embarrassment. After he waited for him to stop laughing, he asked Naruto about his plan to help him get closer to Haruna. So what's your so-called plan to help me with Haruna-chan? That's right, the plan. That's the whole reason I came over. What do you mean that right? How can you forget about it so quickly if you were the one who mentioned it? I'm joking, so calm down. Rito was going to say something but stopped and decided to wait to see what Naruto had to say. Before I tell you what my plan is, we should head somewhere more private. As he said that, he glanced at the doorway to the kitchen where he knew Miken was probably eavesdropping on their conversation. Rito, who was oblivious to that fact, just agreed with what his friend said. Sure, we can head to my room if you want. Getting a nod from Naruto, the two made their way up to his room as Miken, who was eavesdropping like Naruto assumed, peeked her head out from behind the wall. She wondered what this so-called plan Naruto had for her brother and who this Haruna girl was. She was thinking of going to eavesdrop on them again but decided against it as she figured Naruto would catch her since she was the reason they left. Therefore, she decided to start dinner instead. Meanwhile, the two who left entered Rito's room with Naruto closing the door behind him as he did. Having no clue what was in store for him, Rito decided to sit on his bed, while the other person in the room stood by the door, before asking him what happens next. Now that we're in my room, what's your plan? To put it bluntly, I'm going to help cure the part of you that can't handle imaging Haruna, or any girl for that matter, in a bikini or possibly naked. What? How the hell are you going to do that? Glad you asked. Placing his index and middle fingers in a plus symbol in front of him, he made a clone of himself, but not just any clone. This clone was a special one, a female version of himself. It wore only a tight orange tank top that did nothing to hide her large assets and an orange and white striped pair of panties. The clone stood to about Naruto's shoulders, and looked just like he would if he were a girl with the same whisker marks on her face with two blonde pigtails. There was also another thing that was off about this female version of his friend, and that was every time she would pull her shirt or rub her thighs together. She gave him a look like she was holding back on wanting to do something. Finally finding the strength to speak, he asked his friend what was going on and why was there a girl version of him. Sora, what the heck is going on? Who is that girl standing next to you and why does she look exactly like you if you were a girl? She is just a clone of me that I transform into a girl, with lady parts, that is going to help you get over your little problem. And how is she going to help with my problem? By taking care of your every need. My every need. I'm not worried about that. What I am worried about is why you thought this was a good idea and while I'm at it. What do you mean she is a clone of you? Well, it's what it implies. She's an exact copy of me but with lady parts, and I thought that if you saw a woman naked firsthand in real life would be the best plan. It worked for me. Oh, hell no. I made sure that whatever happens in this room never reaches my mind by blocking the shared memory ability my clones have. So there is no damn why I will ever see what happens between the two of you. Shared memory. Are you saying that you and your so-called clones share each other's memories? Rito was stepping in dangerous territory with that last question and was getting shivers to run down Naruto's spine as he thought of his clone's memories returning to him. Yes, we both share memories. So whatever I know, my clones know as well and whatever they learn is transferred back to me. However, I have the power to make sure that if I don't want to receive a clone's memory I can make it so that I don't. Summing up what he wanted to say as he didn't want to start talking about the what if you what happens in here, and move the conversation along. Anyways, the plan is to get you used to seeing a female's body so when you talk to Haruna, or any other girl for that matter, you won't act all nervous. Not waiting for his friend to respond he turned his attention to his female clone. Naruto, you know what to do. His clone only nodded in reply before slowly making her way towards Rito. Wait a minute, Sora. I think we need to rethink your plan over a bit. I don't think so. I did tell you it was bulletproof. Trust me, this will work. But he was going to say something else but Naruto interrupted him. Rito-sama, I've been a bad girl and need punishment. Rito-sama, punishment. Hearing such words being spoken to him caused him brain to malfunction and before he knew it, Naruto pushed him on his back and was on top of him. Please punish me, Rito-sama. His voice was caught in the back of his throat causing only gasps to escape as his eyes traveled from the vexing female clone of his best friend to the real one. You two have fun. With those parting words, Naruto opened the door behind him and exited the room but just before he could close the door, he heard Rito call out to him. Wait. Pretending he didn't hear him, he closed the door and to make sure that whatever happens in that room can't be heard. He made sure his clone placed a silence jutsu on the room. Seeing as his job here was finished, he made his way downstairs where he met Mikan at the bottom and guessed she must have heard Rito scream. Is everything okay? I heard Rito screaming. Yeah, everything is fine. But I like to ask you not to go into his room until you finish making your two's dinner. Why? It's complicated, but just promises me you go in, alright. I guess I will. But is it really that bad if I walk in? Defiantly, so whatever you do, don't walk in that room, got it? Sure, that's my girl. He placed a hand on her head and ruffled her hair before heading towards the door. Well, I'll be leaving now and make sure you keep your promise and not go into Rito's room. Making sure that she understood how important it was for her not to enter her brother's room. Unless she wanted to be scared for life, he opened the front door. However, before he could step on foot outside, Mikan stopped him. Ah, Sora-kun. Hearing his name being called, he turned to face her and saw that she wanted to ask him something but was too afraid to ask. Yeah, what is Mikan? Well, I just wanted to know if you were still going to show me how to make that dish you promised to show me. Of course I will. I'll show you how to make it at my house this weekend. Alright then, it's still a promise. And I never go back on them. The two of them shared a smile before Rihi finally left, closing the door behind him as she stared at the door. She stood there with a wooden spoon in her hand for a good minute or two before turning around. She was about to head back to the kitchen but stopped to look upstairs, particularly where Rito's room would be at. Something told her that something was going on up there and wanted to check it out, but the promise she made with Naruto stopped her. She knew that he would be disappointed with her if she didn't listen to what told her and forced herself to head back to the kitchen while the said man was on his way home. He was about halfway back and couldn't shake the feeling as if something bad was going to happen to him. When he finally reached the front door, the feeling gotten stronger and was debating whether he should open the door or just head back to Rito's house. Finally making the decision to open the door, he walked in, but before he could inform Lala that he was home, he unconsciously dodged a punch to the face. What the hell? In split second after he realized he was being attacked, he quickly jumped to the side with what room he had before making some distance between him and his attacker. After he was sure that he was a good distance away, he looked at his attacker and surprised by who it was. There in front of him stood a woman he knew all too well with her arms still thrusted forward. This woman had short black hair that spiked out to the side and had her lower hair flow down over her shoulders to her mid-back with an outfit he didn't recognize. When she turned to face him, he saw her blue eyes lit with rage and couldn't figure out why, but he was certain that he knew this person. It was none other than his aunt Tatsuki, and she looked pissed about something. You've gotten slower at dodging my punches. Well, I didn't expect anyone trying to punch me when I walked through the front door. Don't give me a shitty excuse like that. You should expect the unexpected by now. Without warning, she jumped at him with her fist cocked back ready to deck him, but he jumped back just in time and dodged it. However, she used her momentum to jump after him once she landed, keeping her body lower to the ground so when she was in range, she could push off the ground and throw an uppercut at him. As she planned, she did exactly what she wanted to, but even with all that, he was still able to dodge her attack just in time but not unscathed. She was able to nick his chin with one of her knuckles, and that was all it took, as after he landed, his vision went blurry and stumbled. What's going on? She didn't hit me, did she? While he tried to figure that out and tried to recover from his sudden mishap, his aunt used that time to dish out her final attack. Now you're mine. Cocking her right fist back, she was ready to give him the final blow, but before her punch could even reach him, she felt something hit the top of her head in just the right place to send a jolt of electricity through her body, halting her attack. Tatsuki, what did I say about fighting inside the house? After recovering from the sudden back attack, she rubbed the top of her head as she turned around to see Ori Harem with a wooden spoon in her right hand. But, Tatsuki, what did I say? Seeing her longtime friend give her a look that said, answer correctly or else, made her bite back the words she wanted to say. And answered her, not to fight in the house unless there's a burglar, or an alien invasion. Good, and seeing as my only son is neither of them. You should have known better. Yeah, but he deserves it. Like hell I do. What did I do to deserve being attacked in our own house? I don't know, maybe the fact that you are engaged and didn't tell me about. Also that fact that she is living with us too. He could understand why she would be angry with him cause of that, as she did help raise him and thinks of him like a son she never had. A son who she would attack randomly when he entered middle school to keep him on his toes, so she says. However, that didn't mean she had to attack him like she did. Even so, it doesn't mean you have to attack me. Well, how else am I going to get my point across? I don't know, maybe telling me with words and not fists. Nah, that sounds too boring. I rather talk with my fists than words. To emphasize what she meant, she hit her fists together. I can see that. Seeing as he was no longer in danger thanks to his mother, he made his way into the living room where he saw Lala sitting on the floor tinkering with something without a care in the world. As he sat down, his cat, that he named Aya, jumped onto his lap before getting comfortable and falling asleep while both his mom and aunt followed him into the living room. His aunt took a seat on the other couch and took notice that there was a cat on Naruto's lap while Orihime went into the kitchen. Finding it weird that they had a cat as the last time she was here there wasn't one. But didn't deem that important right now and asked Naruto what she wanted to know. So how long have you two known each other? A few days at least. A few days and the two of you are already engaged. Was it love at first sight or something? Not exactly. That's it. You're telling me everything. Do I have to? You're damn right you have to. So start talking. Breathing a heavy sigh knowing there was no way out of it, he started to explain how he and Lala met, even that fact that she's an alien since his mother knows about that. It was hard for her to believe a word he was saying. ND would have said he was messing with her if it weren't his mother backing him up. Even Lala helped explain things after she finished with whatever she was tinkering with along with Peek, and with both their help, his aunt was finally able to believe him. That's a lot to take in all at once. After they finished explaining, Tatsuki sat on her spot on the couch in deep thought, sorting everything out before speaking. So, in short, you're a runaway alien princess that came to Earth because your father was forcing too many marriage proposals on you. Then fell in love with my friend's son after. The two of you were engaged when he saved you. Formed two goons, form a man who was sent to retrieve you and now living with us to stay closer to him. Am I missing anything? Both Naruto and Lala shocked Airheads, getting her to breathe a sigh before leaning back only to see Orihime behind her. But aren't you glad? Glad about what? That I will be getting a daughter-in-law. Just hearing say that made her want to facepalm, but thought that it was something she would say. Typical Orihime, you were always open to anything weird and always talked about how aliens would one day come to Earth. Guess you called that one. But even so, your ability to adapt to these kinds of things freaks me out. I mean, I'm still having a hard time coping with the fact that Sora is engaged with an alien princess. Do you think her father will allow such an engagement to happen? From what that hairpin said, he's a very important alien in the galaxy, and if he's like those characters in anime and manga, he probably wouldn't want his daughter to be with someone on Earth. Naruto couldn't believe how good her guess was, hitting the head on that one, and wonder what she would have thought if he had told her what Gid was planning to do. Luckily, he didn't. Well, if I see him then I'll give him a piece of my mind. Somehow I knew you say that, Orihime. The said women just giggled. Anyways, dinner's ready. That was all she needed to hear to get her off the couch. It's about time. I'm starving. Not waiting another second, she was about to make her way to the kitchen but was stopped by Naruto. Hey, Aunt Tatsuki, I wanted to ask you something before we eat dinner, if it's alright with you. Sure, I don't care, but make it quick. It's been a while since I had a home-cooked meal. It won't take long. I just wanted to know what you did to me when you threw that uppercut at me. It looked like it missed, but I'm sure I felt a nick on my chin, but soon after I did, my vision got all blurry and couldn't stand straight. Do you know why that was? He only saw his aunt smirk before swiping her nose with her thumb. It was a strange feeling, wasn't? He could only nod in reply. All I can saw. Why is that little nick had enough force behind it to knock your screws loose? You should be glad you dodged my attack, otherwise you'd be knocked out, but if I was really trying to hurt you, you'd be dead right about now. He was speechless as he was sure that his aunt wasn't lying, and if she were to go all out on in his current body, he probably would die from one of her punches, which brings up an important question. Just how were you able to get that strong? That only a nick could throw my head for a loop like that. It's a long story, but to shorten it, I met a man who said he trained his bow die to be completely made of pink muscle, making him incredibly strong. After about a week or so of begging him to train me, he finally decided to make me his disciple. Now my body is the same as my sensei's, made completely of pink muscle. But it wasn't easy. I still get shivers just thinking about all the crap he put me through, but it was all worth it in the end. From what he could grasp from her explanation was that she somehow made her entire body stronger without the bulkiness you would usually gain. If the man she proclaimed to have met really did train her as she said, he could only wonder what she endured to give her such power that almost knocked him out with just a nick from her fist. It also got him to think of a reason she would want to become that strong if she were already Japan's strongest female martial artist. What reason was there that would make her endure something to make her that strong? He couldn't come up with anything that would make her want to do anything like that if she could take down any person who tries to challenge her. So what could have happened from the day she left for the last karate tournament last year up till now? He asked himself that very same question as he watched her walk into the kitchen and hoped that there isn't any other motive behind why she became so strong. Also, it made him think if his own body, if it was strong enough to endure. The day Gid returns to Earth and finds out he was the one Lala chose to marry. Judging from the encounter with his aunt, he was sure he didn't stand a hell of a chance against Gid in his current state. If just one nick from his aunt almost knocked him unconscious, what would happen if he took a direct hit from the king of the Milky Way galaxy? He didn't want to imagine if he did and pushed that thought aside as he joined the others in the kitchen. During dinner, Tatsuki talked with Lala, getting to know her more, seeing as she was engaged to her best friend's son, who was also like a son to her as well. She found the whole thing about her being an alien princess somewhat interesting, but still found it hard to believe that she was in fact an alien, even after accepting that same fact. After getting past all that, she slowly started to like her and could see her being a good match with Naruto, almost seeing them as a perfect match. She could also see that he was being a stick in the mud as he was being quiet while they talked and would only feed Aya some of his scraps. She was going to say something to him but decided against it, thinking that maybe he was still trying to cope with the fact that he was engaged to an alien princess. Then there was this bloodlust-like feeling that she could sense sent his way but couldn't figure out why, but since he didn't act like anything was wrong, she figured that it was nothing and was all just in her head and went back to eating her food. Shortly after that, Naruto stood up and placed his dishes in the sink before turning to everyone. I just remember that I forgot to buy something at the store, so I'll be heading out for a bit. It was a sudden statement, and the only person who found it weird that he suddenly needed to get something was his aunt, who, not too long ago, felt some kind of bloodlust aimed towards him. You sure you're not making up excuses so you can be alone to do something else? He only gave her a questionable look, surprised by her remark before playing stupid. No, I just ran out of a certain snack I like and wanted to get some more. How's that, if the cabinet you use is still filled with ramen? Again, he gave her another questionable look before saying something else. It's not a ramen run. I'm getting something else. Like what? Don't tell me it's a box of condoms. Both Naruto and his mother gave her shocked look before Orihime's voice was heard. See, condoms. You're not really going out to, but those are you. Hearing his mother say that to him caused any words that tried to come out his mouth. Obi caught in the back of his throat as she continued to talk. Now his face was starting to redden in embarrassment, as this was the first time any of his mothers say that to him. It was something that would make any young teenager blush, and he was no exception. And no, that's not why I'm going to the store. I'm just going so I can buy the latest weekly Shonen Jump, that's all. He saw his mother breathe a sigh of relief as his aunt gave him a look that said, "Is that so?" while Lala didn't know what they were talking about. He guessed she didn't know what condoms or manga were. Anyways, know that you know, I will be leaving now. Wanting to just hurry up and get away, he made his way out the kitchen, but before he could get far, Lala stood up and called out to him. Wait, I'll go with you too. No. His sudden outburst got them all to stare at him, wondering where that came from before he tried to correct himself. I mean, there's no need. I won't be long, so there won't be any point for you to tag along. Oh, okay, if that's what you want. Then I'll stay here. Lala looked a bit disappointed and sat back down before looking down at her lap while his aunt furrowed her brows and was about to tell Naruto off. However, before she could even try, he was already halfway in the living room and then out the front door. Still upset about how he treated his so-called fiancé and was abo to console her, but just before she could, Lala stood back up. I'm going to go watch some TV if you two don't mind, Tilda. The two humans at the table were a bit thrown off by the happy tune in her voice. As she said that and couldn't tell if she was hurt or just trying to hit it. After she left, Tatsuki folded her arms and leaned back in her seat, pissed off as ever. When that boy gets back I'm going to pound some sense in that thick head of his for treating a beautiful young girl like that. As Tatsuki vented her anger out by saying threats, Orihime was trying to figure out what was going to rough her son's head, as she could usually tell what he was thinking, but she couldn't help worrying about him as she picked up hers and Lala's dirty dishes while Tatsuki sat there in deep thought. XXX Seinen Park the 30th. Soon after leaving his house, Naruto made his way towards the convenience store, which wasn't his true destination. Seinen Park was where he was heading, that was also in the same direction as the convenience store. The reason he said he was heading to the store was just to cover up, well, partially as he did want to get a copy of the latest weekly Shonen Jump, but that was after he finished up with what he needed to do. You see, during dinner he could feel a strong bloodlust aimed at him the entire time he ate, but before that, he smelled something that shouldn't be on this planet. A Haiwan. He only met this alien race a few times in his life, and many of the female species tried to claim him when he visited their home planet, but none of them succeeded, and now there was one of them at his house. He smelled him the moment he came home but acted as if nothing were wrong, so that he didn't act suspicious of anything, but somehow his aunt knew something was up. Maybe it was because of her new training, or perhaps something else, but whatever it was, she knew he was up to something and made a huge misunderstanding between his mother and him. However, since none of that is important right now, he pushed it to the back of his mind and continued his way to the park. When he arrived at his destination, he saw that it was vacant, which he was hoping it would be, and proceeded to an open area before stopping. As he stood there, an ominous wind blew, and just after it pasted, a man who stood a foot or two taller than him appeared with bluish hair and light blue eyes. He wore a long, blush black trench coat that he left open to reveal that he wore no shirt, with a pair of black pants and matching boots. He also noticed that he didn't have his panther-like ears or tail, and shish. Must have gave him something to help him blend in. So, you knew I was watching you. Your bloodlust kind of gave away your presences. Well, it was only natural since you were by close to my woman. By woman, do you mean Lala? Lala, oh, yeah, that's right. She's the whole reason I came to Earth in the first place, isn't it? He could only give him a blank expression to what he said before he continued talking. She wasn't the one I was talking about, but I'll also be taking her along with me as well. He was confused by what he was saying. If Lala wasn't the one who he called woman, then who was? If Lala wasn't the one who you called woman, then who was it that you were talking about? If you must know, I was talking about the one with the long black hair that spikes out to side. There was only one person who fit that description. My Aunt Tatsuki. So Tatsuki is her name, huh? Never heard a name like that, but it does got a nice ring to it. You stay the hell away from her. What was that? You heard me. I said stay the hell away from her. There's no way I will let a Haiwan like you even get near her again. Oh, so you know I was already near here too, huh? You got some nose there, for a Kazine. He was caught off guard when he told him that he was a Kazine. He was sure he could have used that to his advantage, but now that he knows about that, he lost his only way to get the upper hand without revealing more about himself. Now his only other choice is to either overwhelm him with sheer power or use some of his other elemental jutsus. So, you know that I'm a Kazine and not an Earthling. I only know that you are playing as a Kazine, but something tells me you have something else that you're hiding. I can smell it. He only glared at the blue hair. Ed man, as he wondered if he knew anything about who he really was, but from what he could tell, it was only his primal instincts telling him to be wary of him. It seems like I won't be winning this fight as fast as I hoped I would. Thinking that to himself, he looked at the man before him and realized he doesn't even know who he is, which prompted him to ask. Before we even begin to start this unavoidable fight, mind telling me who you are, as I'm sure you know who I am already. Fair enough, even though I don't give my names to a nobody, but since Lala was the one who chose to marry you, I'll give you my name. Hearing him say that kind of ticked him off to the point that he wanted to reveal who he really was to this asshole just so he could put him in his place. However, he decided again. Sainted knowing it would only cause him even bigger problems. My name is Grimjow Jagerjackes, the Prince of the High Ones, and I'm one who will be taking Lala from you and become the new king of the galaxy. After hearing his introduction and ignoring the part about him taking Lala from him, he could swear he heard the name Jagerjackes before. If his memory was right, he and the man before him grandfather fought alongside each other. With him, along with Gid and several others, they put a stop to the Galaxy Unification Wars. Who would have thought, after so many years he would be fighting his friend's grandson? He never wanted this turn of events to happen, but it was out of his control. However, what the man said next crossed the line. And while I'm at it, I'll be taking that woman known as Tatsuki along with me as well. That last statement caused his body to tense before he glared at the man before him. It seems like I struck a nerve or something for you to be glaring at me like that, but I meant what I said. I will be taking her with me once I'm finished with you. Like hell you are. Having enough with his antics that always seemed to strike the right nerve, he ran towards Mmjow just as he made 4 clones of himself. The clones then spread out and surrounded Grimjow as the real Naruto reached his target before throwing a punch at him, but all Grimjow did was effortlessly moved out of the way. He did this to every one of Naruto's attacks, but no matter how Naruto tried he couldn't land a single hit on the panther alien in front of him before Grimjow got tired of Iting and grabbed his last attack with his left hand. Is this really all you got? Sounding disappointed, he gave Naruto an annoyed look as he continued keep his hold onto his right fist. If you think slow punches like these are enough to hit me, well, you better think twice. In one swift motion, Grimjow tightened his hold on Naruto's fist before pulling him closer to him before he struck him square in the face with his other hand. It happened so fast that Naruto didn't have time to react as he felt Grimjow's right fist connect with his left cheek with a surprised look on his face. Saint seeing that look made the panther alien smirk, but it soon disappear when he saw the man he hit poof into smoke to reveal a log his place. What? Using his confusion as an opportunity to strike, he ordered the rest of his clones to attack Grimjow all at once. The said man was slow to respond, but not slow enough that one of Naruto's clones was able to hit him. In just the nick of time, Grimjow managed to dodge one of the clones' attack to his face before blocking another clone's attack. After recovering from the sudden shock and the surprised attack, he was able to regain his senses and predict each of the incoming attacks. As he continued dodging the attacks that were aimed mostly at his chest and head by either using his arms to block or deflect them. He tired studying each of the clones' movements and tried to find out if one of them was the real one. However, he found that be quite difficult. Not only did each of them look identical, but even their movements were identical, making it hard for him to find if one was the real one or not. In the end, he gave up and decided the best and fastest way was to kill each of them. Alright, I had enough of this. Finally dead that he was tired of trying to figure out which was which, he waited until the next clone attacked before grabbing that said clone's arm and elbowing it in the face. With a poof of smoke telling him that it was now dead. Or in other words gone, he moved to the next one and quickly overcame it by using his speed to get up close. There he punched it in the gut hard enough to cause it to poof into smoke before moving on. With only 2 clones left, he now had a 50% chance of finding the real one. Which was easier than he thought, as only one of the clones came at him telling him that he real one was the one who was hesitant in attacking him. Seeing as he now knew which one was the real one, he quickly got rid of the clone that was foolish enough to attack him now that their numbers were low, like it even mattered. Once the clone was gone, he was finally faced with the real one and quickly got the jump on him before he could even make a move by grabbing him by his neck and lifted him up to his eye level. So, this is all you got and you didn't even show me any of your cuisine abilities. It's a shame that it has to end this way, but it appears that you were nothing more than a stepping stone my greatness. Although it's not much, I'll end your life quickly. Believing that he was the victor, he was about to end Naruto's life by squeezing his neck until it snapped, but before he could, the sound of Naruto chuckling stopped him. What's so damn funny? Knowing that you're about to die made you gone senile? No, Not that, it's just that you think you already won made me laugh. What the hell are you blabbing about? Of course I've won. All I have to do is squeeze your neck until it breaks. Go ahead and try, but before you do, you should know one thing. And what's that? A ninja always has trick up his sleeve. Soon as he finished saying that, his body suddenly exploded, engulfing Grimjow before he even knew what happened. It wasn't that big of an explosion, but strong enough to do decent damage as well as creating a small crater in its wake. Once the smoke cleared, the real Naruto, who was hiding elsewhere, saw that his clone's explosion had little effect on Grimjow as he stood in the small crater unscathed with only scruff marks on him. However, he couldn't say the same for his coat, as it was all tattered and seemed to take most of the damage from the explosion. Grimjow, on the other hand, was still in shock at what just happened before realizing he fell into a trap, but when he noticed his coat was ruined, he got pissed. You bastard! You ruined my favorite coat. Now I'm really going to kill you. Seeing as his coat was useless in the state it is now, he tore the rest of it off and threw it on the ground before looking around. Hurry up and show yourself. There's no point in hiding if I can smell you. So hurry up. And before he could finish what he was saying, his ears picked up the sound of wind whistling through the air and suddenly saw several crescent air blades heading his way. At first, he was a bit worried, as he knew that Kazin's air blades could cut through almost anything, but from what he could sense, these blades were as dull as a rusty knife. Stop fucking with me. Now pissed off more than ever, Grimjow backhand each of the air blades sent his way and broke each of them like nothing without damaging his arms. That was so nothing Naruto didn't expect at all, and his face showed it. That's not possible. I put in the same strength I used to take down Zaston in each of those blades. Don't tell me that he's gotten weaker over the years. As he tried to figure that out, he came up with one answer: Lala. She must have been a handful for him, that his strength must have dulled over the years. Now he had no choice but to fight Grimjow head on without holding back, otherwise he was sure that he would lose. Therefore, he stepped out from his hiding spot and squared up to the Haiwan prince. You better start taking me seriously before I rip your body to pieces and keep your head as a trophy. Fine, no more holding back. This time I'll come at you with full force. We'll see about that. Ignoring his taunt, Naruto started to pump chakra into his air blades, causing them to get a little bigger and louder, well as causing the dirt around them to pick up. Soon as he was ready, he dashed at Grimjow, and once he was in range he swung his right arm at him. Thinking that these blades were the same as the last ones, Grimjow brought his arm up to block Naruto's attack with his forearm, but to his surprise, his attack cut him. It wasn't a deep cut, but deep enough to draw blood. He hissed in the slight pain, but could only smirk when he saw his own blood start to roll down his wounded arm. It's about time you step it up, but it's still not enough to beat me. With the air blade still in his arm, he pushed it off, causing Naruto to stumble back, but then quickly recovered and spun around while holding one of his arms out. Grimjow saw this in the last second and jumped back just as the attack came across his lower abdomen and lightly cutting him. After he landed, Naruto didn't give him any time to recover and immediately charged him and not letting up on his attacks. As he tried dodging the attacks aimed at him, getting cut every so often, he noticed that Naruto had gotten faster and getting faster as time went on. I guess he's not holding back anymore, but I can still sense that he's hiding something, and I want to know what it is. Fixated on seeing what Naruto was hiding from him, he decided it was time he went full out himself, in order to force him to show him what it is he is hiding. Therefore, after dodging Naruto's last attack, he made some distance between the two of them. Now it's my turn to show you my true power. With a fierce yell, he started to conjure up own power, and before long his muscle started to bulge a bit and his appearance started to change. His now human appearance started to alter to a more feline-like, with his hair growing longer while his ears became pointier as blush fur started to grow out from his arms. When he ceased yelling, his appearance was no longer the same, as his hair was now longer and hung down to his lower calf. His ears were now longer and pointier, with marking around his eyes that extended up them, while his arms were covered in bluish fur from his wrist up to his elbow. His hands were a darker tone, with his fingernails turning into claws. Even his teeth were jagged and sharper, and topped off, he had a long thin blue tail. Once his transformation was complete, he stared at Naruto with a fiercer look with the determination to tear him to shreds. Now the fun really starts. The end. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.